Number 13, to approve the authorization for the city attorney to create a contract for David Blackman for videography services to record, live stream, and upload video to social media outlets for council meetings, work session, special call meeting, and committee meetings for a duration of 6 months. And then I question, is there a second?
A second.
All right, it has been moved by Councilwoman Janie Thomas and properly seconded by Councilwoman Christy Thomas to approve the 14 items on our consent agenda for the evening. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young,
I vote for each consent item with the exception of item number 6, I abstain.
Councilman Harville,
I vote yes with that statement for number 6.
Councilwoman Christy Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael,
Yes, but I will have to abstain from number 3 due to personal financial gain.
Councilwoman James, Councilman Randolph,
Yes.
Councilman Jemison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Janie Thomas,
Can I ask the clerk a question before I go to the 2 items? I'm gonna say to 1 item. Number, with the contract with Mr. Wayne Thomas, have all of the requirements met, clerk?
Good evening, Councilwoman. I'm going to defer that question to Attorney Madison, who's working on the contract. May I ask Attorney Madison?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Yes.
My vote is yes.
License insurance W-9 works.
Thank you.
My vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Johnson,
Yes, I'll make sure I do my homework before I do the contract. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, council, for your votes. I appreciate it. We'll
need to do with all of our contracts. Am I right, Mr. President, that we're supposed to have some deliverables? The city's supposed to get something from the public resources that we contribute, even if it's a donation. I think I'm right on that.
And that is usually revealed in the scope of work.
And it's usually revealed in the scope of work. That is absolutely right. And so
just go ahead and get that. See, I'm not even an administrator. I'm just a moderator.
Right. Right.
Same thing that you have.
Right.
Danielle Wooten, she's the
Yeah.
she's the admin. But I told her to go ahead and add you. As soon as she confirms that with me,
Okay.
I'll let you know. I'll shoot you a text or give you a call.
Miss Danielle, are you still administrator over the city site? The city?
I'm one of them.
One of them. Does Madison know that you're the one that linked my page to the city's?
I can't speak for, I haven't had a conversation with him. I know that previously, you mean in terms of, like when you had your contract? I know that John, at that time, John was IT director. So he was the main individual.
John told me he was moderator and you was administrator that done that. John's on record as that. I just wondered if you had told Madison that.
That did what exactly?
Linked my page with the city's page. Because, can't nobody post unless it's allowed to be allowed to post, right?
No, when you were awarded the contract, John did. John had all full rights, the same rights I had. But when you guys when you got that contract, and John, he came to me because, he wasn't actively managing it.
Right, yeah.
He told me to give you access to it, so I think I invited you.
Yeah. Because Madison accused me of linking my page, and that's one of the reasons they tried to cancel my contract. and all the lawsuits going on.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak for anything because I haven't had any conversation with
Okay.
Attorney Madison.
Yeah, okay.
But I do know we did give you access to the page.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. Y'all gave me access.
Right.
I didn't link myself to that. Y'all linked me to that.
And I don't know if did you ever accept it?
I never done any, I told John that I didn't want to do any moderating. All I want to do is just let my videos go on the page. And the contract never even said that it had to go to the city page.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't know anything about the contract. I don't know anything about that.
The reason I asked was John laid it on you, so.
Oh, really? As the person that gave you access? Yeah, I did do that.
Yeah.
At his request, he told me to give you access.
Yeah. Well, and that is true. That's what he said. So. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
But as far as details, I have no clue.
Hey,
How you doing?
I'm looking to pick up my check.
I'm sorry, but your check is gonna be on hold until we get the clearance from the city attorney.
Okay. Thank you. That seemed like breach of contract, but tell me your name again.
Terry Smith?
Terry Smith. Thank you, Miss Smith. And when you're doing it, you can go back and look because they cheated a couple of weeks prior to you getting here a little bit too. It's an intimidation thing. They don't like what I do, but I'll take care of this in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Have a blessed week.
Yes, ma'am. You
Bless
too,
you
ma'am.
too, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do us-
Miss Terry, Mr. Blackman's at the door.
Hey, Miss Terry. Look, I went up to Madison's and he wasn't there. Can I get a letter from whoever it was that canceled my check? Can I get a copy of that?
I don't have a copy of the agreement, but the only thing.
No, not the agreement. I got the agreement. I'm talking about the cancellation of my check.
I don't have a copy. He did not present it to me in writing.
Do what now? I'm sorry.
He did not present that to me.
The mayor.
The city attorney.
Okay, so the city attorney's the one that called you and told you to stop it?
Yes, he'll be in tomorrow.
Okay. I know you're 2 weeks into the job. It's a basic function of government that you should have known that council controls that. I'm just saying, I'm not holding you, I'm not being ugly to you or anything, but that was something that should have been known, and this is a labor issue. I've been already done the work and it's being stopped. Madison didn't have authority to do that, but anyway, thank you for that information. I didn't know if they plan on.
Would you put your phone down, please?
Well, I'd like to record this, that way I have it for record. If they're
The
going.
only thing I can tell you is what I told you before, that you will have to talk to Major Madison, the city attorney, when he comes in tomorrow.
Right. Well, I will definitely be taking care of that. I'm really kind of surprised that you didn't know that you couldn't do that. But
Sir, I'm only doing what my supervisor.
I understand.
told me to do.
I understand.
I cannot be insubordinate. And not.
I understand that, but when something's being done illegally, that's your job to step up and do that.
Sir, I still have to follow what my supervisor said.
I understand. I'm not, and this here allows it to know that it was your supervisor that done that.
Is wait until the city attorney is in tomorrow.
But I'm not going to chase him down. I'll just talk to the attorney. Thank you. Not this attorney, a real attorney.
I told the treasurer after we sent the letter out showing that the person was in breach, that they would not do to be paid. After the invoice came in, I went back and reviewed the date that the person received notice, the 14-day period within the letter to give them a chance to cure the defect, and said the 23rd was actually the last day that the person had to cure the defect. Since the invoice was received on or before that, I said, go ahead and pay it.
So you directed to stop payment on a check initially, is that my understanding?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Okay.
And if they don't conform to the terms of the contract, they should not be paid.
You have that authority to stop payment?
Yes.
You did. I don't think that's right. I'm pretty sure the council is the only one that has the authority. The only body
Can the council?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the contract calls for specific things, one of which is to not release any of the material generated at these meetings without approval from an authorized individual.
But it also says that you're gonna go live. It also says that he's gonna go live with it, which is immediate release.
Who said he's gonna go live?
That's what the contract says. He's recording live. So it's immediate release.
No, it's not immediate release, he's videotaping it.
On live.
It's released
on
after.
Facebook Live. He's live, he's recording you right now.
He releases after videotaping.
Listen, what Listen, I said to the city attorney, and I even sent the president of the council an email when I saw what was going on at the amphitheater in the park out that area, and the disparaging things that were being said about the city that were not justified. Even the former mayor met him at that location to try to explain what was going on with that situation, and had asked me to come down because not the former mayor George Evans met him at the site to explain to him what went on, and had the contractor who put the equipment there. My concern was we should not be paying someone to say disparaging things about the city. That's my point. That's my point.
Okay, well there's a line there where it becomes legal and not legal. I mean, that's what I'm trying to get to here, because you can create lawsuits and whatnot.
Well,
when it comes to that, just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's illegal.
Well, at this point, listen, I have a responsibility we have a responsibility to protect the name and character of this institution. I'm not talking about the council, I'm talking about the city of Selma. And we should not be paying someone to put out disparaging information about our community. We shouldn't.
But we cannot restrict our First Amendment rights.
I'm not restricting First Amendment rights, but what I am doing is saying I'm not going to pay somebody to do what they're doing. If they want to do it, go ahead. But I'm not going to pay you to do it. So now I said to the city attorney, that contract needs to be terminated. And if the council wants to reinstate the contract under those conditions, what you know, do so. But I said it needed to be terminated.
And that is
This is old business. Can you, I would like for you to, that contract that we did with David Blackman, it was voted by the council. And, I know the mayor said that he has the authority to discontinue a contract. I've been reading some things up. You have, when you have a city where capacity of our city is, 17,000 or so. And we as the legislative body, when we voted for that contract to the scope of work that's supposed to have been done, and the contract was discontinued by not notifying the council of the body that voted on that contract. The mayor didn't have a vote in on that contract. He authorized his signature, but the proper way it should have been done came back to us, and I wanted you to have that look at as the scope. I was looking at the contract, and I'm trying to figure out where there is a law that's in our selected reading where we contract a person under contract to do video in our council meeting. And what they're saying that social media, what we talked about before in our training, what point there were certain things that we said on different sites and things. So my thing is this here, I think we need to go back And we need to look at, this body of the council need to look at that contract and look at the language which was presented to us by our attorney, where he's supposed to be in violating the city with the property and using, talking about our council meeting, showing on these different sites, and also we're talking about things that were in our recreation, at our park, that things that needs to be fixed or kept, bring up to the standard. So I would like for this body of council, the next council meeting, this is old business, and I like being fair and I like doing things the right way. I would like for us to come back with that, look at the view of the language that the attorney that presented to us, saying that David Blackman was in violation of the contract for the mayor to dismiss that contract and terminate his contract. And a lot of, if you want to do more reading up on it, you go to the selected reading, and it would tell you.
Okay. Bring it up on the work session.
Okay.
As a work session item. Okay. Anything else?
Just one comment on that.
Yes.
Should we get an opinion from the league on these things
You could write it there, Ted.
regarding that?
Um,
Make sure.
let's look at it,
Apply it to.
and, let's look at it.
Okay.
Okay. All right?
From 2020, we want me to get to you from the AG's office.
Oh, show it to me.
Thank you. Could you send that out, Madam,
Yes.
Secretary? The rules. Also want to remind council members to be mindful of what you say following the citizen's request. Anytime there's litigation or the potential of litigation, whatever is said in a public forum is admissible evidence in a court of law. So I want to remind this body that this is not a court of law, that we can hear from our citizens. After hearing from them, we will have an opportunity to make comment or ask brief questions, but we also can refer it to the appropriate department. So let us be mindful of this, and also be mindful to be very respectful of one another and those that are slated to be on the agenda for the evening. So even Mr. David Black.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Just a heads up to the city attorney, this is not narrating this video. I have been videotaping every council work session, special call, committee meeting since 2016. In a lot of these meetings, I was the only record kept. I have always posted the entire videos to publicly available Facebook pages and YouTube. Those pages have not changed. Videos are never narrated. My contract states that I am to live stream these meetings to the same sites. I have honored my contract. I started with this entire endeavor to provide much needed transparency in city government. Relying on the city to provide transparency on its own is not an option. We have seen the last administration, as well as this current, claim that they want transparency when they do everything in their power to obstruct the process. The current mayor has been known to turn off his live streams when meetings directions turned against him, and has removed council members' comments from an official page to hinder the truth from seeing the light. My voice has been silenced by this council as well. After being defamed in a public meeting by the city attorney and the mayor, I was denied a response. That denial to address my name being defamed in a public meeting has covered 5 different meetings. I have turned in several different notarized letters and been received into the clerk's office for information that I believe is related to the attack on my contract. I have had threats made against my family. I have been arrested in these very chambers just 2 hours after stating to the chief within earshot of the mayor that I feared that the attack on my family was in retaliation for my efforts to expose some suspected ill doings in city government. The stopping of my contract, as stated by our city treasurer multiple times, was stopped on a verbal directive from the city attorney and from the mayor. The accusations outlined in the certified letter from the city attorney are false. In that letter from the attorney was a demand that I destroy all video evidence, including any paperwork. It came with a threat if I didn't comply. It is a crime for any government official to demand of me to destroy potential evidence. Part of the information I requested of the city is being received, being believed to be evidence of some of those laws broken. The mayor stated that he was the one who stopped my contract because, in his word, my handicapped daughter made a video of the park that was not in compliance with ADA regulations. That video led to a formal official offering to help resolve the issue, but has been derailed by this current administration. When I went to the Recreation Department to inquire about the progress of the repairs, I was denied entry into the office. I was told in early February, standing outside that office, that an estimate has been received in late January, that it was doable, but it needed to be sent to the council for approval. That information has still not been sent to council. I am being treated different from other contractors. The language written into my contract is written with requirements that no other contractors are subject to. I am not the one in breach of my contract, but in fact, I'm providing more transparency than this administration actually wants. The city's claim is an effort to stop that transparency. I am requesting that because of this breach, the city pay my contract out in full. I am also requesting that all personnel responsible for these unlawful acts to be addressed. I just want to be treated the same as everybody else and not discriminated against because of who I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman. We appreciate it. Council, any comments? Thank you, Mr. Blackman. All right.
Listen, I said to the city attorney, and I even sent the president of the council an email when I saw what was going on at the amphitheater in the park out that area, and the disparaging things that were being said about the city that were not justified. Even the former mayor met him at that location to try to explain what was going on with that situation, and had asked me to come down because not the former mayor George Evans met him at the site to explain to him what went on, and had the contractor who put the equipment there. My concern was we should not be paying someone to say disparaging things about the city. That's my point. That's my point.
Okay, well, there's a line there where it becomes legal and not legal. I mean, that's what I'm trying to get to here, because you can create lawsuits and whatnot.
Well,
when it comes to that, just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's illegal.
Well, at this point, listen, I have a responsibility we have a responsibility to protect the name and character of this institution. I'm not talking about the council, I'm talking about the city of Selma. And we should not be paying someone to put out disparaging information about our community. We shouldn't.
But we cannot restrict our First Amendment rights.
I'm not restricting First Amendment rights, but what I am doing is saying I'm not going to pay somebody to do what they're doing. If they want to do it, go ahead. But I'm not going to pay you to do it. So now I said to the city attorney, that contract needs to be terminated. And if the council wants to reinstate the contract under those conditions, what you know, do so. But I said it needed to be terminated.
And that is
Yes, Councilwoman Jamie Thomas.
This is unfinished business dealing with David Blackman. You know, it's been months. The last time we had that executive session, we were supposed to come back. I'm talking.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilwoman Jamie Thomas.
You know, we said we were supposed to come back with the information on what the Alabama League of Municipalities didn't know what happened. So Mr. David Blackman came before us, and I understand him, and I believe in doing right. Mr. Blackman, we gave Mr. Blackman, we voted a contract for Mr. Blackman. We did not dismiss his position. Mr. Blackman has been in a finance situation with his family, with his daughter, cut his income off from him being taken care of.
Do you have a recommendation for us?
My recommendation is to do what Mr. Blackman came before us, pay him out his contract, and we'll do.
Okay, so are you making a motion?
Yes, I
that
am.
we pay Mr. David Blackman the remainder of his contract and also pay him whatever he's owed that has not been paid?
Yes.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Call him one more time. Is there a second? Okay, the motion is died for the lack of a second.
Okay, well, citizens, y'all remember this, say, the legislative branch remember this, that we voted to give Mr. Blackman that contract.
Okay.
And he based on his income, where he had to take care of his child. This man have not received any check or anything, and his finance is down at this point. Now, I did what a legislative representative is supposed to do, because we gave him the contract, and the mayor interfered and stopped his contract. We even brought it to the executive session to go back, and it never got done. Nobody never came back with the answer. And I think that is unfair to this body of legislators to do what we got to do.
Okay, thank you. For the record, it's been notated. Councilman Harville and Councilwoman
So
Thompson.
what do we need to do? He's under a contract. We gotta pay him. What do we gotta do to get him paid?
He came before us.
That's kind of what she was making a motion to do.
Well, no, she made the motion to pay his contract out.
Oh, okay.
And then he remains
Sure,
in returns.
well, is there an alternative motion that someone wants to make?
I make a motion, we pay him what we owe.
Is there a second? Up to present day. Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
But I do have a question.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Why do we have to make a motion to pay him when we already voted?
We have a contract.
Well, I think that there was a legal question as to whether or not the mayor had the authority to cancel the contract without our approval, or the, so that was the question that was presented legally. But for the record's sake, I think the council is more than able to make this vote on this motion that's been presented for a clear record. All right, so who seconded that motion by Councilman Harvey? Who's, sorry, Councilman Jefferson?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. But can we, get some advice from the attorneys, the legal, what way we do this,
Well, we went through that procedure with the attorney, and what we were doing was, we were supposed to be presenting the question, and the attorney agreed, we were presenting the question to Alabama League, the municipality, and we have not gotten a response back yet. Because we've done what we needed to do, and now we're waiting on the mayor to present his facts. And so that's where we are on that.
And my question to this legislative body, the league knows that we as elected officials should know. We put a contract in, Mr. Black. We voted for the contract.
Okay.
And we did not terminate his contract.
Okay.
And we did the proper procedures
Yes, ma'am.
and it never happened.
We do have a motion. Somebody seconded Councilman Harvey's motion. Was it Councilwoman Thompson? So we do have a motion that's been made and properly seconded. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young?
Yes.
Councilman Harville?
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael?
This is to pay out the terms of the contract.
No.
Pay him what we owe him today.
2 days. Okay. Yes.
Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Randolph?
Yes.
Councilman Jemison?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas?
State for the record, put this on the record. Councilwoman Thomas is voting for him to get his updated salary. And for the mean term of his contract, I'm expecting an answer from the Alabama League of Municipality, which we asked before, to come back and tell us about his contract, that was he in any violation of anything. We need to get that answer. To continue out to further out his contract, because we're gonna be back at the same problem.
Okay, it's duly noted.
I need to vote. What is your vote?
Did you write what I said?
I did, but is your vote yes, no, or you abstaining?
My vote is yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't.
And we have one more.
Councilman Johnson?
I'm gonna hold no, it's just so confusing to me.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, any other new or All right, now we'll move on to our next speaker for the evening, Mr. David Blackman, and he's here to discuss requests for non-payment of services. Mr. David Blackman.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
We'll be a little bit more formal with y'all today. My name is David Blackman. I was contracted originally by the city council with a unanimous vote to provide video for all the meetings. I have dutifully 100% done my job. I have been turning in my invoices that have been signed and turned over to the treasurer since December. It's been 6 months and I have not been paid yet. And last Tuesday, with a vote of 8 yeses and 1 abstention by Mr. Johnson here, y'all voted to have the treasurer cut my check Friday. When I come Friday, I get here and City Hall's vacated with just a skeleton crew and there's no check to be found anywhere. I did my job. I provided all the stuff and I'm asking here tonight that y'all direct the treasurer again to cut my check tonight. It's been done with other people before when they was not paid. It's time to get this done. 6 months is plenty of time for this to go on. And that's all I have to say to y'all tonight. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman. Council members, are there any that would like to make comment or question regarding citizen Mr. David Blackman? Councilwoman Jackie Thomas.
To this legislative body, I would like to address Mr. Davis, which we did vote on. Also, during this weekend, last week when we were in our training, we have an opportunity to address issues that are right on cards, that things that we need to find out if it's legal. Who dismissed contract? This was addressed during our training at the Alabama in Tuscaloosa. And that question I put on there, and it came out the answer. They told us that if Mr. David contract, that this body of the council that was in there, if anything that was in that contract defines of any area of saying against him that was rolled up in that contract, that the council has the right to dismiss that contract, not the mayor, because we were the one that did the contract. And also, we took the notes, and also we videoed the whole session, because it was very important to get to work to get the right answer to what we needed. The contract was did by this body of the council. We voted, and we did not dismiss his contract. And they told us to look at the contract. Anything in that contract that was against what was rolled up in that contract to say for this body of the council to dismiss it, then we had the right. But not the mayor did not have the right. And the president was present at that time, and he could verify the same thing that was addressed. And it was addressed by a real attorney. We had 2 from the league, and we had an attorney that's sitting there in the seat. There were a lot of questions that were addressed from different council members from different cities on the situation they were having. And this was one of our situations that we needed to take care of.
Thank you. Any other council members have any comments or questions? Mr. Blackman, in regards to any action tonight, this is a work session, so we can't take any votes directly, but we can take votes on Tuesday at our official meeting. All right. Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you, council.
Also, I would like for this to be, for the record, that we voted, this body of the council had voted to take care of Mr. David Blackman, the last council meeting. And it did not happen because of our treasurer had said that she couldn't pay him. But I would like to say this, once the council make a vote on paying, the council makes this vote on paying Mr. David Blackman, it should have been paid off. So I'm asking this council again. We have already found that out. I was a council person that active, I would tell this body of council, I was at the league this weekend, Wednesday, 3 days, and I did write the question to get the clarification. I wrote the questions which we had, but no offense to you, Mr. Majors. And that's why I say, when we say there's legal advice, but we had an actual attorney that was sitting there beside two lead representatives for the Alabama League of Municipality. And the attorney addressed the question about who can cancel contracts, and they made the statement. We were the one that did the contract, so the council would have to be the one to cancel the contract. And they said if there was nothing specific in our contract, the way the mayor had said that Mr. Blackman had did, we did not have nothing in our contract specific direct for him to be, for the contract to be dismissed. And with the answer that I got, so I did get my answer, so I brought it back to this body of the legislature that we need to direct, ask our treasurer to pay Mr. Blackman.
Mr. President.
Yes, attorney.
The treasurer is in a legal bind. She's not in a financial bind. The very point that's being made right now by Councilwoman Thomas is that she asked someone at the league, an attorney, to weigh in on the status of a legal matter in the city of Selma. The League of Municipalities is an advisory board only. They have a right to advise you on anything you ask them about. There were actually two motions made. The first one failed and the second one succeeded. There was some deliberation even among this body about what was owed. And I submit that's another part of the bind in which the treasurer finds herself. She's being told to pay how much, for what reason, and the answer comes back because the council says to pay. Well, that's normally plenty to get something done, but how much? Was this contract terminated lawfully? Councilwoman Thomas is saying she was told, no, it wasn't. And I'm saying, does this person even know, asking if the person even knows all the facts on the ground? So there is some confusion that needs to be cleared up. And I'm not saying it can't be cleared up, but to put the treasurer in an even tougher position and to tell her to pay something when we don't even agree on the legal status of the contract, I think is a problem.
Councilman Harvey.
First of all, whether you cancel the contract or not, Mr. Chairman, you still owe David the money. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. You can stand here and say that the mayor had every right to cancel that contract. It's a moot point. If you canceled it, you still owe him the money. So I mean, this is a bunch of one of my favorite German words, baloney. My motion was clear that we pay David Blackman what he was owed on his contract to date. I mean, how was that confusing? I mean, I don't get it. And even if you cancel the contract, you still got to pay him. I mean,
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Council President. I was on that email thread and it was asked of me, was the contract canceled? I stated from my recollection, the council did not void, discontinue, end, or stop that contract. The payment was stopped verbally. There was nothing in writing sent to council to say, stop this contract payment. It was a verbal stop. You all made a motion, it passed unanimously with one abstention. In the same email thread, I was also asked if I could let Mr. Blackman know that he could not be paid. And I stated in there, I don't feel comfortable doing it, and I give you exact words without the email in front of me. It should come from the respective personnel. So I would say, one, if the contract was canceled or stopped, that's totally council's jurisdiction. Council did not do that. Two, if council made a vote to pass, that's a legal vote made in a quorum, in a meeting that council holds. That should be on. Now, if it's otherwise, let's do that, but we have other things that's pending behind this, that if we just take one verbal word for one contractor, we'll wind up getting ourselves in a world of trouble. And I know that personally, because in 2020, my contract was stopped. And I had to get my attorney involved, to get my money. So I know how it feels. And I'm only stating facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Secretary. Councilman Carmichael.
I too forgot the opinion from the league way back when only the council has the authority to stop payments. So nobody else has authority over the finances, not the attorney, not there. It takes a vote of the council to stop the payment. So we need to make sure we're clear on that moving forward. If there's a payment that needs to be stopped, you gotta bring it to the council so we can vote on it to stop it. So the payment should have never been stopped, the contract should have never been terminated. So the contract still exists. We're still binding. The payment should have never been stopped. We still owe the money.
Then how much do you owe them?
You go from the date, the last time we paid him, from the last paycheck, the last payment he got, from that day.
And was that included in your motion and in the order to the treasurer?
Up to date.
You said to date, I think you said to date.
Up to,
But from what date to what, that's all I'm asking.
our secretary.
Whatever the term of the contract is.
And that lies the question. It's not belonging,
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to pay out the terms of the contract.
Is there a second?
I second.
Yeah.
Mr. Moving and properly seconded to pay out the terms of said contract of Mr. David Blackman. It was moved by Councilman Carmichael and properly seconded by Councilman Harvey. Are we ready for the question? So that we can get this clear for the record. It was moved by Councilman Carmichael, properly seconded by Councilman Harvey, to pay out the contract of a Mr. David Blackman. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young,
Yes.
Councilman Harvey,
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael,
Yes.
Councilwoman James,
Abstain.
Councilman Randolph, Councilman Jemison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Michael Johnson.
Again, I'm abstaining because we all over here.
Will you please read back the results of said vote, Madam Clerk?
There are 7 affirmative votes and 1 abstention.
Motion passes. Hopefully,
Should be 2 abstentions, right?
2 abstentions. Councilwoman James and Councilman Johnson. With the affirmative vote of the majority members of this council, hopefully, Mr. Blackman can receive payment based on the vote. Hopefully.
President Young, this contract has an expiration too, so you're saying through the remainder of his contract.
That's what the motion
Pay out
Terms of
the contract.
I just want to reiterate.
It's
that
just getting clarity.
An end date, an end date.
Absolutely.
And I believe Councilman Carmichael has cited law that only the council has the authority to cancel or terminate payment. It takes a majority of affirmative vote of the council at a called meeting to terminate a contract, to stop payment on a contract. A recommendation can be received by the mayor or the attorney. That is a recommendation. But in order to cancel a contract, it has to be a majority vote of the council. Because only a majority vote of the council can approve a contract. Thus, if it takes a majority vote to approve, it takes a majority vote to cancel of a duly elected council in session. Councilwoman James.
Okay, I just want you to state for the record that I abstained during the original vote, that's why I abstained now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And that will be recorded in the record.
I would certainly hope that Mr. Blackman would fulfill his duties as defined in the contract, even though
Thank you. Now, are there any other matters that need to
Miss Terry, do you know what time I might could come by and pick that up?
It's not gonna be tomorrow. It'll probably be sometime on Friday. Hopefully it will work, okay?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Miss Terry, do you know what time I might could come by and pick that up?
It's not gonna be tomorrow. It'll probably be sometime on Friday. Hopefully it will work, okay?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Miss Terry, I'm here to pick up my check, please.
Yes, your check has been cut, but the mayor hasn't. You will have to see that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Your check has been cut, but the mayor hasn't. You will have to see that.
The mayor has my check. You're the one who pays everybody, right?
I write the check, but he has the option to hold a check and talk to the person.
I don't have nothing to say to the mayor. Yes, ma'am. I'm really shocked that you would put yourself in the position you put yourself in to follow him. And I understand your position that you don't want to be fired by him for not doing your work, but you're going to end up in jail for it's over with. I understand the mayor has my check, and I'm waiting. I was sent down here by Terry to pick up my check from the mayor.
Your name is?
David Blackman.
Okay,
Thank you.
I was told to tell you that, that the mayor will get with you on Tuesday, since Monday is a holiday.
Today's payday. Today is payday. Are you part of the obstruction going on too? I'm just asking. I know you, that's what you was told. But don't put yourself in a position to be part of the obstruction here. He has been ordered, the treasurer has been ordered to pay. It's been 5 months since I've been paid. He's sitting back there. He's going to end up in jail himself. So he needs to bring my check out here now. That's what he needs to do. Just go back and tell him I'm waiting on my check now. It's been cut. I know he has it. The treasurer's already said he has it. Bring it out here to me. Well, and I'm asking you to go back and tell him to bring my check out now, please. Are you not going to do that? Good evening, sir. I'm going to record this for both our. I want to report a stolen check, which was written out by the treasurer, stole by the mayor. It's in excess of $10,000, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a felony.
Hold on. Start over.
The clerk, the treasurer, wrote my check out. 5 months worth of work. It's probably close to $10,000 for the check. The mayor took that check and is taking off back there to hide in his room and is refusing to give me my duly. And I'm reporting a stolen instrument is in his possession back there now.
You got your name on it?
Yeah, it's got my name on it.
3:30. Show me how to see it.
Thank you, Miss.
Also, you get 1073.
No, ma'am, I don't. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good weekend and holiday. Council has already ordered this check cut 3 different times in official meetings. It was cut and the mayor took possession of it. That's stealing. That's okay. It takes me effort to get yours. I got mine for free.
work for the city of Selma?
I work for the council. Council, city council.
You work for city council?
Correct.
And what do you do for city council?
I videotape.
You videotape?
Correct.
Okay, and they supposed to be paying you?
Since December the 23rd.
And you never got paid?
Nope. There's already an EEOC lawsuit against it. The council had ordered the treasurer to cut my check 2 or 3 different times with full unanimous vote of the council. And it was wrote, and he stole it, and he's in possession of a stolen instrument.
So how long you had?
I'm sorry.
How long you had your check?
He's had it all afternoon, as far as I know, since it's been cut. She said when it was cut, he took it. Make sure we get it done right now. If you mind, what is your name?
Awesome.
Newberry, thank you, sir. Do you have badge numbers? Y'all have badge numbers? Do you have badge numbers, do y'all have?
Yeah, 2851.
Thank you, sir. Could I get your name too, please? Benjamin?
I'm Benjamin.
I got Mr. Newberry.
Okay.
What's your badge number?
2850.
And
we waiting on it's
supervisors.
We waiting on supervisors. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
we can do our little investigation to a certain extent.
I understand.
While we're on scene, but we don't have no facts. We're going by what you said.
Well, you can talk to the treasurer.
It's fine.
The treasurer, the supervisor's on the way, right?
Yeah, supervisor's on the way. So
it's all good, Mr. Benjamin.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. Appreciate it. Well, what is your badge number, sir? Your badge number?
Yes, sir. 2850.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hey, sir, this is one of our supervisors.
Yes. I was here to report theft of an instrument.
An instrument?
Well, my check for a little over $10,000 right out there has been written out to me. It was taken by the mayor.
You mean physically taken?
Physically taken. He has it in his possession back there now. I'm here to report a stolen, pretty much close to $10,000.
Okay.
He has it in his possession already. I think these gentlemen already done verified that. So he is in possession of a stolen instrument.
Well, what was explained to us he explained just like he did before. It was physically taken from him. So
it was not from me, from the treasurer.
Okay, so they didn't take it out of your hand.
No, not out of mine.
See, now that changed the whole situation.
Not from me, because that's not what I told you. I said that the check was wrote by the treasurer. I'm not mad at you, Mr. Minister. That it was taken from the treasurer. The mayor has no business picking up my check, period. It's not his. So when he took it from the treasurer, he is in possession of something that does not belong to him. It's in an excess of an amount that is considered a felony. And I would like to press charges and get my money taken from, because there's a thief back there with my money, and I like it.
Is the finance officer there?
Yeah, the finance office, the treasurer, Terry Smith. And I've recorded her conversations as well.
Yeah.
I don't mean to get into it too close.
Go ahead. I'm just. Can you explain?
No. Council is in control of my contract. It's been voted on 3 times by for a majority vote, by an 8-1 vote, and by a 7-2 vote for her to pay me my money.
Okay.
It's been 5 months.
Okay.
The check was supposed to have been ready today when it was meant, and Terry herself told me it was going to be ready today. That's what she told me Tuesday during council meeting. And when I get here today, she said the mayor has my check. The mayor come and pick my checkup, and he has my check, that I'm gonna have to see him to get my check. Well, I go down there to see the mayor, and he tells me he's not gonna give me my check, that I had to wait till Tuesday, and the Monday's a holiday, and then he'll talk to me about my check. But he's in possession of a stolen check, and I would like him prosecuted, please. Arrested. This is Miss Terry right here.
Okay. How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
All right. Mr. Blackman is saying that the finance president check and the mayor came and got it.
No, hold on a second.
And I was recording earlier too, Miss Terry.
Well, I was going to since we have to do these things. What I said was that the mayor had to check.
Thank you. That's all y'all need, right?
We just want to get understanding.
That's right. But the mayor has my check.
The mayor has the authority to over all the finances.
The council is over finances, Miss Terry. Actually, sir, the council is over all finance. The mayor is over her direction.
And I was directed, as you just said, I was directed.
So it seems like there's two people involved in the obstruction of my check.
Now, your check is not, your check has been written.
Well, I would like it. I've been waiting for it for an hour.
All you have to do is talk to the mayor.
I've tried to. He told me that he would not talk to me until Tuesday.
Hold on one second. I think the secretary said Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah, well, today's payday.
Today, we ran the check today, but not necessarily payday.
Today's payday, ma'am.
Well, let me answer this. Why he couldn't get the check today?
Because the mayor has stolen the check.
Okay, is the mayor still here?
He's probably running.
Because if the check is printed, I don't see why reason we shouldn't be able to get it, even though you.
I mean, we talked with him, but he was saying he had to review something.
There's nothing to review. The city, league, and municipalities.
He said until he get done doing it. He didn't say he couldn't get it. Okay. He just said he needs to review something. So we told him, I mean, okay, we called now.
The League of Municipality plus 2 AG opinions already said that council owns this contract and they are the only one that can do anything with this contract. The mayor has stolen $10,000 and is back in that room hiding. I don't know what he's going to do with it, whether he's going to try to cash it or whatever, but I would like my check that's been due to me since December the 23rd or so. It's already been through all the litigation process.
Well, all we can do is do a report for you.
Yeah, I would like to sign a warrant for his arrest for felony theft of property.
You would take that up with the station. Under the circumstances, you may have to talk to some of the deputies office instead to deal with city employees.
Somebody just needs to go back there and get my check away from the thief back there now.
We can do a report for you. Then you may need to contact the council.
Look, I've already contacted the council, and they are well aware of what's going on, and a lot of jobs are on the line right now.
Either one of them, were they going to come and talk to anybody?
I'm sorry.
Or was any one of them going to come and talk to anybody?
No, I don't need anybody to speak for me. I know my rights on that. And I know that the man has in his possession, as stated by Mr. Benjamin and others, and Miss Terry, my check. That's all y'all need to know.
Yeah. Well, all we can do is for you is a report. We don't want to take the account of this process.
Well, somebody needs to be here to be able to file a warrant. There's a thief in the back room back here, and I would like him taken care of. If he has my check, and y'all have seen my check, y'all need to go get my check.
So basically, what we can do now is
just go get my check, please.
We're going to do your report.
I can give you a report. I can't physically go get your check, okay?
When you know there's a thief that's holding something, is it because he's the mayor?
No, sir.
I mean, I understand where you're in the position that you're in, but this man is stealing.
I got it. That's my supervisor.
I understand
My
that,
supervisor
and
is-
everybody is on record.
Well,
as to what-
listen to
and-
me. Listen
and I'm
to
not-
me. Listen
go
to
ahead.
me. I listen to
Yeah,
everything
thank
you had to
you.
say.
Go ahead,
okay?
sir.
Everything I say is doing is recorded. Okay?
Yes, sir. I know.
You want to do your report?
Yes,
Can
I do.
see your ID?
Yes.
What's your job title?
I'm a video photographer.
So you basically record all the council.
All council, every meeting for the council. And do y'all have like incident report numbers that's given on these? I know this is not a good position to be put into. But, you know, thief's a thief.
You hear the back door?
Yes, sir.
It's Curtis.
That's fine. Well, just want to say, Mr. Leclerc, I'm not sure the depth of the ramification really. Technically, and there's nothing against you or but you actually haven't had it in your possession yet.
I'm here to get it in my possession.
Yeah.
But, and she stated that it has already been taken.
Right,
by the
right.
mayor.
I mean,
So I couldn't get it if it's gone before I get here.
Yeah. I mean,
I know.
It's been printed out, but
Right, that's all I want. So it's been
you
printed.
haven't had possession of it yet, so it's kind of hard to take ownership.
Well, I'm here to take ownership now.
I got you. But
So if he'll go get it, if you'll go get it, I'll take ownership of it now,
I understand what you're saying.
and we'll deal with it from
But
there.
you be able to come back.
No, sir, I'm here to get my check today.
The mayor, they said.
I've already been waiting for 5 months, so I've been plenty of time. This man's been playing games.
So there's not going to be anything else that we can do but do a report fee.
So if you know that there's a man holding my check in there that's $10,000 in a felony amount, you're still not going to.
He's not here. They told us he's not here.
Oh, he was here a few minutes ago. I'm sure he bugged out when he. If the mayor would have run between you and me and grabbed the check and took off running, I wouldn't have technically had possession of it either, but it's still a stolen check. And I believe with enough of the record that's already been documented, AG's opinions, legal municipalities' opinions, it's going to look bad. So I need to go down to the police department to pick up the report.
Yes, sir.
What time that day? Probably 4 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock.
They probably gone now, so. No, it's 3:19. Well,
Did you get it?
they may have left early. I didn't get it. They may have left early. If they did, then they did changed it.
You gotta sign this, bro. You gotta sign right here. You can print your name there.
Let's see what's going on. So,
You can print right there for me. Sign right here.
Like you familiar with that paper?
It's basically.
And just telling us that you made that statement and then we just made
Thank you, sir.
Typically be able to pick that up. Sir, could I get your name, sir?
Lieutenant Crown.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Lieutenant Crown.
Do you have a badge number, sir?
We have ID number.
Oh, ID.
2694.
Thank you, sir. I think I got everybody else.
I'm gonna give you a copy of the case.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you.
Understand everything?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's your case number. You can
Okay.
follow up.
I'll be there Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just here to pick up my check.
I'm sorry, I told you before.
Yes, ma'am. Who authorized you to give my check out?
The mayor.
Okay, you know that I didn't sign an authorization for you to give my check to nobody, right? I didn't sign an authorization for you to give my check out to anybody. The mayor has stolen my check, and you're part of that. I just want you to know that you need to go down there and ask that man. I'm not going to go down there and kiss his ring for him to give me my check. You gave him my check. You're responsible for that check until I get it. You will be held responsible for it. You need to go get my check now. Just go down and tell that fish-eyed fool to give me my check.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How are you doing, sir? They all hid in the office. In Terry's office. Everyone but the lady in red. Aaron, everybody is in there. Unless they have a back door.
It's here. Up.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
They all piled up in her office.
Okay.
I'm glad to not. I'm doing well, sir. How you doing?
Alright. So they still asking about your money?
I'm still trying to.
What they said?
I'm here to request it again, and same stuff's going on.
Okay.
Correct. The mayor has a stolen check for $11,310.70.
And that's first has to get the check pre-cleared.
No, sir. The check has already been pre-cleared by the city council, who controls all finances. Can I get your name and badge number, please, sir?
I'm not badge number, my name's Austin.
And yours is? Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. And yours is?
Givin.
And yours?
Austin Hayes.
Austin Hayes. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
There's already lots of moving parts going on in this thing here.
Okay.
I went to the police department and I was informed there that y'all couldn't investigate the mayor, that seems to be wrong because y'all had no problem investigating Sam Randolph when he allegedly peed on the road. Like I said, the standards are different, and I understand that y'all in a position where y'all's boss is there, but city council appointed the chief. City council appointed the fire chief too, and y'all technically work under that. Y'all get daily supervision by the mayor, but y'all's day-to-day operation is by the mayor, but your responsibility lies to the council. This man owes me money. I've already been down here. I was supposed to get it last Friday. The mayor held it up then. There was a big deal down here at that time, and it's only going to get worse until he gives me my check. I'm not going to go down there and kiss that man's ring. He had nothing to do with the origination of my contract, nor did he have anything to do with the execution or the payment of my contract. The council controls all of that, and they're hot about this thing. All of council is united, with the exception of maybe one, and united about getting this thing fixed. And it's been 6 months of this man and this Terry Barnes Smith. They're all listed in documents, have all been turned over to AGs, federal people. Everybody's getting involved in this thing. My check needs to be brought out to me.
Did you pick a copy of your report up?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay.
And I went to file. ICE also made a report with the sheriff's department too, which scanned y'all's copy in. Okay. It's been sent to the AG's office, federal people, Andy Arrington. They're all aware of what's going on, and they're all. The AG and federal people have not responded back as of yet. Okay. But the thing that I'm here for is I have done my work. There is an EEOC lawsuit already involving this in the process. That's already been the thing, and they're all aware of that. This man here is deliberately holding up a check, supposedly for me to talk to him when he had nothing to do with the origination or the execution or anything of my check. The thing that he's trying to do is create an instance where transparency does not get out. They have made official letters to me stating that I'm to delete all my footage of everything. That's a federal crime. Under color of law 241 or 242 says that two government officials cannot demand a journalist to delete anything from that because it's potential evidence of a crime, which I assert probably or wrongdoing at best. Okay. So, and I'm just here to get my check. You've already stated that the mayor has my check. I would ask you officers to go down and do what you know is right and get my check from the man. Of course, and by the way, the other day when y'all was investigating him and y'all come back out here to talk to Terry, he bugged out the back. That's eluding. You should mark that in your...
Okay, now the report that has been done now, the only thing we can do, like we did the other day, is do a report. It's going to be up to the detectives or whoever else takes it up.
Yes, sir. If you would, go ahead and do another report, please.
Well, it's the same as the...
I know, but it's a paper trail.
Okay.
And could I get an instant report? I can pick it up later. If I just get an instant report, I can pick this up later. Like I said, that's all I really need. At this point, I can pick up the other tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got everything? Okay.
And can you write me down the instant report number? I don't mean to cause y'all no.
Oh, no,
I know
you-
y'all.
you- I don't blame
y'all
you,
are.
I don't
Y'all
blame
are
you about your
outside.
money. I don't blame you about your
When
money.
somebody steals money from you, it ought to be.
I don't blame you about your money. I can't blame you about that.
I also need to advise Miss Terry while she's here, if y'all would bring her back out, that the recordings that she made on her cell phone.
Eight zero. You got a notepad to write it down on?
But she needs to be advised not to delete any of her footage that she shot from her phone, because I'm going to FOIA request it tomorrow.
Okay. You want her to come back, G?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to tell her that. Thank you very much, Mr. Hodge. Like I said, I apologize. Y'all having to go through this. Y'all got enough real crime to do, but thank you. Like I said, it should have been a simple matter of doing the work, getting paid. Like I said, the only reason I asked for this, y'all were called for service for me. Just want to document it.
Oh no, you let him pick.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor would love nothing more for me to be charged with a crime in this. That way he could trespass me away from trespass. But as it stands now, unless I've committed a crime, he can't trespass me from this meeting. That bothers him somewhat. We may have an elevator next week if it keeps going like it's going. No, I mean, they're working on the elevator for City Hall. For the last 2 years, we've been walking up and down the stairs. Which is not a big thing, but I got a handicapped daughter that used to attend, but she can't attend anymore due to this no elevator. I did turn in a freedom of information request today for the body-worn camera footage from the other day, and I'll do the same for today too for the officers. I know y'all don't delete, but bring me my check. I don't have nothing to say to you. Just give me my check.
Chill.
I have nothing to say to you, Mr. Perkins,
But I
until
have something to say.
you don't have any authority over me, and I don't have any responsibility to listen to you.
He continues to harass employees. Listen,
I have not committed a crime, and they already know that they cannot trespass me from City Hall unless I have committed a crime. They already know that. I understand you don't like transparency. I I understand that fully.
So
But
I
it's
decide.
here. Not until you decide. Council's already decided.
Council
Are you
cannot-
listening to this, sir?
Council cannot dictate it.
The council has already dictated in 3 separate meetings that you pay me my money.
I just can't get back to you.
I come for my check, and you have my check. They know you got. Is he leaving the scene of a theft? Are you not going to arrest this man for theft?
No,
Stop him.
We're gonna do your report, sir.
I want you to stop this thief from taking off with $11,310.70. Still waiting on my check. There's a thief leaving again. He ran the other day. Time to get him. That's right, thief. They leaving? I guess that's a perk walk, right? Walk of shame. He's actually parked illegal too. Do you see this? Halfway out in the road. Going the opposite way. Is he gonna back out? Let me ask you something, brother. Is he gonna back out into traffic?
We're not here worried about the way you park. We're dealing with your check, okay? I'm not worried about that.
I understand
Okay,
that.
but look, we're not dealing with the way you parked in the roadway. You worry about your check, right?
I'm worried.
We're not worried about that.
It's fine.
Okay. Hold on, let us deal with that. We're not worried about the parking violation right now.
I do have 2 more quick things. I know this is a sore subject, but I think we need a full explanation. Madam Clerk, if you would, I would like the council to be informed of why we have entered contracts with 2 individuals and they're not being paid. And I don't mean 6 months from now. This is borderline insanity.
And Councilman Harville, for clarity and specifics, could you state the names of those members?
Yes, I don't know the contracting parties. I don't know the parties to the contract.
Okay.
But that would be Mr. Blackman's recording services and the contract that we entered in with Mr. Neely for the
Consultant, MPG consultant.
Yeah, those 2.
Yes.
I was advised by a state attorney that we should get an attorney general's opinion stating the facts, and we can vote on it as a council and get it to the attorney general so that we can get an answer as to exactly what needs to be done. And then it will be an official attorney general's opinion.
If you can prepare that, and at the work session, we can vote that up or down at our next meeting.
All right.
All right.
Councilman named David Blackman, I'm just stating this for the record. On 9/28/2021, council voted by majority to approve my contract. On 10/13, that contract was effective and signed. On 11/23, and pay attention to the dates, I filed a request for information on public records with the clerk. At the same day, we had a council meeting, and Attorney Madison added an item to his report that day that wasn't on his agenda. They called me out as violating my contract. It went on for about 2 minutes. The same day that happened, the security guard, William Brown, filed charges with me obstructing governmental operations against me. Now, I wasn't arrested that day. I'll get to that in a minute. On 12/3, I have received a letter that I was in breach of contract that was written by Madison that demanded deletion of all the recordings of everything that I had done under threat of litigation. On 12/29, my check was stopped by Attorney Madison. Invoices were continued to be submitted and were signed by Mr. Young, and this was every 2 weeks for about 11 or 12 different pay periods. Attorney Madison had directed the treasurer not to cut my checks. On 1/11 at the council meeting, in an exchange between Clay Carmichael and Attorney Madison, Madison stated that the content cannot be put out without approval, which I will remind the attorney that is prior restraint of the media. Madison did not realize that this was a live stream, and it did not go into my camera. It went straight to where it was supposed to, exactly the way my contract stated. Mr. Perkins said that the contractor does not have authority to set up, this was on that same meeting, does not have the authority to set up a social media page designated as an official city page of Selma. That's never happened. There is no page on my stuff that says that. That's just completely false. Perkins said that a contractor videotaped and posted very disparaging information about the city. And he mentioned the amphitheater in the park where disparaging things said about the city. This was referring to my handicapped daughter's 4th video in 4 years' time over the same exact piece of equipment that was stated there. But again, like I said, I guess he wants to pick on the handicapped as well. There's been 4 videos. Perkins also stated that it is concerned that he shouldn't be paying anybody that was disparaging, the same disparaging things about the city. And yet they're paying the city contractors now that has a list this thick of things that's been said against the city. Mayor said that he terminated my contract, and I can terminate a contract. I can fire you. On 1/20, I sent a certified letter to the city demanding that the workplace retaliation be stopped. On the 28th, I received a phone call threatening harm to my daughters. Now, I don't know whether this had anything to do with this or not, but I asked Chief Fulford right here in this section right here in between 2 meetings if he understood what was being said, and I suspected that it could be some foul stuff going on within here. And the mayor was sitting right over there when this happened, and about an hour later, I was arrested for that warrant, the warrant that was signed 2 months earlier. I was arrested that same night, 2 months after the thing was signed. 2 days after that, I was refused entry into the recreation department. Council voted to pay out my check on 5/24/22 2 times. It was 2 times that they voted to pay out my check. I went on 5/27, I went to the treasurer's office to pick up my check where all checks are to be picked up at. And she stated the mayor had it, and I have to go to the mayor and ask him. Well, I went down to the mayor's office and I asked, and the treasurer said that, his secretary said that the mayor said I'd have to come back Tuesday because this was Friday afternoon and Monday was going to be a holiday. And I called the chief of Fulford and I reported the theft of my check by the mayor. Now, the sheriff's department has written a report as second-degree larceny and theft and harassment against the mayor. I went back to the treasurer's office on 6/22 to ask for my check. This was 41 seconds. It's been viewed 2,000 times online where there was no confrontation, but yet she filed harassment and had me arrested for that 41 seconds there from that. It's online, everybody's probably seen it by now. I went to the city hall 4 days later. I didn't know there was a warrant signed for my arrest, and I dropped off some paperwork for a freedom of information request, which I never get. And and my son called my name and asked me, said, "Dad, you all right?" He said, "I just heard you call. They're calling the police on you at City Hall." I said, "Thank you." May I ask, since we did give a little bit of leniency, I got half a second left, and we did give a little bit of leniency, and I have 30 seconds.
If I do that for Mr. Blackman from now on, that's what I'll be charged with, so.
But we just did it.
I wasn't presiding at that time, so when I'm presiding, I have to go by the time. So are there any questions or comments? You may get your time back if somebody has a question. Are there any questions?
I just want to apologize for giving that leniency to one and not allowing it for another. I just want to apologize to everybody for that.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Black? Go ahead, Mr. Councilman Thomas.
I'd just like to say this to Mr. Black. When we require
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Black? Go ahead, Mr. Councilman Thomas.
I'd just like to say this to Mr. Black. When we require our treasurer, who we appoint over the city finance, and once we require her to do what we asked her to do, and it wasn't done, it was done opposite. And I think that this is a matter that, according to under our section code, under the treasury guidelines, the duties of her, I think this is a matter that we should turn this to make over to the attorney with the advice on this situation according to the procedures of what happened. That both of these gentlemen have not received their money. I think we should turn this over to Bobby Seaman under the section code that we have with the finance under section code 11-4384. I am asking that our president take this matter, be turned over to Bobby Seaman under this section code 11-4384. If the guidelines have not been proceeded according to the duties that we have asked, this council took a vote on and requested that this have been taken care of, this matter should have been taken care of. These are the legal matters that when things are like this, that our section code under the municipality finance is not carried out. So I think that we need to move this to a legal matter to make sure that this section 11-4384 is being upheld.
Thank you, Councilwoman Thomas.
Resolution R265, 21/22. This resolution is before you. Resolution of mayor to veto resolution XYZ, council action of June 14, 2022. And for the record, I'm gonna read it. Just for the record. Whereas in accordance with section 11-45-4 Code of Alabama 1975, the mayor of the municipality of Selma, Alabama is given general veto power. And whereas the Selma City Council acted on June 14, 2022 and voted to approve resolution XYZ, parenthesis, note, this resolution was not shared with the administration, city clerk, nor city attorney before, during, or after the city council meeting where it was presented and voted upon by council. And whereas James Perkins Jr., Mayor of Selma, Alabama, does invoke the power to veto said above referenced resolution XYZ because it authorizes the city council to perform executive functions in accordance to state law, the city council cannot authorize itself to perform day-to-day operations. And whereas resolution XYZ authorizes the purchase of public works equipment that has not been evaluated by the Public Works Department and has only been evaluated by a single individual who serves on the city council, and that individual does not have the authority to perform executive functions on behalf of city government. And whereas this transaction raises questions about this city council's continuation of interfering with operations, specifically by approving contracts that supersede its authority. And whereas by way of this resolution, return has been made to the city clerk of Selma, Alabama, expressing my objection in writing within 10 days of passage by the council of the above referenced resolution. And now therefore be it resolved that the mayor has complied with all legal requirements as set forth in the Code of Alabama, sections 11-45-3 and 1145-4 to execute the veto. Adopted by the City Council of the City of Selma, Alabama, this the blank date of blank 2022. The municipality of Selma, Alabama, James Perkins Jr. Mayor, attest for IDS Harris.
All right, council, we're not gonna spend a whole lot of time. We have before us a veto resolution, presented to us. Council, let's briefly discuss. Anyone want to raise their hand? All right, go ahead, Councilman Carmichael.
I'm not sure what XYZ refers to. Can anybody, can you answer that, what XYZ refers to? Before I move forward with
Regarding the traffic, did you,
the traffic signals?
I think so, I didn't have a resolution number.
You didn't have a resolution number for that?
Right, is that?
Okay. Traffic signals, that was a contract. That's not a permanent resolution, so he has no veto power over that.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's just a simple legal issue. Attorney Madison, you should know that. And unless it's a permanent ordinance or resolution.
I should know what, Councilman?
That the only thing that the mayor has veto power over is permanent ordinances or resolutions.
That's correct.
Contracts are not considered permanent. It explicitly outlines that contracts, resolutions involving contracts are not permanent.
What?
So,
your point is correct to the extent it's made, but it's also a question of exactly what he's vetoing in general, and that's the action that he says was executive action by a council member.
there is no executive action.
That's the purpose of the veto, to establish whether or not it is.
Okay.
May I just make a
Go
point
ahead.
clear?
Yes, sir.
So what I did was I asked for a quote for services from a company that specializes in this. There's only about 3 of them in the U.S. And I asked for a quote. I did not negotiate any contracts. I asked for a quote for the services to do these lights. This has been worked on for years, and there was no need for me to negotiate any contracts. So what he continues to say. Okay. Traffic signals, that was a contract. That's not a permanent resolution, so he has no veto power over that.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's just a simple legal issue. Attorney Madison, you should know that. And unless it's a permanent ordinance or resolution.
I should know what, Councilman?
That the only thing that the mayor has veto power over is permanent ordinances or resolutions.
That's correct.
Contracts are not considered permanent. It explicitly outlines that contracts, resolutions involving contracts are not permanent.
What?
So,
Your point is correct to the extent it's made, but it's also a question of exactly what he's vetoing in general, and that's the action that he says was executive action by a council member.
there is no executive action.
That's the purpose of the veto, to establish whether or not it is.
Okay.
May I just make a
Go
point
ahead.
clear?
Yes, sir.
So what I did was I asked for a quote for services from a company that specializes in this. There's only about 3 of them in the U.S. And I asked for a quote. I did not negotiate any contracts. I asked for a quote for the services to do these lights. This has been worked on for years, and there was no need for me to negotiate any contracts. So what he continues to say on his videos, for all the public to see, on our City of Selma government page, as he calls the council out for wrongdoing, there is no wrongdoing. A citizen of Selma can come to the council with a quote. You got the email from the League of Municipalities stating all of this. You got it. When we had this discussion last spring, we had this discussion and we got opinions from the League of Municipalities. I put together everything with the AG's opinions, which you were fighting, and I put it all together in an email and I sent it to everybody to make sure everybody understood that the council has just about every authority over contracting according to the statute that there is. So you should have all that information, and as an attorney, you should hold up what is right and what is wrong and what is legal and what is moral, as you always say. And this, sir, is just a blatant offense to that. So I don't know where you are as our city attorney, where your mind is, but I think you need to get on. Things like this are not, it shouldn't even be allowed to be read aloud in a meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Carmichael, yes, and then we're gonna try to move on because we got a lot of other business.
I'm trying to make it very brief. The issue was contracting in the previous contract of an individual. It was not a question of whether or not the council was acting in an executive, a council member was acting in an executive capacity. The issue previously was a contract, and a contract is not, you're correct, a permanent action. So a contract, the mayor has no veto power over a contract. You're talking about a resolution that can very easily be determined to be of a permanent nature if you put up traffic signals in the city that stay up for an indeterminate amount of time. So it's a question not just of contracting, it's a question of what action is being taken to get traffic lights in the city of Selma without any executive input. That's part of what I see.
Okay, all right. I know some hands are up, but we do have a lot of other things that are going on. I do want to just try to wrangle all of this in some kind of way. Now, question. This was done by a contract. We didn't vote on a resolution. Did we vote on a resolution on this?
We did.
We voted on a resolution, okay.
And I'll tell you why, because it was a resolution to expend always discretionary, and I wanted to be clear about that.
Okay. And we do know that the law is clear about only things of a permanent nature can be vetoed. We are. But to offer some, which I think is good as far as the council goes, to know that. But we have a veto before us now that has been presented by the mayor. The council, when presented with a veto, has the option to accept what the mayor has, or they have the option to overrule that veto by 2/3 majority of the body that's sitting to vote. So council, is there a motion regarding this resolution, veto resolution 225-21/22?
So moved.
Okay, this would be a motion to overrule.
Oh.
Okay, I'm just
I'll
making
make a
sure.
motion to overrule the veto.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
After your second point of
Go ahead.
I wanted to read section 1145-4, veto of ordinances and resolutions.
Okay,
Pass.
attorney.
What section you at? I want to read it, section 11.
Section 1145-4, Code of Alabama, veto of ordinances and resolutions and passage over veto generally. If the mayor shall disapprove of any ordinance or resolution transmitted to him as provided in section 11-45-3, he shall within 10 days of the time of its passage by the council return the same to the clerk with his objections in writing, and the clerk shall make report thereof to the next regular meeting of the city council. And if 2/3 of the members elected to the said council shall adhere to said ordinance or resolution notwithstanding said objections, said vote being taken by yeas and nays spread upon the minutes, then and not otherwise, said ordinance or resolution shall, after publication thereof, have the force of law, unless by its terms it was to take effect on its approval, in which event it shall take effect upon its passage over such veto. The failure of the mayor to return to the clerk an ordinance or resolution which is vetoed within 10 days after its passage by the council shall operate and have the same effect as an approval of the same, and the clerk shall publish the same as is provided, subsection B of section 11-45-8 for the publication of laws and ordinances of said city.
Okay, can someone give me the date that this was passed?
Is it 10 days or 10 business days?
It just says 10 days. Just says 10 days. What was the date?
Evidently, on the resolution, it says June 14th.
And what's today?
Today is the 28th.
So that's been, you said the date was June what?
14th.
June 14th, and then today is what?
The 28th.
14 days.
Okay. So it was June 14th when we actually passed. And so how many days do we have? 10?
That's what's the term.
Per law, 10 days.
10 days.
Council, this veto is not in order. He had 10 days to submit that to the council. We have 14 days. Therefore, the veto by operation of law is overruled.
Correct.
Okay. From my understanding, that is all of the items that require votes and action from your report for me.
That is as listed on my report, but there's one other item that was not on the report that I want to bring to the council's attention. Mr. Black, the council approved the contract for David Blackman to do videotaping of work sessions, council meetings, committee meetings, and that contract was executed by him and signed off by you, Mr. President, and the mayor. What's come to light, though, is that one of the last clause of that contract recited that the release of that all information videotape was the property of the city of Selma, not Mr. Blackman's, and that therefore written authorization needed to be given to release that information anywhere to anyone for any reason. That's not what's happening. My understanding is that information is being posted to several places and being selectively chosen to be posted. So I wanted to make this body aware that that's in violation of the contract that Mr. Blackman has. I don't know whether or not he saw that or read that or not, but it's definitely a contract. I had to go back to review. I drafted it, then I had to go back to review it to make sure that was the case, and it is.
Okay. Well, that's just for information purposes tonight. No action is required by the body of the council at this time. But thank you for telling us about that, and we'll keep us posted.
Hey now, I want to do some inspection. Hendricks told me to come by and I was able to look at the plans that she had for the playground and all that stuff like that. And I come by last week and left my name.
She's not in right now, and
Yeah.
you can't carry your gun in there either. So.
Well, that's a lie, Mr. Gerald, and you know
Well, you cannot bring your. That's not a lie. You cannot bring
go
your
ahead.
children in your children in any public facility.
it. I tell you what, dude.
I'm not going to debate with you.
And I'm not going to debate with you either.
Not your.
I understand. I left a message with her last week.
Okay, well,
and she told me she was going to call me. But I will tell you, and look, I want you to call the chief and I want you to verify that I can carry on any premise in the city of Selma that's not restricted by law. I do this for a living.
Yes, sir. Well, as far as I know, they said that you couldn't. I think it's a sign up on the City Hall. They let you bring it in City Hall?
City Hall has a metal detector and a guard, which it gets by that. You don't have that here.
Okay. Well, we do have a metal detector.
It has to be used full time. There has to be a guard here. There's no guard here.
Okay.
But I'm just telling you, you're lying about that. Don't.
Well, maybe I made a mistake, but it's not a lie.
Okay. Well, I have informed you now, so you should know.
Yes, sir.
I need her to call me. I need to look at that thing. She told me that she had some information for me. I tried to get in touch with her. Do you need my phone number?
You can leave it with me.
If you don't mind, please. It's David Blackman. I'll get you that code where you'll have it.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
Right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman.
Hey, now, how you doing, sir?
This right here.
Yeah, that don't mean nothing.
Yes, it does.
No, it don't.
Well, I talked to the chief and them yesterday. So
look, 13-11-61-2 does not exclude this building. I have this gone by the end of next week. It'll be gone too. That's a bet. Is she here?
She's on her way.
Okay. And when she gets here, I will come in with it. Or you can call the chief. Actually, do call the chief. Please.
Okay, I will.
Call the chief.
But this is what I was told to do. They said to make sure we put it up here because...
And you just put this up?
I put it up yesterday.
Okay, good deal. Thank you. And by the way, your city policy does restrict you from carrying in a city vehicle.
I don't have a gun.
Okay.
I don't have a gun. Period. I'm peace. I want peace at all prices.
I understand, but I'm glad.
Don't seem to get it. Don't seem to get it.
Are you saying the mayor or the police chief told you to put this up?
I didn't say.
Do you want to say?
I was told.
Please call him out. Please call him out here. Please, because I don't want it to be no issue when he gets here. Please call the chief out here.
Okay, I call somebody.
Call the chief.
Well, I'll let you talk to Miss. Yeah. She'll be here in a minute.
That's fine. I'm gonna get some pictures of this here while I'm here. That's all right. I got you, Mr. Barron. Oh. Good morning. Perplexed, I guess, is the word I should put.
That's one of my words. I like that word.
Look, Gerald just pointed out the fact that he stuck this thing up here right there. It does have the correct statute number on it, but this does not exclude this building. I've actually had this building here unrestricted. I know. And understand this does not include this building.
Well, I can't allow you to come in the office with the gun. Number one, for my own comfort level.
Your comfort level does not trump the law, though.
But my comfort level.
It doesn't matter.
You can disregard me. I'm a citizen just
like
you.
Okay,
we can talk outside, but we're not going to be able to talk in the office with that, with you carrying the gun, sir.
I will address that with AG. And I promise you this will be gone.
They're in all the public buildings, so.
No, ma'am, it's not.
Yeah, they are.
It's not.
Okay.
It's only City Hall, and the only reason they have is the continuous posting of guards along with several other things that had to be met to make that. This does not include that. I know because that's what I do.
We're not going to argue about this.
I'm not.
I'm not. Because guess what? It's the 2 Fridays before Christmas, and we're not going to argue with that.
Are you recording us?
Yes.
Okay.
But I didn't agree to be recorded.
You don't have, we're a one-party state.
I did not agree to be recorded.
For a degreed person, I'm really kind of so shocked at
But
that.
I did not agree, regardless, I can state my facts.
Yeah, well, you
And I
can.
can always state,
You
I can always
you
state.
Do you
what
not
I-
want to give me my information that I'm here for?
What information are you here
Well, you told me when we were down at the park.
Because help me understand.
That when we were
But
down
I'm
at the
not
park.
agreeing to be recorded, so I'm getting away from the camera.
Well, this is not on. But
Yeah, it
the
is.
pocket record. Yeah, but it's not recording. So,
Okay, but yeah.
yeah,
Either
but
way.
this one is.
I'm sure you have something on, so.
Yes, I do have. And
I'm not agreeing to it, so.
So
You can put that in the record too.
I will.
Okay.
I'm here to see your plans for the park. When we were down at the park with Evans.
Which?
When we were down at the park, River Park.
Yeah, I do recall us being there. Yeah. Oh, we have an update for you on that too.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm here for.
Oh, okay. So, a couple things. The gentleman did send over the quote.
Right.
We got the quote. And it's doable.
Right.
So there's no issue with that. We've been able to identify funds to be able to make it happen. Now, the issue is the budget.
Right.
And then we can't spend anything.
But the mayor's spending all kind of money down out at
But
City
I'm
Hall.
just telling you, we can't spend anything until we're able to, because there's a transfer that has to happen. And so what they have to load our budget so that we can actually spend it. But
Right.
there's no issue in terms of the funding and that type of thing. So it can be done.
do we have a time frame when it will
I
be
don't
done?
because I don't know when they're going to load the budget. And
You
so
had
there
said
is
something
a
about
finance committee
you had said something
meeting.
about a grant to be able to fix some of the other problems.
But I don't have a time frame on when we're going to hear back from it. though.
Okay, but it has
'Cause
been filed.
that's out of our control.
Okay. I just want to let you know, though, I don't mean you or anybody else no disrespect, but the law applies to everybody, and this is not right. And I'll fix it, and I'll show. I'm not there to make an example out of you on that, but what you're doing is wrong. You can't restrict me from coming into this building.
Your opinion is your opinion, and I can
No,
respect your opinion.
my opinion is
and
the law.
And I can respect your opinion.
My opinion is the
when,
law.
When
You're-
we were asked to place the signs up,
Who asked you to do that? See, Gerald don't want you to tell that because I'm sure the mayor don't want you to know
it's
that.
not anything about. This doesn't have anything to do
Okay,
with the mayor.
so who told you to put this up?
This doesn't have anything to
Well,
do with
who
the mayor.
did tell you? I'm just asking the citizens who
So,
told you to put
based
that
on
up?
the conversation that you had with Mr. Barron on yesterday, so you stated that. So we had an inquiry out about can this happen? You know, in public, because that's what I think that's what you would expect. us to do, right, is ask.
Follow this right here. That's one I told him.
Yeah, I would think you would.
Have you read this one?
Want us to ask?
Have
Me
you read?
personally?
Yeah.
No, I
It's
have
wrote
not.
for an 8th grade person, so even I can understand it.
Oh, because
Yeah.
last time I checked, I could read since I was 5.
No, that's what I'm talking about. So this here, this is something that you're well able to understand.
So,
It lists.
look, I'm gonna ask you the same question you asked me. Was that meant to be a dig? So 2 times
Is
you
that
brought
what-
up. Was that meant to be a dig, sir?
Yeah,
Because
actually,
2 times.
it was a reply to your dig on me.
No.
I'm just saying.
What does this mean, Mr.
All right, this statute right here lists specific places in state law that's written out very specifically. You can't carry in a police department, a sheriff's department, or
sir.
state trooper's department. You can't carry in a place that has mental inpatient facility care.
Yes, sir.
All that. You can't carry in a courthouse or place that is restricted under law, and they list those. And what I have listed tells you that. The only way that this here can be restricted is by the continuous posting of a guard to have a metal place in it, and for it to all be operational every day. That's law. And it's very easy to understand. This place, until it has an athletic event going on inside that is sponsored by either a public, private, or a sponsored athletic event not relating to firearms. In other words, if they had a gun show out here, it wouldn't be restricted on that. That this does not apply to that. And that's law.
Okay.
And that's all I want, and that's all I really try to do is just make
But
sure
you
that
do
those
know that this is the entrance way to.
this is not.
No. This is.
Yeah, but there's
But
not an
when
athletic event going on.
But I'm just based on what you
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
So
If and when an
one of the
athletic event
reasons-
is going
But
on.
that's one of the reasons why it's also here, because this is the entrance way
But this is
for
on your
youth
door.
football.
Yeah, I understand.
No. What I'm saying, people have to come
Yeah, they do.
through here.
Right. Yeah, they do. They do.
And Also, when we have, even like Selma High and things like that, sometimes
Yeah, if
there
it's a
are
school
administrators.
if it's a school sponsored
But
event.
let me finish. Sometimes their administrators do utilize our office space, which this would apply based on what you're
Yeah,
saying.
to
Based on what
game.
you're saying,
Yeah.
this would apply
But-
in that instance.
But it won't, and I'll explain why.
But what
It's
I'm
not
telling you, I'm not
that
going to go in an
administrative-
enclosed place.
That administrative meeting that you're talking about having with school officials.
No. I said during the game.
Right.
I said during the game.
Well, yeah, during the game it's already
No, but I'm
restricted.
saying they use our office space
Yeah.
sometimes during the game.
But this
That's
is
what
not
I
this
said.
time.
We're not going to argue about this,
I
Mr.
understand.
Blackman.
And like I said, I'm not, because I will go to the other channel. I'll take care of it, and it'll be okay. I don't have anything to do with that. But I'm just saying that if you're going to follow the law, and that's all I've asked to do on anything, if you're going to do it right. This is not right.
Yes, sir. We'll
And you do whatever you
It's actually, according, and I've got the AG opinion because I filed them. I had all the buildings taken care of. I have the
So
opinion.
make sure you have a conversation with the director of public buildings.
Oh, I'm going to. Yeah, I will do that too. That's Miss Menifee, correct?
It is, uh-huh.
Okay, I'll take care of Miss Menifee in just short order. But I will bring you the AG's opinion on this too, where even this premises was taken care of.
Sir,
Well,
you do whatever you.
But as I said though, I do know that there are state employees that carry in
But we
book
back
bags
on
and
this.
stuff.
I still had other updates to tell you, and you still want to talk about guns.
No. Go ahead.
So
Because-
I'm like, you're talking about guns. That ain't why we
Well, I was
here.
just trying to,
But that's not why you here. We're not here to talk about guns. We're here to talk about good things and parks and children and all that good
and we'd have
stuff.
been done with that had I not been restricted. Go ahead. I'm
So,
listening.
look. So that's where we are with that. So as soon as we can, I know there's a finance committee meeting on the 29th,
29th.
I believe. So, but they gotta load it so we can actually.
Yeah, and I understand. And look,
But it's not. As
look,
if we
and I
haven't
understand. I
identified it.
understand there's some problems with council, and I don't give council no slack on theirs
Yeah,
either.
so it's not as if we
I'm not.
haven't
I'm not all
identified
against the mayor. I'm against anybody up there that's because there's, for instance, we're questioning the budget as not fitting in as being not balanced. But when they voted to give money to add to the budget, was it underbalanced? I mean, it didn't make no sense because they put money in the budget to make it fit, so it couldn't have been overbalanced to start with. See, those are the things that run through my little
Well,
skull.
I'm not going to comment on that. So
I understand.
Yeah,
And look,
I'm not
I
gonna comment on
understand.
it, but what I am telling you is we have identified the funds.
Right.
We can do that. There was a hole that you mentioned that you showed us out there. So
around that water, Then, see,
Yeah,
I think that probably has something to do with that same pipe or the next one
It may,
too.
but at least it.
filled
But we
Yeah.
filled the hole.
Yeah.
So I think probably.
And
like
look,
the next
and
day.
the little electrical boxes laying there that used to have something to do with the sprinkler system or whatever.
Oh, that
little gray box.
splash pad? Okay.
There's a gray box laying there between the splash pad and that hole you just filled in. That's laying there. It's a gray box. So it's an electrical panel box. It may not be active, but it's on the ground. It's exposed.
Well, we can check it.
And I was like that.
But we can check it.
But like I said,
But we can check-
like I said, I don't mean anybody no disrespect, and I try to tell people I don't personally want to attack anybody on that. But when I deal with people, I'm dealing with policies and mistakes within procedures that I see that should be followed. That I see that should be followed as I read the law. And I don't attack Mr. Perkins because of Mr. Perkins there, or Mr. Melton because of Mr. Melton, or Maya because it was Maya. It was on what was said. And just like about that budget issue, I'm sitting there, I'm confused what council did. To be honest with you, it totally, I'm like, what? What is this? Because I don't see it. Mr. Perkins seen it.
I have no comment on it.
I know, and I understand you can't.
So I don't. I have nothing to say about that.
I've seen the looks as people will look to Mr. Perkins for the nod before they can speak. We've all seen that look. It's on.
It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
I'm not a person that's in charge of the budget, so that is not my purview to talk about. So it has nothing to do.
I understand.
Don't make it about that. 'Cause that's just
I
not
just
my-
want to let you know too. I'm not personally attacking you or anybody else when I speak about it. I'm speaking about the position that people hold, and what they have done in that position for that. But anyway. Have a good Friday and enjoy the weekend.
Well, I hope you
and Merry
you
Christmas
have a
too.
Merry Christmas.
You do the same thing too, because it is the spirit. Like I said, we all want to
That's
get
why I
along
said 2
together.
Fridays before Christmas. council. Now we're not gonna argue about this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna definitely go down there and check on that box.
On the
you were
box,
talking
yeah,
about.
absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Today.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll definitely check on that. 'cause we
Yeah, and like I
definitely
said,
don't
as soon
want that laying
as-
out. And I wonder if it even belongs to us.
There's a sign there or some plumbing or grace, something like that. It said something about the sprinkler system that was originally. There's probably not even the sprinkler system there now. But, like I said, it's,
That makes me wonder if it.
we started reporting down in 2016, and the girls from time they were 6 or 7 years old have addressed the no water, no bathroom, the problems that's down there. Because they put the vent out there for them to come play, but there's nowhere for them to go and take care of the potty business. And kids potty, whether they're up against the bush just like anybody else will.
Yeah.
There has been 2 times that I have recorded where the fire department has washed out poop out of the tunnel because people get up in there and poop. Yeah,
in the slide you talking about.
in the slide, in the tube
slide.
on the slide. But they get up in there,
But that also happens even when you have.
It does.
I mean, little kids are just.
Look, it does, but like I said, it doesn't. When I look at things from my point of view, and I see that there's grass being put there, or there's things being done to pretty the pig, if you will, put lipstick on the pig around there, when there's actual deficiencies in what it is, there's no reason the elevator should have been this long either. I understand what all went on with that, but if the building inspector would have went down there to Tepper's or Carter's, whoever's got a elevator in there, and it was unfunctional like that, they'd had 90 days to fix, period. But because of the way the law is written, they just had to be working on it. That's the way the law is written. Let's say the law gets written different from government than from the haves and have-nots, if you will. So, thank you, and I'll take care of this here for you, and we'll all be understood. Appreciate it.
All right.
Hi, okay. Hey, Miss Menifee. Look, I just left the city rec department down there, looking for some information like that. The sign you have that y'all posted about the no firearms and that, AG's already wrote on that. 61-13-11-61-2 specifically list all places. You can't post a sign there. I'll reach out to the AG and get an opinion. I've already got it one time before. It's already on all the buildings, but denying somebody the access to the building like that, breaking the law, as it would be, is our opinion. I just ask that you call them and have them take it down. The only time an athletic facility can be restricted is during the actual game hosting, when a lot of other criteria is met too, and the office itself is not part of that.
Okay.
But just like none of the city hall is restricted not by law, but because of the continuous posting of guards, the metal detector, and other security features that have to be in place to do that. And I'm sure the city's not going to go to one office to all that trouble and expense for that. But if you could take care of that, I won't have to take care of that. So.
I'll speak with
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Have a good day.
Actually, is he in his office? How you doing, Mr. Madison? Hey. Good. I just left.
I know.
I left. Yeah, and I left Miss Menifee too.
She just called.
Yeah. AG's already opined on these very buildings and all because I've got AG opinion on it, where I filed on it. 61-2 allows for during the actual event of a sport, an event, but it doesn't allow for the restriction or the posting of those signs on a permanent basis to restrict that building. It doesn't.
I think you're actually correct.
Yes, sir.
I think you're actually correct. I don't disagree with much of what you said in here today. As a matter of fact, I don't disagree with all any of it.
Right.
I don't know that we're ever going to
And we won't.
I don't know that we're ever going to ideologically or politically agree on a lot. But legally, I actually do.
Yeah.
However,
However, I believe in the Second Amendment, but
that's not even.
I know. It was a running joke.
What I was thinking about was as a 73-year-old black man who grew up in Mobile, Alabama, now living in Selma, Alabama, there is a reason some people are rationally afraid of you.
Yes.
Rationally.
Right.
So.
Not me. People like me. That's a those thing, and I try to tell my kids don't use a those.
You may be correct about that. It may be an overgeneralization,
right,
or oversimplification.
Because I've never had an arrest until I was in your court.
Maybe, but my point still is there are those people who have a fear.
Yeah.
Now, you can say, well, they're irrational, but that dismisses a very important fact. Who can tell you what you have a right to be?
Well, I fully understand that.
Who can tell you?
Right, and there ain't nobody.
Well, then you have to feel that way about other people too.
In a public space, though,
I don't care if it's public or private.
You know, this thing.
I don't care if it's public or private.
Okay, and
if
I agree.
Someone's afraid, they're afraid.
Yeah, they are.
Now, what place they're afraid in, that may factor into a legal argument.
Right.
But I'm back to whether or not.
Was she afraid of me because I was white?
I didn't ask her that. We didn't discuss that.
Is she afraid of me? Period. Because I don't. As I told her, I don't have no ill will toward nobody.
And if you ever get a chance, I'm going to say, ask her, let her explain it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know I got a call.
I understand.
I know I got a call.
Yeah, and law officers sometimes they get a call too, but when they drive up, there's no wrong.
I actually wanted you to come here.
Yeah,
so I could see for myself.
And I'm glad we did it. Look, I had to work all the way through the chain, but I got here and I was accepted, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Now let's go back to the original.
No, I'm going to have to go now.
I know. And
because you really are cutting into my work.
I understand. I'm going to leave you with this here.
Yeah.
The signs are illegal. They had to come down.
Where?
Off of the Memorial Stadium. I've already got AG opinion on it, but
I've
those
already
signs.
talked to the Attorney General.
Oh yeah.
And you may be right.
I am.
Listen. You may be right.
I am.
But I'm right about people's fears.
That's okay. Yeah. And I'll tell you that people have a right to any fears they want.
Yeah, whether they're in a public or private place.
But the signage is illegal.
They can have a rational fear.
Okay.
Forget the sign for now.
Yeah, well that's the whole point. If the sign wouldn't have been there,
I'm agreeing with you about the sign.
There you go.
You got to forget that for a moment, just a moment.
Yeah.
And think about whether or not someone's fears are rational or irrational.
And as I explained to that 4-year-old boy, I'm here to protect your mama too if she gets
I don't want you to protect me. She doesn't want you to protect me.
Oh yes, she did too. She told me she did. Anyway, Mr. Madison, have a nice Christmas. I'll give you one other thing.
You had to get you out of her office.
No.
But what I'm saying is you got to respect people's wishes.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, I respect their feelings.
The law is one thing, but everyone has a right to their own.
Well, I do know, but I will say that she didn't have a right to block me from accessing that public office.
What do you mean,
regardless.
What do you mean blocking?
They wouldn't let me in the office. She met me outside. She wouldn't let me in, and she told me I cannot.
So was your point to prove she had to let you
no,
in the office?
No, I didn't say
that. The sign needed to come down.
Well, I went in there. I didn't even know the sign was up until I got there. I went down there. The sign wasn't up yesterday.
Did she prove?
She put the sign up. She put the sign up, or had Barron put it up, after I went there yesterday. When I went there yesterday.
Okay.
At her invite.
Excuse me.
At her invite. And when I come today, it was at the invite to be there at 9 o'clock. And every time she's ever seen me, short of being in here, and even in here, she sees that my holster is
She
there.
felt safer with everybody else around.
She might.
I can't.
But I'm just saying that building is not. If you X-rayed it, it would look different.
But you made that point already.
Yeah, I know. I'm not.
What I'm saying,
I appreciate you talking to me, and I like this
what
stuff.
I'm saying is, I believe we all need to respect other people's
Well, no doubt.
feelings about whether or not they're
No doubt.
feeling safe or unsafe.
And on that,
In a public place, she may have to adjust to the fact that people can do what you're saying
Right.
they can do.
but she made me feel unsafe. If I had to take mine off, being I have been attacked in a public parking lot before, does that make me unsafe?
She made you feel unsafe.
Well, I'm talking if I would have had to take my firearm off to go in there and then walk back out. No, I didn't, but I couldn't go in. But I'm just saying that if her feelings mattered that I was wearing, my feelings should have been, mine should have been, if you're going to put me in a position of being unsafe and leaving my firearm out there in the car, which had 2 kids in it, at the time,
But what if you put it in the trunk, it wouldn't have, the kids couldn't have gotten to it.
Well, I understand that, but the point,
And
point being
as
is,
you already pointed out, when you travel, it's supposed to be in the trunk anyway, isn't it?
well, unless you got a carry permit. You got a carry
Okay,
permit.
yeah,
Your carry permit gives you a
but for
put.
people who don't, it should be in the trunk anyway,
Right.
unloaded.
If you don't have a permit, it's got to be in the trunk unloaded.
Yeah.
Can't be in the glove box.
Yeah, and it's Christmas time.
Look, I understand. I wished everyone a Merry Christmas, just like I'm going to do you and everybody else down there too. I'm not a disagreeable person. I like things. If overreach happens and somebody who does not have authority, such as Barron, says you can't because
I will talk with the mayor and see what we need to do about taking the signs down.
Oh, yeah.
If you'll respect her right, not for you to want, for you not to
Oh, yeah.
not have you walk into her office with.
well, look,
with
I mean,
sign.
it's completely okay if she's irrational about it, but and if I want to go in unarmed
I'm
or
not going to
concealed,
characterize
I know.
that personality.
I do know.
What
But
I'm going to say is,
as long as it don't cross the barrier of the law and the statement of the
if I
law.
come to see you and you don't want me to carry a gun at your home, place of business,
Well,
anywhere,
again, your
or anywhere
home
else,
and public's different.
I'm
You
going
know
to
that.
respect your wishes.
I understand that.
That's
But if I go to a building, if I go to a private business and they don't want it in there, I just take my money somewhere else.
Yeah, that's your
I
right.
got that right.
That's your right.
I don't have another.
But you're
There's
saying
not
the bu-
another
but you're saying-
recreation.
But you're saying by doing that, the business has a right to ask you not to.
Right, but there is other Walmarts. There is no other recreation department building.
That's true.
Office.
That's true.
So by that is a public.
You notice I haven't argued with you about anything
I do.
that you can
I do.
factually show.
I know. I think we agree. The sign need to come down. Thank you, sir. Have a good Christmas. Christmas spirit. Y'all have a good one.
Yes.
There's an ancillary matter, incident to this, that I actually wasn't intending to bring up even necessarily with my report, but I think it bears mentioning here. The individual, and I've noticed I've never called anyone's name. The individual involved in this contract has shown up at various departments in the city, in one instance or some instances, asking for information. In other instances, repeatedly insisting and demanding, and I'm being told by department heads and my secretary, banging on doors and getting loud and disruptive. Banging on my door. No, this is a part. Banging on a closed door, shouting and demanding to see me when I'm not even present at my office. And my secretary was intimidated and frightened. Now, if that's funny, then I don't know what the criminal misdemeanor code is, which I believe I do because I prosecuted and sat on the bench of this municipal court. If that's funny, then what's happening is that person is going to be encouraged to do it again necessarily. And that could result in criminal action.
I believe this is not the best forum to bring this in right now because the person might not be allowed to respond and all of that. The whole issue's been tabled. And so I think that's what we need to stick to. Let's table this for right now because this is not productive.
I'm asking for certain behavior to be curtailed. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, but without a person being able to respond.
That's
so
fine.
let's not do
fine.
this right now.
That's fine.
As the council has stated. All right.
David Black. Attached to his contract in my report is a copy of the letter sent to Mr. Blackman on December the 3rd, 2021, at the address indicated. I listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs. The facts that I wish to elucidate a little more specifically are in the next to the last paragraph on page 2. There have been instances reported of postings of selected / edited video of Selma City Council meetings, work sessions, committee meetings with editorial comments by you, to linking of your own pages of Facebook or Meta, if you prefer, postings to the City of Selma, Alabama's web pages or website. 3, personal characterizations of events, video statements, and or actions of City of Selma elected officials or employees, in some instances capable of being considered as inaccurate, insulting, or potentially creating liability or damage, suits, actions, damages, or claims of every name and description to which the city or any of its officers, employees, or agents may incur.
Mr. Attorney, let me, some of the council members have signaled to me that they would like to request that for the executive session on Tuesday.
Have no problem.
All right, so we will refrain from that at this time, and I do see your hand, but we're not going to acknowledge you right now, Mr. Blake. But
my name has been called, Mr. President, and I feel like it's not the first time, it's the 3rd or 4th time.
Yes, I understand, and that's why we're going into executive session. And so we will not do this at this time.
Consider it closed for this time.
Thank you. Please proceed with your next item.
Number 11.
12.
I'm sorry, 12, that is 11.
What I hope you just heard is a few seconds of what lasted for about 20 minutes. On Friday, January the 28th at 4:45 p.m., horror began for my family that might have only lasted 20 minutes, but will be a memory for a lifetime. I received a call from a man who said that he was with the sheriff's department and that he was looking for my dad and that it was extremely important the dad speaks with him. I gave the man my dad's cell phone number and he gave me a number to give to my dad. The number he provided was not a working number, but gave him the opportunity to get my dad's phone number. He used this number to call my dad, making it appear as if the call was coming from our house. He repeatedly called me on the home phone with threats, while at the same time doing the same to my dad's phone, making it appear to be coming from home. He demanded money and said that he would kill or sexually assault me and my sister if it was not paid. I cleaned up the language from what he actually said. He also called my name when communicating with my dad. My mom immediately called 911, giving details on what was happening as my dad was closing the distance between us and him. The 911 call dropped several times, and it was 15 minutes after my dad was home before the police arrived. They were having trouble finding my home. They came without lights and siren and without much hurry. No sheriffs came, although one was less than a half a mile away toward the end of the threat, but was going away from me instead of towards me. All of the protections one would believe to be there failed my family on Friday. My family's safety plan was all that worked as planned. We retreated to our safe space and prepared to defend ourselves. My parents were visualizing the words said to them and the screaming in the background to be real. While in the end, my sister and myself's ordeal turned out to be a very convincing scam, the threats and fears were very much real.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. England, David Blackman, that was my daughter who spoke. Thank you for the kind words. Very traumatic what we went through.
Yeah, I know. And I
17, let me think, she didn't get it all out. 17 minutes of this terror went on. 911 was called. The call was dropped 3 times. I'm 5 minutes from the police department. It took 30 minutes for the law officers to arrive on scene. The sheriff's department was a half a mile away. They didn't even get the call. Having an opportunity for young people, not her specifically, but there are plenty of young mothers, young financially insecure families that need to be able to protect themselves without having to pay the permission slip from the sheriffs. If they want this thing, have them give the permits for free if the background check is passed. Give the permits for free. They get the permit done that way, and the people are not out the money. Thank you for your kind words to her. 12. It was 2 daughters. She was threatened with rape and killing. Thank you. Chief, you got time?
Yes, sir.
Look, Friday, my family, I don't know whether you got the information about the threat that was on my family or not. There was a call that originated from my house with someone who claimed they were inside my house. I could hear my daughter screaming inside my house because he had them on the other phone. It turned out to be a scam. 35 minutes after the 911 call went out, Gant, Jones, and Detective McGuire finally showed rolling up. They didn't come with lights, they didn't come with anything, and you know yourself, I have been threatened by this administration. I have had actions taken against me by this administration. I'm not sure that this administration don't have anything to do with that. It's something that I think needs to be looked at. We will speak at the State House tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I will be there at the State House to address this here. The E911 calls was dropped out. What I want to know is if you know what call went out. Tracy's supposed to give me the recording. I talked to him today. I have the right to record, and he's going to give me that recording. I want to know that what the officers was told. And this is just me throwing something out there to you. If this administration has already been on record as threatening me that many times, they control the police department and all the actions are going on like that. Did the police department know that this threat was active? Do they know what it was? Because to be honest with you, there's legal litigation already in place for this here, and like I said, I'm not sure that things aren't from the top down. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Oh my God.
We're not being different. Miss Jane, you take this here from me, please.
Okay.
That's fine.
I take
Give
it.
me my phone.
I take it. I take it.
Say you want to record. That's the one right there, sir.
Well,
Let's get this right.
I am very professional, and I do my job.
Can you keep it still? I'll take a picture of it.
Oh, y'all, this is awful.
Please, record this.
Well, I hate this happening during
Can I see the
our
warrant?
council section with this kind.
Yes.
Sergeant Black.
Yes.
I have an arrest warrant for you, sir.
For what?
Obstructing government operation, you have $1,000 bond. You can.
Let me leave my stuff right here with Nikki. Just hang on a minute.
All right.
I'm being arrested for obstructing government operations.
Wait a minute.
Look,
Yes.
Look, I'm not making those things.
Oh,
I'm not making those things. I'm not doing
I'm going to give this to Nikki.
no.
Just hang on a minute.
We're not making those things.
I'm going to get my camera and
Okay.
stuff. Just
Let's go.
chill, man.
Okay, we're not,
wait a minute, David.
we're not doing none of that now. I'm being professional and I'm being professional.
Well, fine. What am I being charged with?
Obstructing a government operation.
What kind of government operation?
Sir, you have a warrant with your arrest.
I'm going to give this here. No, take your hands off my property.
Hold on. Don't do that.
Look, take your hands off my...
I'm gonna take care of it.
You're not... No. I'm going to turn this over. This is evidence. You're not going to have it.
Right. I'm gonna make sure he gets it.
No, you're not going to take it. Hang on a minute.
Oh my God.
We're not being...
Miss Janie, take this here from me, please.
That's fine.
Give her my tripod, too.
All right.
I take it, sir. I take it.
Go ahead and turn around.
I got a bad shoulder, so just...
Let's get this right.
I am very professional and I do my job professionally.
You're not. No, don't act like that. Oh, y'all. This is awful.
Please, record this, send it out.
This happened during our council section with this kind of stuff.
The council ain't go together.
Well, I'm going to understand what I'm saying.
We waited until it ended and to arrest them. And we're going to bring them in the hallway.
I have a meeting at the State House in the morning at 7 o'clock.
Y'all, they need to be like this the last time.
Miss Janie,
I understand, mister. I hate this happening.
listen, I have a meeting at the State House in the morning at 8 o'clock that this is going to impede. I'm sure they're not going to buy me out. No, I haven't called anybody yet.
You want somebody to call your wife?
No, yeah, actually, please.
Oh, what's your number? I call your wife. Woo.
See, this is the retaliation of a mayor. This is a retaliation of the mayor. This is going to play well with my EEOC claim. Mr. Billy, this is going to play well with the EEOC claim. This is mayor retaliation and the worst. Following the Friday death threat of my family, that was probably him too.
Oh, yeah, I don't get into this council up here.
You should get into it.
No, I don't get into today.
I've done no wrong. You know I've done no wrong. That's okay.
I'm serious. Y'all about to make me cry.
Yep. Yep. This is all the mayor's shit. And
You got me in today.
ma'am,
You said I'm in it now. You know I don't do what you gotta do.
I wish you would cuff me in the front because I have a bad shoulder and I can't sit on my hand.
Pat him down for me, so make sure you don't have nothing on.
I've got all kind of stuff on
You
me.
got all kinds of stuff. Everything.
Can you cuff this in the front? I've got a bad shoulder.
It's only gonna be a
I've got a bad shoulder.
I understand what our policies is.
Can you let this seat up?
Put your butt in first.
I understand I'm gonna be sitting on my hand. It's gonna pull on my shoulder.
If you slide in.
Thank you, sir.
If you slide in.
Hey, Clay, will you call my wife?
What's her number?
872-8070.
Call 872-8070.
Hey, tell her don't worry about it. She may have to make bond. Is that gonna be able to be made tonight?
Sir, your paper is already done. As soon as you get there, your process is made bond.
How am I gonna get back to my car?
Sir, your wife can come get you and bring you to your car.
I've got a handicapped child that she will have to get out.
Either the bail butler can bring you to your car.
I'll walk. We're going to the county or
We're going to the city.
Oh man, this mayor's a piece of shit.
You got the way, sir?
Yeah, my feet's all the way.
Right.
Sheldon, you know this shit's wrong.
I'm sorry about it.
It's not. Look, this shit's wrong. This is retaliation by the mayor.
Same thing happened before. written report and the warnings already on
Oh man.
145.
Obstructing government operations. Shit. What kind of lame shit is that, Sheldon? After I file an EEOC claim? Yeah. Yeehaw.
145, got one whiskey Mike. Took 1 to 61.
One white male discriminated by the first black mayor of the city of Selma.
2138.
Yeah, I know this, Dave. I'm sorry about the happening, buddy.
Yep.
I remember.
Yep. And I beat that one. I will beat this one.
Well, good thing you can get some big bond. You gotta go to county jail.
I can make bond here.
Yeah, I can make bond.
Is it a cash bond?
No, it's cash pro.
Just sign?
You call you a bail bond.
Can I just sign it?
Just see if you can stay out, but I think it's a bail bond.
10-4, copy 10-2, B-24, 10-25.
So what operation did I obstruct?
I'll tell you your state. I'll get your state. 145, show me 2361.
This is gonna play so fucking well. Yeah, they are. My back's killing me already.
Baby, get them handcuffs. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Come on. Get your staff.
Oh, this is gonna be precious. I put my mask on, but I can't reach it.
Well, you can do like that.
Yeah, unless I get COVID from up here at this place. Will you just grab it and pull it up over my nose?
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Or just grab the front of it and just pull it over my nose. There you go. Thank you. Who signed the warrant?
Let's see. You got $1,000 cash of pro.
Well, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you had called bail bond, and he probably charged $100 for the coming out. Yeah, you know how you do, folks.
I understand that. It's just fucking bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is the second mayor in a row done this shit because they don't like it. So.
Right now.
Okay.
Can you undo this and put it in the front for me,
You gotta
please?
make bail bond.
Okay.
You can make the night.
You can put it on in the front if you want to. It's just killing my shoulder.
Pick them off, you know, it.
That's fine. You know I ain't causing no trouble.
Once you get through with you. Okay.
Are you the arresting officer?
Nope.
The
one's arrested.
Yeah.
Right here. There's a little cold back here.
It don't make no difference.
Okay, you have a seat right there.
I've been sitting for 6 hours. Do you mind if I stand?
Oh, okay, sure.
Can I go ahead and make the bell call before we get started on this?
Let me get this on there right quick.
Oh, wait a minute, I got a phone. May I use my phone?
Yeah, go ahead while I put this in. Go ahead.
Let's see here. Can't see without my glasses.
What your name is this? What? Huey Blackman?
Yes.
Huey?
Yes.
Okay. Your Social Security something? You born here in Selma?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything that's not actually required, I don't want to give.
That's all I'm doing, only what's required.
You know, I just filed an EEOC claim against the city. This is all retaliation. This is not going to look good for the city of Selma.
Oh, okay. But I didn't even know
I know.
anything about it.
What do you want?
Right here. Just relax your fingers for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Same thing. Slow down. Just be
I'm
a little
sorry.
comfortable. Just a little comfortable. There you go.
I ain't used to this.
Yeah, I
The only time
understand,
I've been arrested in my life is the last crooked mayor and this crooked mayor.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Yeah, for the same thing, reporting their misdeeds.
You the guy that be on.
Yes, that's me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what this is all about.
Okay.
And they don't like it, but tomorrow's edition, tune in because it's full of. It's gonna be full.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I never go on there, but I hear people be talking about
Look, the only thing I report is what comes out of those meetings.
the meetings.
And
Okay.
see, the mayor illegally stopped my contract without thing, and
Say, I need to better say.
okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, I never been to a meeting and
Well, tonight's was a 6-hour marathon. You'd have had fun.
oh, you kidding? 6 hours. Over
It started. I started at 3. It started at 4 o'clock
there. Okay.
with a public safety meeting, y'all's meeting.
Mhm. I have never been to none of them meetings as long as I've been.
You
working
would see if I can. Oh, you get
yeah,
it.
I got you. I had been saying I was gonna come and see what goes on. Get some understanding.
It's a clown show most of the time.
You kidding? I thought that's where people they come in,
Or you
give their opinion and stuff like
yeah,
that.
it's supposed to be.
Okay.
But when you give your opinion, you get arrested.
Okay. Yeah, I've never been to one. Never.
At least I ain't gonna wipe ink off.
Yeah, I'm so glad you don't have to do that anymore. Wish they had this when I started it, but I did know about I need to start thinking. Yeah.
I would like to know what obstructing government operations was.
Oh, I have no idea. The only thing I can tell you is as soon as the officer come or whatever, then you can ask
I
that
don't need to ask him nothing. I'll let my attorney ask him.
Okay.
As soon as I walk out these doors, better off I'm gonna be.
I got you.
That finger don't bend right, so. Dog bit that hand, it don't always act right.
Do it hurt?
At times it hurts real bad. Mobility's gone out of it.
Same thing.
Same finger.
See, I'm supposed to speak at the State House in the morning at 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
And my camera is now gone with somebody else now though. So I got to run it down because they took. I gave my camera some because I didn't want to be going.
Okay.
I didn't want to be down here and lock up.
Okay. You know who you gave it to?
Yeah, I know who I gave it to.
Okay. Okay. That way.
Yeah, tomorrow's episode ought to be really good. You know, for the first black mayor, let me just say this here, and I'm going to give you this in. I'm the only contractor that has language written into my contract that's there. I'm not the only one that's ever spoke out against the mayor. I am the only white contractor that's ever been thinking.
Spoke out. Okay,
Well, no,
what
that's
kind of
been.
work you contracted you do?
Video work.
Oh, okay.
But the, like I said, I am the only one. I'm not the only one, but I am the only white contractor that's ever been fired by the first black mayor. We got Jubilee coming up in 3 weeks. You don't think I'm gonna be on the corner with all that? Yeah. Make sure you send it to me.
So now I know your face when I see you.
There you go.
Okay, I know your face then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You normally see me with 2 girls. I got a handicapped daughter that we homeschool.
Okay.
So I'm home all the time. But
okay.
And see, right now they interfering with all this.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I have never been to, none of the meetings and anything, so I'm being honest, I've never been a political person.
I understand.
So I can't really
I wasn't either until Melton pulled his stuff.
Oh,
and see, I had a death threat on me Friday that I called in 911. I called in 911 that the Selma police, Miss Gant, Jones and McGuire showed up 30 minutes after the 911 call that I had a man calling from my house threatening to kill and rape my handicapped daughter and my 12-year-old. And the police was 30 minutes after the fact, and I questioned the fact of whether it was top-down instruction.
Okay. Did you get you a call your mom?
I did. I called.
You already got one call?
Well, I called my wife who's got one. I can still call her. Can I?
Yeah, just to check and make sure.
Yeah, just make sure.
So I can get your paperwork and everything ready.
Can y'all see the parking lot through a camera to the outside? I don't know how safe it is out there. Like I said, this is a young lady who's got one handicapped child. I'd rather them not be sitting out there. Yeah, but how are they going to know what's going on outside? You said they can't see. How are they going to know what's going on outside when she pulls up if she's safe there? Probably. Probably. Well, you. I gave my wife all the numbers. I don't know who she ended up calling because the first one she called, the number on Selma Bonds was disconnected, and she called the other one. I gave her all the numbers up there. I don't know who's coming. And what was your name? What's your name? What is your name? Mr. Atkins, what's your badge number? 2848. Thank you, sir. See, I don't know if she got in touch with anybody or not. Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you. Did my wife give you the money downstairs, sir? Oh, okay. Can I come out here? Are you with Selma Bonds?
I am.
I think you done my last bond.
I did.
for the last mayor who falsely arrested me. This one will get beat too. Retaliation is a hell of a thing when they don't want you telling their secrets. Oh yeah. I'm gonna be speaking at the Selma at the State House in the morning, so I'm sure this will get mentioned up in that too. This mayor just don't understand. He can't run over folks. Thugs will be thugs. So they was talking about today that there's a 10,000 cases waiting to be up there. So this will probably process what, 10 years from now?
A lot of them.
You know, I've got an EEOC claim against the mayor. This is going to add right in there pretty good, ain't it? That's Huey David.
Huey David.
Uh-huh. Well, you can leave it any way you want to.
That's how they got it on my thing.
That's fine. Yeah, I went to court 8 times on the last one. The chief never showed up for it. They knew it was bogus when they wrote it.
Right.
The city attorney, who was my judge then, stated that the camera system was deleted and it was not there. As soon as my case dropped, pictures started floating around of me in handcuffs.
Uh-huh.
And the city attorney now admitted, he was my judge then, admitted that it wasn't deleted. It was told, the chief instructed him not to give it. That's obstructing. I know you hear all this stuff all the time. I just thought you'd get a kick out of it. So.
Yeah. $711.60.
Yep. Ma'am, could you tell me what your name is, please?
My name is Clintonia Acock.
Okay, Miss Acock. Do you have a badge number? Okay, you just jailer. Okay, thank you. And you was very nice. Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry?
You was very nice. Thank you.
What's your phone number?
334-872-8070.
All right, sign right there and print right there.
You sign it as written?
Yeah, either way, then.
The print ain't much better than the cursive, so.
That's fine.
I'd lock you back in, man. You in jail now, man. You locked back in. We'll let you out.
Put these two together. I'll be right back.
This mine?
Yes, sir. That's your copy. Hold on, just a minute.
They said I had to go out in the county.
No, that was good.
All right, hold on just a moment.
All right. Yeah. Mr. Sheldon, you know this is going to stir a stink, don't you?
Well, sorry I have to.
I know. Look, you've always been kind to me. Me and you always got along good. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Saying that y'all were doing that. You said 62 2. How you did up there?
It's going to be 10 to 6.
10 to 6.
Yeah.
That's 10.
Every weekend, Saturday, Friday, and Saturday.
That's 10 that night to 6 in the morning.
That's right.
I'll put you much up here now.
I know.
What is he at?
Probably Sonic.
I'm talking about when is the shift on there?
That's going to be it, other than the Jubilee.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I've been working that already.
Yeah, I gotta work it too.
Tell me your name again. 'Cause I know Tommy.
Chuck Mills.
Chuck Mills. I'm the world's worst for names, so you know. Well, now we're gonna get broke down.
All right, got it.
Thanks, sir.
How long you working? Wow. That's when I'm coming on. Well, go ahead.
Other than that.
How many do you need? That car over here? Little Honda looking thing?
Yeah, that's it. I forgot I had the other car.
That's all right.
She bet.
Now,
She borrowed Tommy's car.
Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy Carter.
Okay.
At Junebugs.
Yeah, Jimbo.
You give this man the money, darling.
Okay. Well, this is 120. I didn't have any small bills, so
I didn't know what it was.
he told me it was 115.
Yeah,
All I had was
115
20s.
is,
So
Don't you know the mayor's gonna catch hell? This is the EEOC thing. It's all retaliation. Miss Ivy, can I turn this over to you? And this is a certified letter of some requests. And can I get a copy of that and showing it's received?
Now, in terms of requests, you know that we have a,
I know, but that request form has already been deemed that it's not necessary to do that. This is an official notarized letter to the
so
city.
this is, I have to tell you because it's what the council had approved.
Right.
So you don't want to use that form?
No, I'm gonna I just want that turned in because I'm gonna CC it to everybody.
You want a copy of?
If you can make mark that as received,
Okay.
and then make me a copy of it.
Okay. Now, I also need to,
And I don't mind filling out the other form too, but I already want that one, just because that's going
what
to
you
go.
can say is please see attached. Can you do
Yeah.
that?
To do that.
What I want you to know though, when you request records of this office, all I have basically the authority to turn over the minutes.
Yeah, all I just want it just received by the city.
Okay. Yeah, because this will have to go to the authority.
When that warrant was signed on me by this man out here, Mr. Brown, he had my social security number. That can only come from.
Oh, he had your son.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, run a copy. Let me put this down. David, I'm sorry I didn't chance to call you yesterday.
No, it was okay. We was at the State House. Sarah spoke on the State House floor yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, so, yeah.
She gonna be regular.
That girl's something else, man. I tell you what. She addressed. She stood in the room with 100 law enforcement officers and about half that many city. And she was one of 20 people standing on the State House floor to stand up for constitutional rights.
You're kidding.
One of 20 out of the state of Alabama yesterday.
Now, is she doing it on her own or is Daddy pushing her?
No, well, this here was regarding her threat that we received. We received a death threat.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh no, not a death threat.
Oh no, we had numbers. They threatened to kill and rape my daughters and.
Was that the guy that you thought was at the house using your number?
Mhm.
Okay.
How long ago was this?
2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago.
That you received a death threat on your daughter?
On my daughters and threatened to kill and rape, and you could hear them screaming in the background. He called them, identifying himself as a sheriff deputy. They believe that. Look, I've got the audio. I'm gonna send you the audio. You ought to hear it. I made the 911 call was dropped 2 or 3 different times. I made it there 30 minutes before the police officer did, and Kenta Fulford an hour before I was arrested. I told him, I said, "Did you know?" No, I didn't know nothing about it. And his officer showed up 30 minutes after the call went out. Strolled Miss Evelyn Gant and Jones and McGuire, all of which have little. And the ones that arrested me, like I said, this information sheet is to request a lot of stuff.
Okay. Now you did the request form.
Well, I just put my name there.
Put your name there and your, the rest of your information that you want to leave. And then where it says what you're requesting, just say please see attached.
Okay.
You know there's not gonna be any correspondence, though.
I know, but
So what?
it's the paper trail. I'm going to the federal building when I leave here.
You have to
and
show you asked for it.
yeah, I'm going to the federal building when I go here, and I've already got EEOC claims. It's a long paper trail, and you know, you got to document every step, you know. And I may not get any of it, but you know, they'll have to, you know, they'll have to.
Call this the one night.
I'll explain what happened to Ivy.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please.
So she can get the context of what she said. Because it's unbelievable. Really. Crazy.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, the arrest of me, the mayor controls the city's website. He deleted Clay Carmichael's post the other day as Clay was correcting him because the mayor was telling lies on him on his feed. You can't delete comments from a government webpage unless they're threats. That's a fact. The mayor and the city attorney demanded of me to delete all my camera footage and stuff like that. That's a federal color of law violation to demand of media to delete potential evidence of a crime. They'll have to answer to it somewhere along the line. Let's see. So, where do I sign this? Oh, let's see.
I think it's at the.
I got you. What is the date?
Today is the.
10th.
It's the 10th. Yeah, 10th, February 10th.
Okay. There you go. And that's that. And like I said, if you've already, oh, I'm sorry.
Copy of this other one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that bottom is your copy.
Oh, okay, thank you. Look, I sit over there and I quietly do my job and I don't say nothing. I put out what the video says it puts out. After it goes on social media, I can speak just like you can and everybody like that because I'm a citizen just like everybody else. But you know, when they try to silence your voice and only play their voice out there, well, you know, there's all kind of issues with all that.
That is not next stamp. Did you want that next stamp as well?
If you don't mind, will you please?
Okay.
That way it's all. Like I said, I'm on my way. I got to go. Sarah's taking voice lessons in 30 minutes, and as soon as I get through that, I'm coming back to the federal building. I'm going to talk to, I can't remember his name now. I got his name, and I'm going to turn over all that and the audio recordings. And I'll send you the audio recording of what the threat that went on. And I recorded all but the last 2 minutes when the man told me, he said, this one might not have been real, but the next one will be real. You know, yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, look, I'll, if you'll, look, write your email. You got an email address?
Yeah,
well, your personal one. I don't want to, you ain't going to send it here. Just,
You got my personal one?
if you'll write that down to me, that way I don't have to go through no government stuff, you know. This is for y'all's benefit. But, like I said, just, and I told Kenta, I don't know whether this thing was all internet or because I have been receiving lots of retaliation and intimidation from here. I said, but it's something that needs to be looked at. I said, I don't know if it's coming from that man there and I point him out or what. You know, it is what it is. I can't. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, thank you. All right, guys. Appreciate it.
Take care, David. And we're proud of your daughter.
Thank you very much. Me too. Both of them. See, the mayor stated in an open meeting that I was fired because my handicapped daughter made that video down there that embarrassed him because Evans come up and said he would fix it and embarrassed the mayor when he done that. I am considered a companion disability and I have protections that I can't be punished for what she does or anything that I have to do with her disability. American Disability Act people has already been contacted for the first black mayor of the city of Selma to retaliate on a minority here, to try to censure the way he did 2 weeks before Jubilee. You know, it's just bad optics all the way around, you know. Bye, guys.
Bye. Take care.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I said I'll leave my phone. Oh, I got it. No, thank you.
Blackman?
Yes, ma'am.
Here you go.
Okay, does this have all the officers' names on it and?
It
their
has
response?
McGuire.
I'm sorry.
McGuire. In your narrative.
There was three officers there. I need all those officers that should have been on there because McGuire was actually the last one to show up. 30 minutes after the 911 call was made.
Ronald Jones and Evelyn Gant.
Yes.
They all on there.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Do I owe you anything for this?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, how you doing?
Sir?
All right, about yourself?
This thing always locked up?
Yes, sir.
You say nobody has any access at all to the police department?
Only time when we're having court.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
what we're doing, we're trying to hire somebody to be at the door to kind of check the temperature when people
I
come
understand.
in.
Well, let me ask you something.
Sure.
When my family had the threat call made into me where Jones and Grant Gant and McGuire showed up,
Mm-hmm.
Did you not know anything about that?
I didn't.
Been informed by my supervisor that you cannot obtain a copy of the warrant until it's been adjudicated, meaning until you go before the judge.
Okay.
Then you can obtain it. However, she said that if you are your own attorney, then you can do a motion of discovery and then you can obtain it.
I've already made a motion to discover through the
However-
city public records.
Okay, however, you can, if you have an attorney, then your attorney can do a motion of discovery. So
Are
if
you
your
Miss-
own,
Are you Miss Lassiter?
No,
I'm
no.
sorry.
So that's why I said that I was giving
Let me ask you, and last question, and you may or may not know this here.
Yes, sir.
Is the Social Security number required to file a warrant on somebody if somebody is filing a warrant on somebody? Is their Social Security? Did he need my Social Security number? Was it on the warrant?
It varies. I haven't seen the warrant, so
Okay.
I can't really go into depth about that.
Okay,
But
okay.
as long as they have your, your date of birth and or
Right.
your name, all
Right.
that's cool because once you put that in, it'll come back to you or whoever
Right,
the
right.
individual may be.
And this here is just because I've been treated badly.
Oh, I understand,
It
but-
has nothing to do with
Yeah,
you.
but I mean,
like I said,
I'm looking
yeah,
nice today, so
yeah,
you can put
do-
me
you're
on.
doing well. You're
Thank
doing
you
well.
so much.
You're doing well on
Yes,
that.
sir.
But like I said, we all know this here was a retaliation by the mayor for what's being exposed on down there. So, and like I said, there's EEOC claims, the false arrest. It'll be dealt with Mr. Brown or whoever. Like that. It's all gonna come full circle.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, but what was your name?
My name is Samantha Livingston.
Thank you, Miss
Livingston.
Livingston.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Have a
you.
great day.
You
Happy
too.
Valentine's
Yeah,
Day.
yeah, you too, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. This is David Blackman. I'm at the front door for Miss Lassiter. She was going to bring me something out.
Give me 1 second, I'll be down.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye bye. Hey, thank you.
How you
You bet.
How y'all doing?
Is that anything like? What? May I ask what's redacted? What was that?
Easy information.
Oh, his information.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I know who he is. Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Do I owe you anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Are you Miss Kim? I'm Miss Anita.
No,
Oh,
sir.
okay. I'm just going to introduce.
Hey.
Thank you.
I just went out back. Did you take the water with you?
Look, is this the magistrate's office?
Uh-huh.
I need to see about getting a warrant signed on a color of law violation on the Attorney Madison of the city of Selma.
Phoebe Motley.
This is a copy of a letter. Let me make sure I give you the right one here.
This happened in Selma?
Yeah, yes, it did. Let's see here, make sure I get the right one. I think this is the copy right here. where he makes a statement in this official letter from the city of Selma that I am to, it starts right here, delete and destroy all evidence from cameras. That's a color of law violation.
And I'm thinking they're gonna be at the police. Let me see your report.
Well, this is a letter that he sent me, right here.
Let me see your report.
Oh, well, this is on something. This is actually on a death threat that we received. I'm gonna go up to DA's office in just a minute. This goes up there. This isn't. This doesn't have anything to do with this, not directly.
You said it's a code or what?
All right, under federal law, color of law violations, it's illegal for government officials to demand of a journalist to delete footage that could be potential evidence of a crime. What he is stating right here is that I'm to delete not only I have a contract with the city of Selma that works through this phone. I also run another camera and an audio recording, and he's demanding under threat, that you see right here, under threat of prosecution, that I delete all that footage, destroy all documents that I received. That's a federal crime. Hey, Miss Robinson.
One second. That's Ms. Robinson.
Oh, I'm sorry. You Miss Robinson?
She's like,
Oh, okay.
can you explain that to her?
Yes, ma'am. Do I need to come in to do it, or can she hear me?
Yeah, you can't come in.
Okay. Attorney Madison wrote me this letter here. Is it okay if I take my mask down where you can hear me? Attorney Madison wrote me this letter here, and it has a thread in it of litigation, demanding of me to delete all my camera footage. I have a contract with the city of Selma where I film the council meetings through the council. That happens through this phone. I also run 2 other systems at the same time that has nothing to do with my contract, but he is demanding under threat of litigation there that I delete all paperwork, cameras, phones, audio, and all that. He doesn't have the authority to do that. That's a color of law violation. It's a federal law violation that he cannot demand of a journalist to delete potential evidence of a crime or to delete anything.
Okay, so we don't do federal criminal.
Who does that?
You have to go to federal authority.
Okay, that would be Arrington.
I'm assuming, yes.
Okay, they're not in their office now. They're under construction. How do I get? And you call the phone system, and you just get put into a queue that never ends.
I have no idea.
This happened in the city of. I do know that.
Than them and try to find.
I know that police enforce federal law. They do enforce federal law, and this happened in the city of Selma.
But this is not. We're governed under Rule 32, which is state to get extension.
Right.
We don't do federal. You have to go to federal authorities to do a federal warrant. We don't do warrants. We're federally here.
Okay, so.
Can I get you to hold on? What? Let me type right there.
So what he was demanding of me to do, and I have since been arrested here in Selma.
Arrested for what?
They call it obstructing governmental operations filming, which is a First Amendment protected activity.
Have you talked to an attorney?
I've got an attorney on standby that's working with me now. I've also got EEOC claims against the city. There's harassment charges. There's been death threats made against my family that I think is all connected to this. This is the report of the death threat. I was going to take it upstairs. Where the police wrote up this threat that came through my phone. I believe it's all connected. After I informed Chief Fulford and of what I thought could be coming from the mayor's office. An hour later, I was arrested. That's where the arrest come from. They claimed that I was disturbing the guard down front by telling people that they didn't have to sign that book, which Attorney General's already opined on that, and you don't have to fill out that COVID form. Temperature is all they can take. Like I said, I have uncovered some stuff that the mayor is doing wrong, and they're trying to shut me up, and I'm wanting to strike back.
Well, this is not our area. We don't have jurisdiction over this. So, I would try to find someone that's a step higher than the one you're trying to get in contact with. I don't know who that would be.
Okay.
Just to see what it is that you wanted to meet with.
You don't think the DA can manage this?
The DA, they still have to come through. We're the court.
Okay.
It will still have to come through this. I don't think it's that jurisdiction. You can go talk to somebody, but I'm not sure.
Thank you, ma'am. And what was your name again?
What's my name?
Yes, ma'am.
Darlene Fletcher.
Thank you, Miss Fletcher. Good morning. Is Michael in, please?
He is not.
Oh, could I? Well, what I want to do is find out. My name is David Blackman. I was sent a letter by the city attorney demanding of me to delete camera footage from video. That's a color of law violation. And I would like to see if I can get, I don't know whether that's federal or state, but you know, you can't demand of a journalist to delete footage of a potential crime.
Okay. You got the letter from?
I do. Hang on a minute, I'll make sure I give you the right copy because I do have a...
Hold on, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am.
Hang on, man. I think this is a copy. I'm not sure which one is a copy and which one. I don't guess it matters. You're going to give it back to me. But on the next to the last page at the bottom is where he demands, under threat of litigation, that I delete footage. I'm under contract with the city council to do the film. That happens off this. Right. Every council meeting, every meeting. But see, I'm under contract with this phone because it's live stream. That's all it is. I also run a static camera under it and an audio recorder that goes all the time. Anyway, he's demanding under threat of arrest and litigation that I delete all that. That's a crime. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Jared Jackson headed to Bill to sit in on the murder trial.
Right.
He said he'll be happy to meet with you next week. Would that be okay?
Yes. Does he say what day?
Okay. You can go.
Yeah. Give me a time on it, if you could. I don't have my calendar in front of me, but as long as it's first thing or close to the first things in the morning, and not on a Tuesday or Thursday, because that interferes with filming.
Okay.
But that's later in the evening. You know, I got 2 kids that keep me busy every day.
Yes, sir. Will you be able to?
I think Wednesday's going to be my best.
Okay. Will you be able to come around 2 o'clock?
Oh, yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
2 o'clock Wednesday? What day? Yeah, Wednesday.
Okay. Let's see. Would 3 be pushing?
Oh, yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, because you got that drug free.
Yeah, may I borrow this pen right here? Just a minute, I'm going to write down. Here. Okay, I want to write down because if I don't write myself a note, I won't know it either.
Okay. What's the phone number you could be taking?
334-419-3266.
Okay, I have it.
What time was that again? At 3 o'clock?
Yes, on the 9th?
9.
Yes, sir.
You don't happen to have the federal Mr. Arrington's number?
I do not, but
I went around there and they're closed for renovation, so you know they said he's working from home, but the security guard didn't have a number for him either.
I just got a number to the building right here. If you want to get that one. I just had to look that up for somebody else.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. What was your name again? Miss. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye. Yes, ma'am. You too. How you doing now?
Yeah, that was
Good morning. Is Michael in, please?
He is not.
Could I? Well, what I want to do is find out. My name is David Blackman. I was sent a letter by the city attorney demanding of me to delete camera footage from video. That's a color of law violation. And I would like to see if I can get, I don't know whether that's federal or state, but you know, you can't demand of a journalist to delete footage of a potential crime.
Okay. You got the letter from?
I do. Hang on a minute, I'll make sure I give you the right copy because I do have a.
Hold on, man.
Hang on, man. I think this is a copy. I'm not sure which one is a copy and which one. I don't guess it matters. You're gonna give it back to me. But on the next to the last page at the bottom is where he demands, under threat of litigation, that I delete footage. I'm under contract with the city council to do the film. That happens off this. Right. Every council meeting, every meeting. But see, I'm under contract with this phone because it's live stream. That's all it is. I also run a static camera under it and an audio recorder that goes all the time. Anyway, he's demanding under threat of arrest and litigation that I delete all that. That's a crime. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Jared Jackson headed to Bill to sit in on the murder trial.
Right.
He said he'll be happy to meet with you next week. Would that be okay?
Yes. Does he say what day?
Okay.
Yeah. Give me a time on it, if you could. I don't have my calendar in front of me, but as long as it's first thing or close to the first things in the morning, and not on a Tuesday or Thursday because that interferes with filming.
Okay.
But that's later in the evening. You know, I got 2 kids that keep me busy every day.
Yes, sir. Will you be able to?
I think Wednesday's going to be my best.
Okay. Will you be able to come around 2 o'clock?
Oh, yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
2 o'clock Wednesday? What day? Yeah, Wednesday.
Okay. Let's see. Would 3 be pushing?
Oh, yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, because you got that drug free.
Yeah, may I borrow this pen right here? Just a minute, I'm going to write down. Here. Okay, I just want to write down because if I don't write myself a note, I won't know it either.
Okay, I have it.
What time was that again then? 3 o'clock?
Yes, on the 9th.
9th.
Yes, sir.
You don't happen to have the federal Mr. Arrington's number?
I do not, but
I went around there and they're closed for renovation, so you know they said he's working from home, but the security guard didn't have a number for him either.
I just got a number to the building right here. If you want to get that one. I just had to look that up for somebody else.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. What was your name again?
Miss
Miss. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye. Yes, ma'am. You too. Hey, I wasn't sure if I was supposed to come to the front door or the back door. This is the SBI office, right? I need to talk to somebody about threats that I've received on my family that I'd like to see if I can get an investigation opened up on, if we could, please. I was told by the police to come do that. So,
the Selma police?
Well, yeah, I made this report and with with the police department. After receiving a threat, that the whole threat's included on that. I recorded the entire threat that was going on my thing, and I had an officer tell me that I need to turn it over to y'all and asked y'all to open an investigation.
Well, we don't, and they know better than that. Selma PD is really bad about doing this.
Look,
there's something they don't want to do, or
well, I understand because they allowed a magistrate to file a warrant on something that was protected, so I understand that.
We don't work that way. I mean, if Selma PD gives us an official request to look into something, then most of the time we will look into it.
Right.
If they just sending people over here to our office, we
So,
don't work.
look, I understand how all that worked out with them. Like I said, when you're trying to file reports against the city officials, they all band together and work. Like I said, I believe that
if it's a city official,
it's actually the mayor and the attorney.
The city attorney and the mayor. No, that's not surprising.
No, because they control that's why I can't get nothing done there.
Well,
I have tried to reach. You don't have Arrington's, the Attorney General Arrington's number by any chance, do you?
No.
They don't have it at the federal building either.
Well, he's.
I know
Steve Arrington.
Arrington. He's a U.S. Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General. I was told, but like I said, they don't have a number to contact. They're not working out of the office.
They work out of Mobile.
Yeah, and you call that number and you get stuck into a queue that never ends, and you never get anybody contacting you back again. Like I said, the violations that were sent to me in writing by the attorney are federal crimes.
Probably your next step to do would either be to go to the sheriff's office, and the sheriff is probably not going to want to get involved either because it's an election year.
Yeah, it is.
Your best option.
And I'm not his biggest fan.
Your best option would probably be to contact the Attorney General's office.
Right. Okay, Steve Marshall. Okay, I will. And I've got some other things to do with him. Like I said, and if I'd have known he was in town last week, that day I'd have caught him that day. But.
Like I said, I mean. Selma is real bad about doing this, and the crazy thing is when we have asked them in the past, they've had stuff that they probably needed our assistance on, and we've called and often said, look, we understand this case, whatever, we'll assist you if you need it. We're here for you, and they're like, oh, we got it.
Yeah, I film all the city council meetings and every meeting, every county, but everything that's happened in there officially for the last 5 or 6 years I filmed. And what the mayor actually did, the mayor and city attorney stopped a contract that they didn't even have. There's EEOC lawsuits going on, but there's a lot of retaliation going on back and forth. I mean, everything from the phone threats that originated from my phone with my daughter screaming in the background. It turned out to be a spoof call, but the mayor's people, his fast response team has been really aggressive toward me on that. I mean, it's a big thing, and I'm sure it's connected all the way through the system. As you know, you've seen the system.
Municipal court system. I mean,
10,000 cases still in the queue.
I don't know anything about the way Selma's municipal court works. I know circuit court, district court, they're backed up because of COVID. They're just now trying to start jury trials back.
Right.
And the last couple that we have gone on, they haven't been able to get enough jurors.
Right.
Because everybody's still claiming they got COVID or whatever.
Right, yeah, I understand. Well, look, I thank you for your help. What's your name again, if you don't mind?
Robert Gottney.
I'm sorry, I couldn't remember.
Robert Gottney.
Gottney, it's Gottney. Yes. Thank you for your help. You gave me more information than like us.
And it's, like I said, they know if there's, the way it's supposed to work is if there's something against an elected official. And that's one of the reasons we're here. If the police department feels like there's something there that we need to look into, they make an official request, and then we go from there.
Okay. I'm going to go back to the magistrate's office. So the police department's been closed up. You can't get into it either, which is really strange. They're the only building in the city of Selma that's closed up. a place you need help at. It's really kind of strange.
Well, I won't.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, you don't have to.
The Selma Police Department.
Yeah, you don't have to. I think, yeah, like I said, I wasn't looking to put you on the spot or anything.
Well,
I think.
And the thing is, I mean, we do have enough to do because, I mean, we're responsible for an area that includes 10 counties in West Alabama. And there's a lot of small agencies that don't have the manpower,
right,
and
y'all
resources.
Yes, sir.
And so we wind up working a lot of homicide cases.
Right.
And
I do understand. I appreciate what all y'all.
So,
and I appreciate all y'all step in and do too, because like I said, I followed this politics and know enough of the players. I know how much y'all have stepped in the past with everything from, the gun crimes, the shooting, everything that's been going on. But look, I appreciate y'all and thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You can always tell the real good ones because when the bad officers.
No, ma'am.
Nope. I need to see the magistrate.
How you doing, Mr. Black? You spoke to the magistrate already?
No,
you need to speak to?
I do need to speak to the magistrate.
Okay, what can I help you with?
Are you the magistrate?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Look. Oh yeah. Look, I want to discuss the arrest warrant that's done that. Everything on this arrest warrant. Aren't you supposed to verify the facts before you do anything?
Meaning?
Well, I mean, meaning that everything that this man wrote on this complaint is protected. The free speech is protected under the First Amendment. Smith v. Cumming authorizes all that. Those are all Supreme Court cases out of our district. I was arrested and I'm here to file a false arrest complaint under, let's see here if I can.
Okay, you have to file the false arrest complaint with the magistrate, correct?
You're correct.
You need to file it with the police department.
I think I had to file it with you.
Okay, I'll check into that.
And it will be under color of law violations, 18 code 4241.
Okay, let me take a picture of that. But as soon as Ms. Lester pull up, I'm gonna get her to assist you because we want to make sure you get everything.
Yes, ma'am. And then I'm going to do some civil rights violations on some city officials, including the mayor and the city attorney.
Now, I'm gonna have to check more into that because that may have to be with the district. You might have to do it.
I can go. I'm going to county next.
But yeah, so I'm gonna check more into that.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask one more quick question. Does the complaint start with the officer or with the? I mean, does he have to bring you probable cause?
No, this is what happened. The complaint start. Okay, so before we can proceed with any warrant, we have to get a police report first.
Correct.
So as far as when it comes down to probable cause, they're just natural. Like if we read the complaint or whatever, or read the police report, or the statement that the victim gives, the alleged victim gives, and we just see if we find probable cause out of that.
So y'all determine probable cause?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, because this office needs to be addressed too then, so.
You're saying this, you talking about, you're speaking of
the magistrate.
Okay, so yeah.
Because she actually broke law. She didn't find probable cause because in this man's statement that he makes here, there's nothing in here that's not protected under the Constitution.
Yes, sir.
Of the United States.
So just to let you know, I'm gonna let you deal with Ms. Laster.
Thank you.
So
thank you. And I forgot your name. And you've been
Livingston.
You've been very friendly.
Yes,
I appreciate you. Thank you.
No, ma'am.
Nope.
What y'all need?
I need to see the magistrate.
How you doing, Mr. Black? You spoke to the magistrate already?
No,
you need to speak to.
I do need to speak to the magistrate.
Okay, what can I help you with?
Are you the magistrate?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Look. Oh yeah. Look, I want to discuss the arrest warrant that's done that. Everything on this arrest warrant. Aren't you supposed to verify the facts before you do anything?
Meaning?
Well, I mean, meaning that everything that this man wrote on this complaint is protected. The free speech is protected under the First Amendment. Smith v. Cumming authorizes all that. Those are all Supreme Court cases out of our district. I was arrested and I'm here to file a false arrest complaint under, let's see here if I can.
Okay, you have to file the false arrest complaint with the magistrate, correct?
You're correct.
You need to file it with the police department.
I think I had to file it with you.
Okay, I'll check into that.
And it will be under color of law violations, 18 code 4241.
Okay, let me take a picture of that. But as soon as Ms. Lester pull up, I'm gonna get her to assist you because we wanna make sure you get everything.
Yes, ma'am. And then I'm going to do some civil rights violations on some city officials, including the mayor and the city attorney.
Now, I'm gonna have to check more into that because that may have to be with the district. You might have to do that.
I'm going to county next.
But yeah, so I'm gonna check more into that.
Yeah. Okay, let me one more quick question.
Sir.
Does the complaint start with the officer or with the? I mean, does he have to bring you probable cause?
No, this is what happened. The complaint start. Okay, so before we can proceed with any warrant, we have to get a police report first.
Correct.
So as far as when it comes down to probable cause, they're just natural. Like if we read the complaint or whatever, or read the police report or the statement that the victim gives, the alleged victim gives, and we just see if we find probable cause out of that.
So y'all determine probable cause?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, because this office needs to be addressed too then, so.
You're saying this, you talking about, you're speaking of
the magistrate.
Okay, so yeah.
Because she actually broke law. She didn't find probable cause because in this man's statement that he makes here, there's nothing in here that's not protected under the Constitution.
Yes, sir.
Of the United States.
So just to let you know, I'm gonna let you deal with Ms. Laster.
Thank you.
So
thank you. And I forgot your name. And you've been
Livingston.
You've been very friendly.
Yes,
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr.
Good
Black.
morning,
How are
Miss
you?
Lester. Look, the warrant that was signed out on me the other day, I think I had, where
Excuse me, Mr. Black. I'm gonna leave the key in the door.
Okay.
where the officer, where y'all took this man's statement, Mr. Brown's statement,
Yes, sir.
everything that this man stated on here is protected activity under the U.S. Constitution. And like I said, under this code, hang on a minute, let me find it. Can't see how I'm at. 18 code 4241 said any time that two or more government officials acting to violate one's civil rights, and this is what this is, civil rights. That included you because you took the statement and without doing your due process. Everything on that is guaranteed constitutionally protected activity.
Okay. Have you read the state code for
state code is state code.
Governmental operations?
And yes, and I did. And nothing.
Basically says when
yes.
you hinder a public servant from performing a governmental operation.
Hinder.
From the statement that I took from Mr. Brown,
right.
Within my knowledge,
right.
and especially I read that code over
right.
and over and over, just to be sure that it actually fell up under that.
And it doesn't.
You were violating because he was at that time a public servant of the city of Selma.
Yes.
And you did stop. Hinder him from performing his actions. I do understand
and you do know I
agree.
record. I do know I record everything, right?
Yes, sir, and that's perfectly fine.
Yes.
But if you do not agree with the warrant, my best advice is for you to come to court on your court date and to take it up with the judge. You feel as though you are not guilty.
I am going to do that. If I were you, I
would definitely plead not guilty and move on to trial.
I am going to do that. But what I'm saying though, that his statement that he gives right here does not give probable cause in his statement.
Well, to me it did, Mr. Blackman. I apologize so much, but unfortunately it did. And once again, I did read state code for governmental operation,
and
and
neither one of those.
It.
Hindering means you standing between him and whatever's going on. That never happened.
At that point in time, from what I got, you completely disrupted the entire process.
I'm here today to file a warrant against him for false arrest.
Okay, so we can't do that because it's not technically false. If probable cause was found you were arrested, but if probable cause was found by the magistrate, it's not technically false.
Well, when I leave here, I'm going to.
The best advice that I can give you is to come to court on your court date.
Yes.
You feel as though you're not guilty.
And if I come to court, it's going to cost me money to come into court.
I mean, if you plead not guilty and move on to trial, and then you may win the case and be
not
found not guilty.
Case.
And at that point in time, you wouldn't have to pay anything.
Right, and like I said, what is done here, and with your help of that as a magistrate, you were supposed to appear, and your understanding of the law didn't fall under this here, because if you read this statement here, this is the statement he gave. This is what you base that on.
I read the statement. I even typed up that side of that warrant.
And you do know that all of this stuff falls under constitutionally protected activity.
Once again, once I read over the state code for obstructing
You
governmental
can't
operations.
you can't
Yes, sir.
use
Mr.
probable.
Blackman,
Wait a minute, just
the
let me
best
here.
advice I can offer to you,
I will.
once again, is to come to court in front of the judge.
And I will.
There's nothing we can do right now
Okay,
at this
but
point.
I just want to make this statement here.
Okay.
Probable cause cannot be obtained off of protected activity.
Okay. Yes, sir. You have a
But,
wonderful
but,
day, Mr.
but
Blackman.
I will. And like I said, you know, the complaints will be filed against this office, yourself, and all like that.
Yes,
so,
sir. Thank
and
you so
these are
much.
federal crimes, punishable by up to a year in prison.
Oh, perfectly fine.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
With respect to Mr. Edwards, the situation, can he legally serve the city?
Yes, sir. He's not been convicted of a crime. You know, that's no different than you being arrested. You were arrested by the Selma Police Department.
Correct.
But they still trying to give you a contract.
Correct. And
All right.
have given me the contract.
Well, and I terminated it.
And they appointed it back Friday.
Are we able to speak on the testing? On the testing, you know what? Who wants to speak? Who's your
Mr. Blackman a copy of this discovery. So they'll take the screen, you can make a copy of all this and get it to them today. How are you doing, Mr. Blackman?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you doing?
First time I'm sending a letter to you today.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You got all your discovery in this case.
I do not have all my discovery yet.
What don't you have?
Well, I've got what I have already. I've got the complaint form from Mr. Brown, and that's it. I didn't even receive a letter to show up today. If I hadn't have called the magistrate's office weeks ago, I'd have never known this date was available.
All right, Mr. Blackman, you're charged with 1113A102, obstructing government operations. You need to read the charge or explain it to you.
Yes, sir, please.
You, David Blackman, vehicle events that I hadn't been
Judge, may I step? I can't hear. I'm sorry.
You, David Blackman, did allegedly commit.
Yeah, I do have that. That's the only discovery that I have. Thank you, Mr. Sheldon.
No, you don't need to interrupt me when I get
Yes, sir.
started talking. You've been in here before, and you know that's one of my pet peeves. You, David Blackman, did allegedly commit the offense of obstructing government operations by intentionally preventing public servant William Brown from performing a governmental operation by obstructing the visitors at Selma City Hall, not signing the visitors law. Blackman then began a verbal altercation telling Brown that he was doing wrong. On another date, Mr. Brown was letting City Hall employees into the building. Mr. Blackman entered and declined to sign in the sheet, nor would he answer the code questionnaire. Blackman then pulled out his phone, started video recording Brown and other city employees. Brown asked him to stop. Blackman implied he could videotape anybody or anything at the city hall because of the public facility. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir, I do.
Situation
Yes,
that I
sir.
read it to you?
Yes, sir.
And how do you plead that?
Not guilty.
So you were giving legal advice to people in the...
No, sir, I didn't give, no, sir.
That's legal advice.
It's free speech.
No, that borders on legal advice.
I'm not a lawyer, sir. I can't give legal advice.
Exactly.
And I didn't give legal advice.
Well, that's your opinion, Mr. Black. If you want to start arguing with me, I can hold you to contempt. I'm going to give you my opinion. I'm just giving you some friendly advice, which doesn't ever go very far with you. So you keep doing what you do. So those charges, how do you plead, Mr. Blackman?
Not guilty.
Did you receive any indication whatsoever when you're going to have that enough prosecutor or public defense?
No.
Next trial date was July 21, 2022. I can get you to put your initials right there.
Okay.
So we can show that we gave that to you.
Yes, sir.
So when you call up in on July 21st, we can get those. And that's the next court date.
I'll be here.
Yeah, the last time we did that, we had something, you didn't show up, and then, we called you, you were filming something and you couldn't be here and all that kind of stuff. So that's your court notice, you received notice, and you indicated you received it by your initials there. So your next court date is July 21st. She's gonna make a copy of everything. On the file, she give it to you and she'll hang it on.
Thank you. Do I need to sit back down?
Or you can go around the window, either one. Alright.
I want you to go to the next item. Under the David Blackman contract. Well, that's a different situation. Because under that contract, the city attorney, through observations with the administrative staff, made the determination that there was a breach of contract in the performance of the contract. The breach of contract letter was sent to the contractor and also giving him an opportunity to correct the deficit or to cure the defect within 14 days. The contractor did not reply. The unauthorized use and release of video content
The official content used by Mr. Blackman to make political commentary. Contract term states all material is property of the city, and he refused to stream directly to the city's account. The city has no access or right to the footage that it should rightfully own. The city council stated that this is their contract. In other words, the city council is planting within contractors that because they vote on a contract, that the contractors are not accountable to the administration. They're saying that they manage all the contracts. The city council voted to pay the contract through the term. In other words, we interpret that as making advance payment on a contract. That's illegal. You can't make advance payments on contracts. And then, upon the contractor demanding payment on a terminated contract, then the contractor ended up being arrested for obstruction of justice operations, of government operations, and that case did go to court. And the contractor, the courts dismissed the case. I asked the city attorney to correct me if I'm wrong, but the case was dismissed only because the plaintiff asked the court to forgive the case. Am I wrong?
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir.
Okay. When the plaintiff said that he didn't want, there were no additional problems, and he didn't want to go forward with the case, that's when the courts dropped the case. The city council stated the contract, upon contractors demanding payment on a terminated contract, the contractor was arrested the second time. And this time he was arrested on harassment charges. And a no trespass order initially entered, a no trespass order was issued. The first time the contractor entered City Hall demanding payment, I don't know if it was the first time or the next time, but somewhere in there, one of those turns, he came with a gun on his side. And the second time he came, the staff was clearly intimidated. And it was the second time he came, even though he didn't have a gun. It was at that point he was arrested. And now, the city council continues having this perceived as dangerous person enter the building on their behalf with no regards to his prior arrest and the standing no trespass order. Even when the person who executed, who signed the warrant for arrest was needed to be in the council chambers, the council did not ask the person to leave. It actually took the police officers to ask the person to leave the room. These are the kinds of problems that we're experiencing with these contracts. I want to go to the next one. And I want people to understand that I have no problem with these contractors. My problems are with the procedures and the process by which this is being done. Now, under the Edmond Dyke Mission contract, the contractor of record has
Man, I forget, that door gets me every time I come through there. Oh, is this IBM? Okay. I need to have this received into the city records and for me, please, ma'am. And if I could get a copy of it. Sorry about the drama the other day.
I didn't even hear you.
Well, look, you know I'm not going to get rowdy. You know, they would like me to get rowdy. They want me to. They would like nothing more for me to do, but you know, I've dealt with this situation. The price is a lot bigger than this one. The city owed me $11 grand, and the treasurer has released my check without authority to a man who stole it. Who has no authority over it? We'll see. I understand where she's at, and I told her that. Yeah, I told her. Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I forgot, you've told me your name several times, but it's
Z.
I'm sorry.
Z.
Z. There you go. I don't remember that. My wife's D, so. Thank you. Have a good day. Oh, excuse me. Hey, I got one more thing for you to receive into the city, please, if you will. And just receive it in and stamp it and give me a copy of it, please, ma'am. Come on, excuse me. Good morning, Miss Ivy. Oh no, I'm still. Yeah, no, this young lady come back in. She just, yeah, I'm doing well. Can't complain none.
Now you prefer to make your request
Yeah.
on a separate
Yeah,
in a separate form
yeah.
with
That,
our form in?
from what I understand, AG's already said that that was perfectly okay to just use your own form to do that.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
you knew that you had that option also.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm still waiting on a bunch of them. I don't know where the holdup is, but if you would you check on all the others? Because I know there's 3 or 4 information requests has been made, and it all has to do with the same thing. It's gonna get all drugged back into court when it's all over with, but you know, along with all the other stuff. But if you could check on that, because I would like to. Some of it's been waiting for 6-7 months probably.
Yeah, I'm aware, because you had inquired the last time we
Right.
talked about it.
Do you know where it's being held up at?
I don't. I just know that for anything that is not already in here,
Right.
I start the process with the mayor who starts it with the department.
Right.
And then once it's complete, they'll bring it to me or either call me and tell me it's ready and I can go pick
Well,
it up.
if you could rattle a cage up the line and if you could.
Normally what we do is when it's been, you know, a considerable amount of time, we do a second request, you know, and try to start the process over.
Right.
So we'll see what we can
See what you can find out if you.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll call you, you know, once we get it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Bye-bye.
Good morning, this is Melissa. How may I help you?
Yes, ma'am. This is David Blackman. Somebody told me there may be a warrant for my arrest. Do you show me as having a warrant for my arrest?
Hold on, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Blackman. Sorry, I was in a meeting.
Yes, ma'am. That's fine.
I'm going to be honest with you. As you know, we can't give warrant information over the phone. But if you do suspect as if that you do have a warrant, you can always come in with your license and we can go from there.
Okay, so if I come in, you can tell me whether I have a warrant, but you can't tell me over the telephone.
Yeah, because if you do have a warrant, then you know you'll be arrested.
Right. Well, I mean that's fine. That's what I want to know. I mean, I'll come in and do it right now if you say there's a warrant, because there's no reason for my arrest. But if there's been a false accusation made again, like it was last time, I want to come in and take care of it where I can get the legal proceedings underway. But so if all I gotta do is just come in and tell you, ask you then, and then if I do, you'll arrest me. And I'm telling you now, if you tell me now, I'll come on in now. You know, just you can make it a whole lot simpler and stop me from having to make an unnecessary trip if I don't need to.
I understand what you're saying, but that's just the process of the office.
I understand. Well, I'll see you shortly then.
Yes, sir. I'll be looking forward to seeing you.
I understand there's a warrant for my arrest.
Yeah.
That's what I'm told that's what I'm told. You know, the mayor doesn't want what is out, and I'll stand in his way for all that. The one that they did the other day, it'll be dismissed in July. It's already been said by the judge there was no reason for that warrant.
Yeah, what they say.
Yeah. And you know, the mayor has stolen my check for $11,000, and y'all can't even investigate or arrest him. And I filed larceny reports on him. That's what this is all about, retaliation. David, maybe under Huey, David.
Well, surely not, because you can't get this money back. It's like a punishing you. It's definitely what it is. Yeah, because it's not right. Even this police officer can tell. It's like, really? Really?
Yeah, they said they got
So I can't go? I can come, he said. Good.
Well, it makes a lot of sense. Like I said, videos are causing me to watch I didn't do it. They called it
Yeah.
It would be sad, it's funny, but it wouldn't be so sad at all.
Just stop. Just crazy.
They need to call Chuck. He should have been there on the way.
I got his number.
Call him and tell him I'm down here. I need to do it.
Okay.
I don't know what the number is. Just give me the number.
Hey, Chuck. Hey, this is Wanda Harrison from Junebugs. I'm down here at the police station with Bubba, And so I believe he's going to need a bondsman to get him out. Okay. We don't know yet. So you want me to just call you back? Okay. Thanks. Bye bye. I hope it's not much because it's so upsetting.
I know. Yeah, they take his money out of the hands of
Someone that, yes, they are. For punishment. It's okay. That's right. That's exactly right. I do too. Everything done in the dark will come to light. Okay, all right. What? But he said he'd be, he said he'd be right on.
It's going to when it's a warrant, when it already happened and then you have to come back to it rather than happening and they get you right there.
Right. Well, like I said, I called down here and I heard, well, I went there to drop off Lee and I heard the name come out of the skin, so I figured it was going on there. I called the magistrate and I said, they come in, if it was going there, she didn't tell me it was going there. I guess she figured I was going to do it. She said it was policy. I said, look, I'm fine, we ain't getting picked up. Good to before I made a trip. It don't matter, coming anyway. She stated policy, and policy is not law.
Yeah, right.
Policy only affects things.
What is the definition of, I know what harassment is, but how can you, if one of my customers comes in and harasses me, can I run down here and she verbally harassed me, can I come down here and say, I want to put a... Supposedly, yes. I'm just wondering what it legally takes to be considered harassment.
Look up on YouTube.
Yeah.
They'll give you a definition.
I know going in and asking for your check is not harassment. I know that. One that he's been withholding for 6 months or 5 or however long it's been.
There, Chuck.
There he is.
Boy,
I tell you what, you can't stay out
I
of
can't
trouble,
stay out of trouble.
Hey, hon, how are you? Thank you.
You Parker?
Please. And it really is. This is money that was just thrown away. It's coming out of my family pocket.
Yeah.
They're holding a check for $11,300 of mine that the mayor stole.
And he won't keep, I mean.
And they want to charge me $500 for asking for it. Wow.
Well, it's all on video, so I don't know how he can call it harassment. It's all on video. So we're going to see. It sure is.
Oh, yeah. There's politics alone.
That's the reason I keep my mouth shut. Because I used to complain and bitch and gripe.
I beat you with it, didn't
Yeah,
you?
and I mean, if I wasn't getting nowhere, and I was like, you know what? And they were talking about pulling my license. I was like,
Well, then they win.
Yeah.
Then they win.
Yeah.
And we can't lay down and let them win.
That's right.
I mean, we can't. Not when they're doing wrong.
And see, my thing is, you know, I'm a deputy, so I really got to be careful what I do.
Yeah.
See, I filed larceny charges against the mayor for this. They want to basically their own sheriff's office. They copy their report. AG's office said they can't run it back because it's a civil matter. But the mayor has no authority over the check. He's not supposed to have it in possession. He took it. And they know he's taking it. He stole it.
Right.
Like I said, things get covered up around this place from the top down.
Involved with law, you know. Anyway, so. It's got bell on
Everything goes back onto the account, right? I mean, if I put it, it's going to go through the $500.
No, you don't owe $5. You only owe $8.
I got you.
I guess if
If
it's
I
thrown
win.
out. Yeah. Because you have to go to court
you
and then you're proven guilty. So maybe that's
true.
How you doing, Mr. President? Okay, I'm Ms. Lewis, the magistrate. This is a trespass order that was requested with the rules.
May I ask you a question?
You can.
In order to be trespassed as a law first citizen, you have to be notified before trespassers is illegal. I've never been asked to leave City Hall. I've never tried to find it. The law says that I have to be advised of a trespass and given an opportunity to leave. Trespass.
That's right.
Okay, so I'm advising you of the trespass right now. That's what I'm doing. Advising you of it.
And what promise do you?
I assume that
This is my proof.
you said.
I'll take it as my attorney.
Okay, so would you like to accept the trespass order and get your signature?
Yeah, I would too. Because
there is a law states that in order to trespass you have to admit crime. This is a public building I have legal access to. I can give no crime in that. This here right here is no crime. I went to take a check that the mayor told me to come pick up. I went to pick it up. And now they're going to trespass me. That's all. I'm not going to sit there who wrote this trespass against me? Who was it?
The same person who did it.
we don't know who that is.
Yeah, I'll be in there for a second and paper and get all my information on doing that. They can be held.
Held accountable. This got to be.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Have a great remainder of the day.
Uh-huh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Looking for discovery.
Okay, so don't your attorney do the discovery?
I'm pro se. I am my attorney. That's what that means. And this is the form that the request that they told me to make last time. They've already made it.
I remember the request for record form.
Right. The state attorney general's already said that it can be written out the way I did.
Sir.
The state attorney general's already been said it can be written out on by yourself.
So did you mind filling this out as well, just so I can attach it with you?
I'll just put see attached for them. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I don't mean to give you a hard time. It's just
I know you don't. I know you don't, but I understand what it is.
Yeah.
I understand. And I notice you every time I deal with you, you be cool.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yeah, there'll never be a time when I'll be disrespectful to you. Never be that time.
Here's your pen.
Okay, thank you.
How you been doing?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Okay.
Mr. Black. Once again, you don't want to sign the trespass order.
I'm not signing it. It has to be served. I have to be asked to leave. Actually, I would like to see it though, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna just go.
No, you don't want. If you don't want to sign, I'm not gonna let you take a picture.
Well, I need to know what's on it.
It's basically just saying
I
that.
know, I know, but I would like to see what's on it.
And I did this. I want you to do a little correction if you don't mind, so you can have the right case number, so it won't be no discrepancy.
Oh, so Terry Smith signed this here within 200 feet. I do need to take this here. This is pro se, or I need a copy of this here.
If you sign it, you can get a copy.
I'm not going to sign it, but I do need a copy because
Okay,
it is discovery.
Well, it ain't. If you ain't signing, we ain't gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna provide you with that, but I wanted you the case number that you have on your
So you're not going to give me a copy of that where I know can turn it.
Only if you sign it, you can.
But it's illegal what she's asking to do. The 41 seconds that I spoke to Miss Terry was always as nice as I've been to you.
Okay, so look, this one I want you to this case number, this I want you to put the correct one so it won't be no discrepancy. Okay. It's actually you want to write out?
Yes, please.
Let me do it.
Yes, please. Like I said,
it's gonna be 8374.
I don't have my glasses on. I can't see nothing. Close up anyway. You have to stand on the other side of the room. I might be able to read it.
I know if I didn't have my glass on. Right. So it's going to be 2022 8374. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
So this is what I'm providing you with.
Okay. You need to.
Yes,
right
sir.
Okay. And
then you didn't put your social or date of birth. Yeah, you want to put it because it's none of that is listed on here. That's why I was asking that you kind of.
Like I said, as a constitutionalist, collecting information that goes into a system repeatedly makes you flag for all this stuff here. You know, like I said, you know who I am, and I've already presented my signature on that, and they've already got all that record already there.
Yes, sir.
So if it's not required to get this paper, I would rather not put any extra stuff on there.
Yeah, this right here is actually required. This is from our office, and I know you did that before for another case. Right. So I was just going through protocol if you don't mind.
Well, I put my birth date, and they can, like I said, all that can be pulled up from there. So they have all the other birth date on there. Go with you.
So you don't want to.
I would rather not give my son. even the Social Security people say you're not supposed to give your information.
Well, you want to put your last 4 in? How about that? Oh, no.
No. Like I said, I was just rolling on it.
Okay.
And nothing personal. Like I said, it's like that.
I understand.
And listen, I appreciate you recognize
Yes,
the fact
sir.
that I've never been rude to you.
Yes, sir.
And I was never rude to Miss Terry. I've spoke to her 41 seconds at a tone just like this, and I was standing here part of the door for her.
Yeah.
And I videotaped it all. This will be thrown out too.
Yes, sir.
This has to do with transparency. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're
Have
welcome.
a great weekend.
Tell me your name, 'cause I know you.
Samantha Livingston.
I'm the world's worst. I worked in a thing where I photographed kids every day, so everybody was always mom and dad to me. So mom.
All right, have a great weekend, Mr. Bond. Thanks for everything.
Yes,
Would
ma'am.
you like me to put that in the envelope for you?
It's fine, ma'am. Thank you.
Huey Black.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Black. Looks like we have 2 cases before the court today.
Correct.
You have an obstructing governmental operations, which is set for trial, and a harassment, which is your arraignment. Are you familiar with both of those cases?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, so let me look at this harassment first. Your first time coming to court on a harassment, right?
No, sir, I came up and offered a plea on it of not guilty. If I may, I've got the late Judge Haygood stated from the bench that there was nothing in the affidavit signed by Mr. Brown that warranted my arrest, and that is on this tape here.
You recorded?
Correct. I take notes, sir.
Okay. Well,
And both are constitutionally protected activities that's listed in the affidavit.
both are what?
Constitutionally protected activity. Turner versus Driver states that you can record government officials in their course of duty, and freedom of speech has been there since the beginning. The Fourth Amendment protects you from having to give your personal identification up to sign in to go into a government building.
Mr. Black, you cited all you can be willing to appeal this to district and circuit court.
Oh, I'm gonna take it to court. It will go to court. I mean, this needs to be dismissed. The first one, and actually the second one needs to be dismissed also, along with the trespass warrant that's there.
You're trespassing from City Hall?
The counts.
So, Mr.
I'm
Black,
sorry, yes,
on
I'm
this
sorry.
harassment, my doctor shows that it's actually set for harassment. I don't. It's set for an arraignment. I don't see where you actually came for Haygood on that.
Yes, I've got that.
Understand that you have it on this, but either way, the victim is listed to be here today on this event.
I do have the paperwork, sir, on that Haygood gave me.
Alright, but on this harassment,
Hold up,
see 22-243, I'm going to give you a date to come back for trial on that one, okay? Now, do you want to try, do you want to handle both of them on the same day, or are you okay with going to trial on one today?
Actually, I think both of them should be dismissed today.
They're not going to be dismissed today. On this one, the only option is we're going to set you for trial, you say you want to trial.
Yes, well, I have yet to. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. I'm
Do you
sorry.
want to go to trial on both of them on the same day?
Sure.
Or do you want to do one today because you have one set for today for trial? And actually the victim is here today, so it's probably going to be best for us to go forward on that today. So this is what I'm going to do. You want a trial on this harassment. I'm going to reset it to come back for trial and show that you're entering a plea of not guilty. Let's come back for trial on the harassment on October the 6th.
May I present this, sir?
1 second. You show it to your lawyer?
Oh, yes, please. That's by Judge Hager.
Yes,
trial today.
Yeah, trial today.
Oh, the victim is Mr.
Brown.
He's back there.
Yes, he's in the back.
Brown.
Both of these, Tommy, are protected activities, as Hager correctly stated in this video.
Have any way to share that?
It's audio. You have to listen to it. It's marked on. That's the time stamp. I kind of don't have my glasses on right now. 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 4 seconds into this recording. Into my notes. Audio notes.
What did Hagood say?
He said that there was nothing in the affidavit signed by Mr. I'm sorry.
So, alright, so Mr. Blackman, this harassment was set for October 6, 2022 for trial, okay? Now, you had something you wanted to show me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do. This was given by the. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. No problem.
So what do y'all have here, Mr. Atkinson?
Your Honor, Mr. Blackman states that the court previously advised him that everything complained of in the affidavit with respect to...
This is the other case. This is not the harassment. This is the...
obstructed government operation.
Okay.
Oh,
right.
yes.
So go for it, I'm listening.
That's because the harassment's the arraignment as far as best I know, Judge, today, but the obstructing government operations, Mr. Blackman is clearly well versed in constitutional law and his rights and abilities to act within a civilized manner.
So I was just trying to get a skeleton of what y'all were presenting. You know, this one is set for trial. Mr. Selma is back talking to the victim on this case. So if you have an argument, you probably want to wait to present it to Mr.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying the complaint was that Mr. Blackman was he refused COVID protocol. And
refused to sign into the city hall.
Sign in, and then was videoing things with his phone.
So what was this about? This was just to show me that you've been to court before?
Yeah, that was to show me that I've been to court.
We got that one. That was the other charge that I was just talking about. We have that one. That one is set for trial today. So Mr. Selma is talking to the victim, and we're going to go to trial on that one shortly. Okay, sir?
Okay.
And if you have any arguments to present to me, I'll take them up at the time that we get ready to begin the trial. All right?
Okay. Make sure I understand this right, Judge, if you will. This one here is on...
obstructing government operations.
This is the Mr. Brown case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, and the other operation on the, from the harassment, I've got a video to show for that too, that there was no harassment on that. This is all.
I think that's going to be for
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I will.
If you're not guilty, you're not guilty.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Thank you.
We'll address the other in just a second.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
we'll call it back up and say, he's for trial, right? You know, agree with the trial, right?
Yeah, it depends upon your position on this. Mr. Brown got a position now, but I think that was destruction, but he has a position and I'm willing to go along with it. Make the call. Yeah, I mean, he's saying that
I'm ready for trial.
I'm ready for trial.
I said you and Mr. Addison work something out on it before the trial.
The people want to dismiss it. Okay.
But that's up to the people. I'll follow your recommendation.
Okay, well, hey, I mean, I don't want to, I got a conflict of interest with Mr. Black, but I'm a fair man and I'm not going to press it.
You don't have to dismiss it.
I'll be doing something personal. Come on up, Mr. Brown. I'm not that kind of man. I'll be doing something personal.
This,
Yes, sure.
yeah, I'll be to the outside. I'll go to the outside.
Did you indicate to me that as of today, you would like to dismiss this action against Mr. Black?
Yes, I did, because at the time, when I filed my complaint, I was having, at least I didn't know who he was, and I don't know who he is now. But prior to, me, filing my complaint, I haven't even seen him, and I don't have no problem with him, and I don't have no problem with anybody else that comes into City Hall. I don't have no problem with nobody else coming to City Hall, because all I ask for is just to respect me for my position. And, like I said at the time, he did not respect me, but prior to that now, when he comes in, I guess he knows who I am, and I know who he is. And the main reason why I filed a complaint was because I wanted to let my supervisor know that I felt like, when he was coming around, he wasn't following the instructions.
Your Honor, I think what has happened is there needs to be a severance. He has certain constitutional rights that he's trying to advocate and claiming that the city violated. But that's different from him being able to disregard this employee in the discharging of his duties and responsibilities. But that's what I get from reading the case, that he's complaining about whether or not it's appropriate for the city. But that's a question for another forum. The way to handle that is not to ignore the proper discharge of duties by Mr. Brown, taking it on your own to do that. But Mr. Brown wants to dismiss the case, and I'm not going to press it. I'll go along with the discussion.
And Mr. Young, if I may say, like I said, I don't know Mr. Black. I don't know anything about it. I treat him just like I would anybody else that comes through City Hall. And my instructions were, at the time, were to, get people to fill out the law with it. And, like COVID testing. But since then, they had us asking, questions. But the city had stopped that doing it. So the only thing I do now is when people come through, I read their temperature. And once I read the temperature is normal, I let them through. So when he did, Mr. Black came through, I read his temperature like everybody else. I didn't, his temperature was normal. So, I told him to go on through. And like I said, he comes through now. Whenever I do see him, he read his temperature, he's going on through. But all I ask in the presence of everybody here now with him, just to respect me for my job, because another thing that led to me filing a complaint, he told me at the time then that he could videotape myself as well as anybody else inside of City Hall. But since then, like I said, I don't have no dealing with him no more than I would anybody else. But now he comes back, I'll be back again.
Your Honor, this question. This is really a civil disobedience case where he feels his rights are being violated, so he takes action, i.e. not cooperating with the employee. And being an old civil disobedience man, You know when you do that, you gotta be willing to accept the consequences of non-cooperation, i.e. with Mr. Brown in this regard. But again, I'm not gonna press it if Mr. Brown wants to dismiss it.
And like I said, the reason why I'm dismissing is because, like I said, prior to me filing my complaints, I've had no complaint against Mr. Black. But like I said, as long as he respects me, I'll respect him. And prior to this, I've had no issue with it.
Well, you know, any dismissal, Mr. Blackman used to be told, if you got a problem with that law, you need to file a constitutional lawsuit in another forum. If you come into City Hall, you're not going to be allowed to obstruct this man from doing his job. But he won't dismiss it today. But the next time, I'm not going along with it. Because there's a way to handle your complaint without disrespecting this man's job responsibility.
And, Your Honor, another thing, like I said,
I got to understand.
Yeah, you got it. Okay.
Y'all got anything y'all want to say to that?
Judge,
Y'all object to
not in the least.
Alright, well, I'm going to non-process the case, and non-process is basically the same thing as dismissing. So you're going to be done with this charge, okay? Alright, and the other one, we got us a trial date already. I think it's what date is it, sir?
September 22nd.
Yeah, September 22nd.
Alright, so I see you September 22nd.
No, yeah, 10/6.
October 6th.
Yeah,
I
10/6.
see October 6th,
Yeah.
trial on that case,
Right.
okay, sir?
Okay.
Alright, you take care.
Thank you, sir.
Alright.
Look, let me speak to you. What I was trying to say in court, Brown wanted to dismiss the case.
Right.
Now, back in the past, you and I have had some political differences.
Correct.
But I wasn't going to let that
Correct. I wasn't either.
stop from being fair to you. If you're going to dismiss it,
Right. My complaints on that was completely legitimate, and I record and audio everything that goes on. I can line it up to where a blind man can follow it.
that's the policy.
Policy is not
For
law,
what
sir.
the city is doing.
Yes, sir, but policy is not law. And this all stemmed from them collecting COVID information and transferring the names from the sign-in sheet to that COVID information, which is against the law, and the AG's
Why
already
haven't
opined
you
in it.
challenged the law in court?
I did, and I've also with the court. Inside the city council chambers, inside the city council chambers, this was brought up, and where Liz Rutledge had to admit that she was collecting this information wrongly, and it was supposed to have been stopped, but they were still collecting it. Like I said, I'm in court. I'm in. If that building opens up, I'm in there, and I record from the time I get out of the car to the time I get back in the car. And you know, I don't cross the law.
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't.
And
as far as his respect,
Brown, let him do that little job.
yes, but his job is not to collect and transfer information from a sign-in sheet, which the Fourth Amendment says you don't have to sign into that sheet.
That's what I'm saying. You need to have.
I've already spoke to him about it before all this, and his statement that he didn't know me. We've had hundreds of conversations.
If you file suit, then the judge can issue
The EEOC lawsuit.
injunction stopping them.
You know that when the day that this man's filed this stuff here on that, the city stopped my contract for $11,310 that they are on the hook for an EEOC claim now. That on the 26th of this month, coming up next week, will be on the hook for a lot more than just this here. And the harassment, the documented harassment by City Hall, by the mayor, by the treasurer, by the magistrate who wrote this, the magistrate, but the magistrate.
I got other cases.
I understand.
Share that with you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I want you to go to the next item. Under the David Blackman contract. Well, that's a different situation. Because under that contract, the city attorney through observations with the administrative staff, made the determination that there was a breach of contract in the performance of the contract. The breach of contract letter was sent to the contractor and also giving him opportunity to correct the deficit or to cure the defect within 14 days. The contractor did not reply. The unauthorized use and release of video content, the official content used by Mr. Blackman to make political commentary. The contract term states all material is property of the city, and he refused to stream directly to the city's account. The city has no access or right to the footage that it should rightfully own. The city council stated that this is their contract. In other words, the city council is planting within contractors that because they vote on a contract, that the contractors are not accountable to the administration. They're saying that they manage all the contracts. The city council voted to pay the contract through the term. In other words, we interpret that as making advance payment on a contract. That's illegal. You can't make advance payments on contracts. And then, upon the contractor demanding payment on a terminated contract, then the contractor ended up being arrested for obstruction of justice operations, of government operations, and that case did go to court. And the contractor, the courts dismissed the case. And I asked the city attorney to correct me if I'm wrong, but the case was dismissed only because the plaintiff asked the court to forgive the case. Am I wrong?
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir.
Okay. When the plaintiff said that he didn't want, there were no additional problems, and he didn't want to go forward with the case, that's when the courts dropped the case. The city council stated upon contractors demanding payment on a terminated contract, the contractor was arrested the second time. And this time he was arrested on harassment charges. And a no trespass order initially entered, a no trespass order was issued. The first time the contractor entered City Hall demanding payment, I don't know if it was the first time or the next time, but somewhere in there, one of those turns, he came with a gun on his side. And the second time he came, the staff was clearly intimidated. And it was the second time he came, even though he didn't have a gun. It was at that point he was arrested. And now, the city council continues having this perceived as dangerous person enter the building on their behalf with no regards to his prior arrest and the standing no trespass order. Even when the person who executed, who signed the warrant for arrest was needed to be in the council chambers, the council did not ask the person to leave. It actually took the police officers to ask the person to leave the room. These are the kinds of problems that we're experiencing with these contracts. I want to go to the next one. And I want people to understand that I have no problem with these contractors. My problems are with the procedures and the process by which this is being done. Now, under the Edmond Dyke Mission contract, the contractor of record has
Are there any witnesses here on the David Blackman case? If you involved in the David Blackman, please come forward. Anyone else that's involved?
Ms. Johnson.
You want me to put you?
That's the witnesses.
Discussing my name now.
I would ask, moving forward with these proceedings, to get honest, and I'll be quite honest, I think for me, it happened.
Hold on one second. Excuse me. Y'all have a seat. Hold on, Mr. Black. Y'all can step back.
Mr. Black, served, yes, I just stay here. I'm sorry.
All right, go for it.
So Mr. Blackman served on the city discovery once he received notice of these charges filed against him for the body cam and all this other has received no response. But he's got on his phone a Facebook live video of the entire incident, as far as I know, from which he was charged for signed against him. Basically, he had business at City Hall because he was there to pick up a check. There was no contact, there was no threats, there was no nothing. So if the city's position is to ask for continuance because we don't have the body cam, my position is that I would object to that, but I don't want to, I think that more than anything, Mr. Blackman would like his opportunity to explain to the court the situation and how he's not guilty. But I just would like the court to know that he did in fact request this information from the city back in June, more than 5 months ago. He filed an official discovery to, where was it?
I filed it in the City Hall, notarized.
Show it to him.
Do you have that file? Mr. Blackman file?
No, I have it. Oh, I have it. I got it.
Judge Wood? Judge Wood, may I speak? May I say something?
1 second, let me
Okay.
get the file for Mr. Atkinson. Okay, so I want you to talk to your lawyer before you address the court. So anything you say to the court, make sure you go.
Yeah, sure. We spoke, and if we were to try the case, I fully intended to allow Mr. Blackman to address you. So I don't have any problem in speaking with you.
I do, because we're going to just go ahead and try the case like I was in my trial. And I made this request. I think that's unnecessary.
Right.
Now, I have, let me respond to what he said. There is an ongoing problem. We don't want to necessarily punish Mr. Blackman or not protect any city workers. We need to have the best.
1 second, sir, 1 second. Hey, can y'all keep it down? I can hear everything that you're saying. Please, no talking in court. All cell phones off. Thank you.
We need to have the best evidence to get to the facts in this case. I'm sure Mr. Atkinson want to get to the facts. I want to get to the facts. I'm sure the court want to get to the facts. Any evidence that Mr. Atkinson has that's not before the court, he's welcome to bring it in. We want to get to the facts because this is an ongoing problem that's bigger than this particular case. Certainly, as a matter of court operation, it's been my experience that the lawyers for the defendants really need cooperation from the court to sometimes extend the conflict so they can have access to information that's going to present the best case for their client. Now, we established some precedent where the prosecutor could not have the same judicial courtesy. What I'm going to be forced to do is expose oppose any lenient.
I got you. No, sir. I got you. So y'all have anything else?
I would like to, if I could, my contract with the city is what is being contracts in general made by the
One
council.
second, I'm sorry. Do we have any other witnesses here?
We have witnesses,
And I
but they prepared for the time of trial, not to go out a pre-trial, come in and open court.
Okay, do they need to come up right now?
You can call them up if that's what the judge wants. And she's gonna have a totally different opinion, a totally different stipulation of the facts.
Okay, no, I don't want to go over any facts right now.
Yeah, no, it's not, yeah. Nothing of, there's a witness here on my side that is also a contractor that has also went to Mrs. Smith's office to collect his check.
Hold up, no facts.
Yeah, I just wanted, they want a continuance to get the body there.
Judge, we'll agree to that.
You agree to it?
To one continuance, yes, sir.
All right, how long do y'all need to get that information?
We'll have it whenever you set the case again in the trial.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and set it again in 2 weeks. I'm going to set it in 2 weeks, okay? That's going to be October the 20th.
Y'all, I'm thinking about maybe a medical procedure that I may have to deal with them. I really don't want.
My next one will be November the 3rd.
I'll be ready.
November 3rd? Okay, are y'all okay with November 3rd?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so I'm going to reset this for November 3rd. If y'all have any kind of discovery or anything, please get it in. I do want to make you aware, you mentioned that you filed something with City Hall.
I did.
City Hall has nothing to do with this court. If you have a motion to file, make sure you talk to your lawyer.
Okay.
He can explain that to you. It should be filed here in this court.
Okay, I just filed a Freedom of Information request. Is what
Okay, I don't have anything to do with that in
I got
City Hall, but anything in this court, y'all file it right here. We'll get it addressed, okay?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so we're going to reset it for November the 3rd. Yes, sir. Alright, we'll see you then. Please check inside, get notice of your court date from our magistrate, and you're free to go.
Thank you.
They get another court date. They just changed it. Changed to the 17th instead of the. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's gonna be the 17th instead of
okay.
the 3rd.
Yeah.
So,
they always playing games.
So
like
what
this
you
show.
do here? What you just
I'm gonna go over and get them. Give it to you that one. Yeah.
Tell them to go up there and get one.
I will. I will.
You go there and get one right now.
I appreciate it.
They changed it.
Yeah, that's what I come. Sheldon run me down.
Okay. So it's just gonna be November 17th.
Tiffany Ray.
It's gonna be November 17th.
Put your initials by that. You know how court registers are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Thank you, sir. Hey, thank you. Look,
I called you. Is that 872 number your number?
hey, that's the house number.
Yeah, can you write your phone number?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you my cell phone number.
Please do, cause look, attorney Atkinson, he called. I was going through trying to find your number, but the number on the bond paper, it wasn't.
Should have been this one on
Yeah,
the bond
I
paper.
don't know.
That's my cell number.
Okay, yeah, he wanted your number, so he
Okay.
wanted to text it to him. So I'm glad. See, that was so good. You came. I said I was gonna try to find you. I don't know how I was gonna find you, but I did call that 872.
Well, I come to find you too. If you will,
Yes, sir.
make one of them as received. He told me to bring the discovery, and there's a witness list that I need. I guess needs to be subpoenaed too. Yeah, they was all involved. They was all directly involved with it. So
Both of these are the same paper.
they're the same. You can just stamp one up or sign it or whatever you
Give
want.
it to you. Give it back.
Yeah, just received.
You gonna sign? You don't want to sign your
Oh
number?
yeah, I'm sorry. Just the folks that's had an active role in this thing, I to be honest with you, the city should fix this problem. It should have never got to this point, but it is what it is.
All these people.
Well, look,
Well, I mean-
everyone on the council voted and told me to go to her office. everybody else is one that was.
Oh, what you got? I'm sweat up here.
Well, because you was on the well, you're already gonna be here, so
Yeah.
you know, it ain't, yeah.
What's my role in this?
Well, just as a magistrate, you know, you sent out the and it's all the officers too. It's just basically everybody that had anything to do with it. I just want to tell what they know about it, you know. And,
I understand. Well,
you know
all
what
I
I'm talking
know is what came through.
look,
me,
and
so
that's all too. And it's nothing personal, but just like Miss Ivy down there, you know, I give her forms for that, and I get nothing back. But it's all information that needs to be for this, and
yes, sir.
you know, if they want to try it, let's. I want to put all the pieces out there and let them put the puzzle together.
Yeah, okay.
You know what
but
I mean?
I'm glad. Okay, Mr. Blackman, boy, have a great weekend.
Okay.
I'm gonna get this over to
Thank you, and I appreciate it. And like I said, I don't know how they want to do all this stuff.
If all these people need to be subpoenaed, then I just have to send a subpoena for all of them.
Right, and they may want to do
for November 7th.
the 7. Yeah, I can't remember what the date was.
Yeah, November 17th at 9:30.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
I appreciate you. Bye. Good morning. Yes, my lawyer told me that they moved my court to today.
1:30.
1:30.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay.
See you then.
I never received anything through the mail. Only thing I did was hear from the attorney.
Yeah.
So
It was last week when Judge Woon changed the court date because it's completely
Yeah.
scheduled to have it tomorrow.
Right.
And he really wanted to continue court and not cancel court. So that's why we're having it today.
Right.
That's the reason why you didn't receive anything in the mail because Attorney Atchison said that he would reach out. I gave him
yeah, he
your
did, but
number.
he didn't have a time. So
But yes, sir, it's at 1:30.
okay.
I'm sorry for having you come.
Because I had to align for, you know, I got a handicapped child and my homeschool, so I've had to make arrangements for you know, all that.
But I can advise you that if you need to bring your kids or whatnot, you can. The only thing is if they start causing a disturbance.
Yeah, they won't. They're 14, 13. Handicap is she can't walk on her own. It's totally dependent. So.
Yes, sir. So look, it's no problem. We'll accept kids in the courtroom. It's just like, you know, like if babies come,
Yeah, I thought that.
step in the hallway and
Yeah,
then come in.
they won't.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to let you know that. See you then.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ladies.
So you gonna see? Prepared as both of us are today. The officer that's the state's or city's primary witness, Van, both of his parents are like dying, so they're going to continue the case. And I don't want you to have to sit here for 4 hours. I know you've got all your stuff, and I am sorry to tell you that I'm going to ask the court to expedite your trial. And that means,
you know, right now I don't get my money. I can't get into City Hall to do my job. There's a lot of stuff online.
I know. So I'm going to ask for an expedited hearing, whether it be 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I don't know what the court's
Can
calendar
we
is.
just not ask for dismissal?
No, they're not going to do that.
When am I supposed to get the discovery?
I don't know what they have.
Well, let me just say this here. The officers had their body camera running. I have it on film where they had the body camera when they walked back to talk to the mayor. I know the mayor.
Well, let me tell you this. I asked for this. I mean, they have to. I told them I want whatever you guys receive. I ain't trying to find film. Like I said, you can convict a gnat of harassment. If they can come up with their shit, I'm good with that. I'm not doing you any favors trying to hunt down their evidence for them.
Right.
I ain't gonna do it.
But I need that evidence
with all the
for
council.
further.
But same thing with all the council, and like there was talking about you having a gun and all that. And while that's not
That's all
necessary,
that's ever been a holster.
I know, but it's not necessarily relevant to your case. But
No, I know.
like I said, this is not the Supreme Court or Circuit Court.
I know.
I'll let the court know that we have agreed to a continuance, and I'm gonna say if I agree to this continuance, I want him to be able to leave right now, not waste any more time. And then you and I'll get together 2 or 3 days before your next hearing.
That'll work.
All right.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Good afternoon. I do apologize about the announcement I'm about to give. It's
has been a conflict in the judge's schedule. He's tied up over in district court. He stated that if you guys would like to stay, you can. He'll be here roughly 15 to 20 minutes. But we understand that you guys have been here since 1:30, and it's roughly an hour and 15 minutes. So it's up to you. He said if you stay, he can take care of it today. But if you leave, we're gonna have to reschedule you, and your rescheduled date will be December 8th. So I mean, that's your option. If you want to take care of your stuff today, you can take care of it today. If not, I got to see everybody to reschedule. Or you said that's Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, December 8th.
Okay, we want to make sure, do you receive your notices? You receive your notices?
Yeah, I received it.
Okay, December 8th. And once again, we do apologize, but we respect you guys' time.
1:30?
Can I?
December 8th is going to be at 9:30 on a Thursday.
At 9:30? Okay. Call me before.
Okay. Does she have me down?
Yeah.
I got you. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Michelle. So Mr. Devan's parents are dying? Who? The officer Devan, is his parents dying?
No, they're just sick. They're just sick. They're sick.
Oh, they're
Just
sick.
yeah.
Okay.
They're stable. They're just sick.
Oh, okay.
But I can advise you that if you need to bring your kids or whatnot, you can. The only thing is if they start causing the disturbance.
Yeah, they won't. They're 14, 13. My handicap is she can't walk on her own. It's totally dependent. So.
Yes, sir. So look, it's no problem. We'll accept kids in the courtroom. It's just like, like if babies come,
Yeah, I follow that.
Step in the hallway and
Yeah,
then come
they won't.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to let you know that. See you then.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ladies.
So you gonna see?
Black, you just let it folks that got caught in it today. They got caught, just let them in.
You said the court?
Got caught, just let them in, that's it.
Okay, hold on just a minute. I'm sorry, Cheryl. I can't hear.
They got caught, but just let them in, that's it today.
Okay, the magistrate told me I could come with them because I have nobody else to take care of them. And if I get put in jail, my wife's gonna have to drive my car home. So my magistrate told me I could bring them.
Well, your wife gonna go to work?
No, she's not. She's gonna stay here. But if I get put in jail as suspected or whatever, she's got to be able to take my kids home. The magistrate told me I could bring them.
I'm calling Ms. Nixon.
Yeah, the magistrate told me I could bring my kids.
We have them downstairs. We don't want them in the courtroom. Set up be downstairs. We don't want them in the courtroom because I don't want them to happen. And if something happen in the courtroom, you gotta be safe.
They need to be in the courtroom. They need to see what's going on with their daddy.
If anything happen in that courtroom, I don't want.
Is there something supposed to happen in the courtroom?
You know what I'm saying? I don't need nothing happen in the courtroom.
Well, ain't nothing gonna happen with my family part. I mean, are y'all expecting other trouble?
You know what I'm saying now? I'm heading off right now. I don't need them inside the courtroom. They could be on the outside, but not inside.
Well, they'll stay in the hallway on the outside.
Okay? You know what I'm saying?
So we stay in the hallway?
Yeah, y'all be in the hallway upstairs. There's a little office across the hallway.
We can some chairs for us to sit down and everything on the outside.
Thank you.
One of us do it.
Are y'all expecting trouble today, Sheila?
No, I'm just wanting nothing to happen period. I'm just being safe.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I take care of my hearing.
You know how I do. I do that. I have everything safe.
I know. Well, like I said.
Don't think like that you're going to jail, man. I always think positive.
Well, I've got the evidence is all on my side, but I don't know if the court's fair. But you had to prepare for what you had to prepare for.
You can't speak things that exist, man. Don't speak. Let's speak positive like no jail.
Yeah. Well, look, I agree with that, and I've got the evidence.
Don't speak no bad.
The evidence is all 100%, and I've got it all recorded. So, but like I said, I don't trust the system that's acted ugly toward me already, and I know you witnessed it all. So, yeah, I'm gonna go and get my spot.
Okay.
Y'all can just sit here. Hey, do not allow them to make you move from here. You don't have to move from here. And when I get up there, I'm going to ask Because there's other people in there with families in there right now. If my family come in and witness this thing, y'all walk in quietly. Then open up your hand, baby. Open up your hand. You okay?
She's good. She's happy. She's got Santa Claus in the window.
Where? They won't let my family in.
Why?
Said it's afraid something gonna happen. Well, okay, you expect something to happen? Well, no, we just don't. But let me handle it. Okay.
No family?
There's people in there with. There's at least one person in there sitting with somebody else.
Who said that?
The one that checks you in, children.
Did you ask him?
No.
You going to?
No, I'm gonna ask the judge. They know how to tell. But I mean, if you don't walk in, try to sit. Like, there's other people in there. I don't know why they not allowed one to run out of it. If you go in there and sit and don't sit with me, I won't know what you're doing. You still here? Excuse me.
What's going on, Mr. Black?
How you doing, sir?
Let's talk real quick, because time is of the essence. I don't think you're going to trial today. I just got notice that yesterday the city filed an additional count for obstruction of governmental operations. Here's what I'm going to propose. I know more than anything you want to have your day in court, right?
I want it over with. This is enough. I have not been properly served by the courts at all.
I haven't either. I didn't get anything. I got a text where they requested the jump drive that you gave me for discovery purposes, but you filed a motion for discovery back in June and still have received no response.
I filed in January.
This is the third time the case has been continued.
Right.
Because the city didn't have the evidence that they wanted.
Right. So now they're going to file an additional charge of obstruction to get the other stuff?
No. Of governmental operations. I don't even have it. He just showed it to me in there. So like I told you, I was like, we're focusing solely. Your focus and my focus is solely on the harassment charge.
Yeah. Why don't they just go ahead and dismiss that one, and if they're going to pursue the other one, just start a new case?
Yeah.
You know, the harassment needs to be dismissed. I need to be tried on the dismissal or whatever he's going to do. I believe my evidence is strong enough that it should stand on its own.
Yeah.
And if not, and they can refile that and go do something later. You know, this and here will be over with.
Yeah. All right.
They just making things. This is a political prosecution.
It is.
Strictly political.
I mean, it's stupid. It shouldn't be here. It shouldn't be in city court.
He should not be doing what
it's authority versus the council unanimously voting to not terminate your contract and to have you paid
3 times.
3 times.
The original and the one about in February or whatever for it to be paid out, and then again whatever the last one was on the 27th, whatever it was.
I'm not confident we're going to have a trial today. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
It's out of my control.
I understand that.
But if we do, I'm prepared. I'm ready.
Yeah, me too. I'm ready, and like I said, look, 3 meetings over a span of 10 days, under 2 minutes. Under 2 minutes.
I understand. Why would they claim that you breached your contract?
He said that I was using the city seal. The city didn't have a city seal that was there. He said I was talking about city employees. I didn't talk about, he said I was narrating my videos. They all go out live. There was no narration of the videos. Once it's out there in the public, I have a right to speak on anything I want to, just like anybody else does.
Are you like on a website or a blog or something?
I've got a website that he said I impersonated the city's website with the city seal. I didn't, and it wasn't even my website, but my videos were being posted on. I didn't even do it. They can't make the EEOC claim on the breach of contract at all. They know they're in trouble, and they know that there's going to be some people that's going to be in trouble.
Well, see, that's a different issue than these charges. You know what I'm saying? That's something you pursue.
And see, they already tried government operation one time because I wouldn't sign the sign-in sheet going in, but I caught on video the guard down there transferring that information from the COVID sheet to the sign-in sheet, which is illegal.
What is that? What is that?
I wouldn't sign in going in because
Why?
Because I don't have to.
Well,
That's a whole different issue.
Yeah, that's a different issue.
This thing is so murky and muddy. I'm here to defend you on a harassment charge. Now, they just threw a new charge against you that I had no idea about.
Right. I know. They gasped me for straws.
Shit, man.
What case is this?
This is David Black.
David Black, come on up. Anybody involved on the case involving David Black, please come on.
Trevor Smith, please come forward. No, you just a witness. That's complaint.
Your Honor, I'm not sure what Attorney Salam's already advised the court, but given developments literally in the last 24 to 48 hours, and given the fact that this thing has a bunch of different arms, this claim against my client, we think if the court would so allow us just a special setting for maybe like an hour or so on a different day other than a regularly called docket. There's discovery issues, and there was recently added a count that I didn't even know about until this morning. So if the court would allow us, I think that if we set aside a mutually agreeable time for all of us to have a hearing and let you decide as you will, it'd probably be in the best interest of all the parties.
Your Honor, as you know, this case had been continued before, and if you grant this, hopefully we will follow the rule of expedition and set it for maybe within 7 to 10 days, if it's possible, within your schedule as a jurist as well as private attorney.
What's the new charge? I don't see a new case.
They added a count for obstruction of governmental operations.
Obstruction of governmental operations, Your Honor. That really should be the prime charge.
And so you've been served with that already?
No, sir.
He was made aware of it. It's been filed in the court.
We were made aware of it this morning.
No, he didn't have super advanced notice.
So he's going to have to be served with that and processed and all of that, right?
Yes, Your Honor. And
might as well do it all at the same time. Is it out of the same facts is what you're saying?
Yes, sir. So the birds out of the same transaction.
And not to be a burden to the court, Judge, but we were here to try the harassment charge. And I got a text from the city showing me that Mr. Salam had filed a motion for discovery day before yesterday, I believe. And I mean, I hadn't seen any motions, and I didn't know anything about the additional count until this morning.
According to the magistrate, she communicated to you the fact that the motion had been filed.
Yes, that is true.
So you're asking for a special setting and a continue.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what's your position on that?
I don't have a problem, only just expedite it, speedy as soon as possible. Certainly not this week, of course.
I want the other charge to have come through so we can have it on the docket as well. There's no point of doing it if there's another charge that's coming through.
It's another count, really. It's another count.
They'll have to do a complaint.
No problem. We're glad to acquiesce in any terms requested, of course.
Y'all understand that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Judge, and for the record, if you'll allow, there has to be the same process as before, as far as serving him with the warrant and serving him, and then him making bond, because he already paid $500 on the harassment.
You want to go ahead and arrest him and put him in jail too?
No, from a timing standpoint.
Y'all talk to me, try to address it to the court.
From a timing standpoint, that's the only thing. I don't know what that process looks like, how far back the city's
right. So that has to be done. I guess if it's a warrant and complaint, you can turn yourself in and help expedite it. Go ahead and get it situated. I guess you can handle that today if that's what you want to do, to expedite it. So,
Let me ask you, is there any way to comply with what you're saying without necessarily arresting the man? We know the case, but if everybody gonna insist on technicalities, then we have a right to rearrest him. And I would hate to have to do that if we can avoid it, but I mean, if everybody insisting on every detail of the technicality, then
still gotta be booked on it.
I mean, if you're doing a complaint to the magistrate, you can add this complaint to the docket about the arrest.
To a summons.
Yeah, do a summons and I just add it to the docket without making an arrest.
I think that's the best course, y'all, because everybody know what the case about. He's already been arrested.
I mean, the arrest.
On a harassment.
Do a summons to add it to the docket.
Gotcha. I just have a problem. I have a hard time. I don't want to waive any rights that are available that I'm unaware of by just saying, okay, we acquiesce to this additional count being added, and we'll just address it all at one time. But that's, I mean, you know, it looks like we're going to have to either way, so.
What about Thursday, December 15th?
Is that next week, y'all? Yes, sir.
Is that too soon? That's in 7 days.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Appreciate
We
your
can do it. We can do it later if both of y'all's calendars don't fit.
Mine is clear. It's up to,
You can talk to your client.
December 15th, Judge.
That's gonna be a problem. What time, y'all?
First, I'm saying if everybody's free, I'm free all day that day.
If you get past Christmas, it'd be even better for me.
Why's that?
If it get past Christmas time, it'd be even better for me. That way I don't have to be worried about being in jail for Christmas.
You ain't going to be in jail for Christmas.
Yeah, excuse me.
That's okay. That's a concern of my client. If
I
you
can't
could,
tell you what the penalty
could,
would be if it be. I have to hear the evidence to know what I'm.
I understand.
I could give y'all longer because I recall being here before. I know last time we were here, I was in court with Judge Perkins, but I think before then we talked about discovery then, and I wanted to make sure we got everything taken care of so we can be ready to go. So this time, whenever it's reset, I'm putting it on my calendar. It's a special setting, so I'm not going to be inclined to do any more continuances.
Understood.
That's fair enough, and I'm a reasonable man. If it's too rigid to demand next week, 7 days.
It's up to y'all. I
can comply with
go
it
longer.
if the opposition counsel can. I'm not going to constrain him in his ability to represent his client to the best of his ability.
I don't know of any additional evidence that could be obtained that would.
So we're going to do on the 15th, Junior?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's do it on December the 15th at 9:30. December 15th at 9:30.
Yes, sir.
Special setting. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. So hopefully all the other charges are here and we're ready to do it. And we'll do it December the 15th at 9:30. I'm gonna do like Judge Armstrong used to say, what you say, no more chances.
NMC.
Yeah, that's when I'm writing it down. No more. So we're ready to go on that day. All right?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I know that this is frustrating. And I'm certainly at the appropriate time going to raise sand about this new count.
Right.
But I don't want you to have to have them file a warrant, because they will, and then you have to be arrested, and then you have to post bond and all that, because you already paid, what, $500? Yeah.
And I wasn't the one, by the way, that postponed the other hearings.
I know.
They acted kind of like it was.
No. Last time it was because they wanted some body cam footage.
Right. And what about my discovery?
Huh?
What about my discovery? They took your discovery that I turned into you and into their thing, but they ain't gave me theirs.
No, but I'll have my hands on it.
I need to have it before.
Well, he said that basically the gist of it. I mean, I think it's the same stuff you have.
It is, but
But he
when they
says
went
that-
back into the offices.
But listen, David, he says that the treasurer, whatever her name is,
Smith.
you had a holster, you've been known to carry firearms, you were pointing and making gestures or whatever.
There's nothing illegal in that. Matter of fact, in law, it said they're properly unhosted.
But it's empty.
I've seen it, but I know, and I know that. I mean,
I got a gun belt too. Does that count?
yeah, but look, their claim, and this is a separate issue. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to murky up the harassment charge and now the obstructing public with you're right or wrong to try to demand your money. That's a civil issue.
Right, I understand that.
They claim you breached your contract because you're
Yeah, that's
posting on
all civil.
Facebook,
Yeah.
and yeah,
That's all civil.
That's not going to be what our focus
Right.
is
I understand that.
there. Okay, and I don't want to go down that.
But if it does get into the thing where they want to bring that there was a firearm or threatening folks or whatever like that, and I'm doing it now. I'm talking with my fingers now. You talk with your fingers.
Yeah.
Everybody out here did it. The judge did. But if it's anything involving a firearm, I pay insurance for a firearm attorney that will be here with me if I need that.
Okay.
But if it's anything to do with that, I'm gonna call on my paid membership because I'm
Do
positive.
it. I mean, if you've been paying for it, though, all the resources are available to you.
I can't access it until they're claiming that there was a firearm or whatever.
No,
You know,
they just said that
They're
you.
just claiming you're intimidating her.
Yes, that's the whole issue.
Let
And
me-
like I
let me
told
ask
you,
you
you
this
can
here.
find a baked potato guilty of
Let-
harassment.
no.
If it's on camera.
Well, that's why I did not object for us having a special setting.
Yeah, I'd rather
In
be.
order, because we can show the judge, but you need to make sure you bring whatever you know, and you need to know how to get it up.
We
'cause I don't
we
know that
put it
stuff.
down like that. It's on one audio. It's all linked back to back.
Is it
There's
video
three.
too?
Well,
Now, that stuff
I
you
do.
sent me yesterday is really hard to hear.
I've already fixed it.
But you, I mean,
It's
you never approached a woman more than like 10 feet
10,
away.
15 foot. Oh yeah. Probably here in the magistrate's office window.
Yeah.
Probably wasn't that close. But this is a political hit, you know.
He didn't like you exposing things
No,
that were your opinion, and that's not harassment.
Right.
But you know, I want you to know though the money issue is not what we're.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
And
That's going forward on the other.
But I want to make sure that, remember when we talked yesterday and the day before, I don't want you to open.
Yeah,
that
I'm not
door.
going to open it. Yeah, I know Salama. I know how he
Well,
acts.
look, but if you open that door, they can say, "Oh, you're going to talk about you're owed this money," well, and that's how.
Well, we wanna
But
make-
David, listen, and then they can pull up your Firefly or whatever, Facebook, MRSA or whatever it's called, and show these negative comments that are somehow connected to you, or ask you, "Hey, did you state this in a public forum?"
Yeah, well, I'll stand by all that. So
Based on-
it's all facts.
I don't want to go there.
I know.
Is what
I
I'm
know,
saying.
Yeah. And
We want to talk directly and solely about your interaction.
Right, and on
with-
that same thing, this charge here said on or about June 2nd. How are they going to go back and bring stuff other and add to this charge here when the original charge said on or about June 2nd? Are they going to go back and add things for whatever they want to now? That seems kind of wrong.
Well, that's what they've added, the obstruction from justice, all from, and that's why the judge asked, is this all from the same incident? You went up there, what, 4 times, 3 times?
I've been here 4 times.
No, go
I
and
went
get
up there. I went up there. No, I was there on the court date on the 24th, and I went on the 27th and the 6th.
And you were told to go every
And I was
time.
told to go every time.
Right, who, by who?
Oh, and I got I've got the council meeting shows that I was told to, and
I heard it.
And I've got council minutes for that, and I've
heard all
also got Terry Smith saying come Friday. Did you guys hear that?
I heard that.
hear that when she
I
said
didn't
come
hear
Friday?
that.
Yeah,
I
she-
didn't
yeah,
hear that.
Terry-
That's the one I couldn't really hear, I think.
You can hear it on the recording, 'cause we fixed it. But it said.
Okay,
it said
I gotta get in here.
Okay,
Look,
so I need
we're gonna
to-
set it,
do I
it's
need-
set for next Thursday.
Okay, so do I need to come up here and just go get
I
processed?
think you just need to go.
Okay,
Go.
thank
Who
you.
comes, who gets to come next Thursday? Is it open trial?
Yeah, see, they wouldn't let my family in. They let everybody else's family
Yeah.
in, but they wouldn't let mine in.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. That's up to the judge.
I just want to verify that my case has been postponed.
It has.
Okay, I just wanted to.
I knew you were gonna come. Yeah, it has though.
Look, I'm sorry to do that, but you know, you have to play the game that's dealt you. So, thank you.
And we'll be sure to let Attorney Atkinson know the.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're trespassing from City Hall?
The council.
So, Mr.
I'm
Black,
sorry, yes,
on
I'm
this harassment, my doctor shows that it actually said for harassment.
I would like to, if I could, my contract with the city is what is being, contracts in general made by the
One
council.
second, I'm sorry. Do we have any other witnesses here?
Hi, I'm Sarah. In 2017, I started a Facebook channel called Sarah's Shooting It Straight, where a lot of my videos address the issues at River Park. Well, now we're going to be looking at what has changed and what is not. So right here, I can tell that the grass has been cut, but that just makes the litter and trash show up that much worse. As I said, we have litter and trash, including a beer bottle and bricks covering the ground in the playground area. We have storm damage that you can see here, and the remnants of signs from the July opening of the splash pad still hanging in disarray. Here we have the mulch. We have roughly around 1 inch of mulch when there's supposed to be 10 inches. And over here, if you can see this right here, there is an electrical box that has fallen to the ground and is laying there for danger. And here, with this light post, if you can see that, right underneath it, there is the makings of another washed out area. I'm Sarah, and I'm still shooting it straight.
How you doing, sir? David Blackman.
Pleasure.
And that's my oldest one. That's Haley Pierce, and this is Sarah Francis right here.
Hey, Sarah, how are
you? So
nice to see you.
We're here, and
good. And
look,
well, we're just about at the bottom.
Yeah, there is no mulch left. Look, and the.
We'll go full tilt.
Yeah, see, I thought it was supposed to be, if I read things right, and you know much better than I did, like supposed to be an inch of mulch for every inch of height on equipment. Is that right?
Well, it's
roughly
on one like this. 9-inch compact is what you have.
Right,
to have.
right.
It'll go in about 2 inches deeper,
right.
and then it'll.
Well, that's what this was. 9 foot. That's what it was. The problem that they had was last time, and Sarah, would you like to come tell him about this?
About the
Yeah, about the compost stuff. Sarah, tell about the problem that you found with the mulch.
Well, the city was supposed to keep the mulch turned over, but they didn't, and it started growing black mold.
It had mold all in it.
Oh, did it really?
And
since then, it's
we took and she, yeah.
We're supposed to have an inch for every 10 inches.
Yeah, what you end up with on
It was a 9-inch compact.
The guidelines are 9-inch compact.
Yeah.
But we're gonna go. I'm gonna fill it up. What I've been doing lately though is going above that and going 10 or 11 inches compact. So
yeah,
it's
because the
actually
shavings.
higher, and you can and they can put the excess under.
Right.
And then you'll.
Yeah, because it's gonna compact. I know
be long
nobody's
before you have to replenish it.
right,
Yeah.
and I know nobody's gonna turn it over once a month to keep it out. But we had problems with grass growing up through all of it. There was mold. There was big patches of mold. There was they took. Miss George, how you doing?
Yeah.
But with the girls come down here and took all that took that video and all of the mold growing up and through there.
Yeah.
And see, like, well, Haley has to be. Oh, I'm sorry. Haley has to be walked around or. Even though she's got a power chair, it's too much for her to get in our car and all like that. So if we bring the walkers don't run through the mulch, and she has to be. So, but it's stuff we can manage. But like on the steps over here,
Yeah, so you got the transfer station.
right? Yes.
You're saying that's still too high.
This is 17 inches right here.
Right.
And with the mulch, it was about right.
Yes.
With a full
Just have to have
mulch.
the right mulch in there.
With the right mulch.
That's the key.
The problem that Haley has with this here is she transfers in from this way with her walker, and she has to navigate all the way around to get to the other side.
Right.
That's where she, to have steps on the other side, because there's 22 inches on both these two sides.
Right.
And even for safety reasons, it looked like having an open gate and a 22-inch drop would be. Because I don't know if
that's where, and again, I'm gonna take a photo and I'll put my measurements in there and I'll send it to our guys and just check my numbers to make sure. But that with the correct amount of surfacing, as you said, that's going to get us there.
One more step on both sides,
Yeah, and but it's we couldn't even begin to add one, and that is actually that is manufactured per the guidelines. Now I can ask, but
so there was never intended for one to be on this side.
That's correct. You got the transfer, what we call the approach step, which is this.
Right.
You only got one.
Right.
And then your transfer can be at either one of those locations. And
right.
Again, I'll measure the height.
Because they come with the same bolt ups as that.
Yeah.
For that side too. I mean, if
22 and a half there.
I think it was 16 and a half or 17.
Top of that is 18 and 22 and a half. That's what I got here. You probably get a difference on both sides. 22 and a half, and 18. Yeah, because hey. So when she transfers up, when the
mulch was here,
coming in from this side.
No, she was coming in
from there.
You'd never been able to get onto that side.
That makes it harder. We got to have the mulch.
Right, got to have the mulch. The mulch will at least make this here up.
I'm gonna put in originally about 12 inches.
Yeah,
because
it's gonna pack.
Come up to the bottom.
Right. And like I said, and I know you said that. So there's no way to put another step on the closer side, being that that's where she would enter from. And I don't want to be. I don't want to be petty.
No,
you know what I'm talking about. But you see how.
What it does is you might know distances.
Right.
So when you put a piece like this in, I'm measuring that at 64 inches. Now all of a sudden I've got a step here, and I've got to worry that slide is not.
But I mean, it's the same exact.
Come off of that end.
But it's the same exact.
If it's the same distance.
If it's the same, it looks to me like it's just a mirrored thing. And I thought about that. Well, maybe it was to allow for the wheelchair to come around or whatever, in which the wheelchair and the wood mulch don't work well anyway.
Let me see what I got here.
Man,
that's 57. What I've got to do is just send it into my design and ask him that question.
Right.
But I in my 10 plus years, we've never added a
an
step.
extra.
It's always one approach step, and that's all playground companies because that meets the guideline. Again, the key is, and this is not just this location or any other. Replenishing a lot of people don't. A lot
I
of
know.
cities, a lot of parks and recs,
I
a
know.
lot of church, they don't
I
replenish
know they
on a
don't.
timely basis.
That's right.
And we do tell them, and when I go back and visit, I'll mention
Right.
it to them.
Well, like I
and
said,
so it's
for the majority of people,
this is common.
It is common.
This is very common.
And for, like I said, for kids, Sarah, she come up here, she bounds right up on it. She don't care one way or the other.
Right.
But it makes a difference when you're already, limited onto that.
It does.
Yeah, it's a small kids. I mean, we watched a lot of, changes over the thing. And like I said, the kids love the park down here. They like it. Like I said, it doesn't have bathroom facilities, so we got abuse going on of that.
Yep.
It happens because major calls and kids go and.
And this is one thing that's a reminder to me as the rep, and that's just continually. It's not like I've called Mayor Evans and said, "Hey, you need to replenish." I haven't done that,
Right.
so that's on me too.
So
it's up to us.
It's up until
you had mentioned about mulch some time ago. We talked about
but I should be doing it more often.
Right, and a year ago we had mulch in here, but it was so grown up with grass, it was basically just. And they come in here and they took it out, I think, because it was basically a carpet of grass on the top. And it was only then, I think we clocked it at 4 or 5 inches, using the...
Yeah, and it goes away fast. So what I'm going to do, Mayor Evans and George and David, is I'm going to, you're really down to the bottom, essentially.
Yeah,
so I'm going to send you a price for putting in, normally we do a 9-inch compact, but I'm going to do a 10, 11-inch
Just where it'll settle
onto
onto
you put
that.
more underneath there, and it won't take as long. You won't have to replenish it as
Right,
often.
right.
And then I'll put some notes in there about how often to pay attention to it. With you and the new mayor, and kind of go from there. So and I'll keep in touch. And again, it's a reminder to me as a rep. I see this a lot, and I do tell them when I go by the place to see them. But I don't
cities
send
are
out
so
chain
strapped for money, to come up with an extra.
It is.
It is a lot of
pain,
money.
and it would be easier to do the poured rubber, but the budgets aren't such. It's just so much more expensive. I think, Mayor, we essentially had a quick conversation with him. He wouldn't have been able to get.
Well, they love
like
all
this.
they love all this here.
Yeah,
Look, talking about the abuse now, the fire department about 3 or 4 years ago had to come down here and sanitize the equipment because, as I said, there's being no bathroom down here. They was going in the tube.
Oh gracious! Okay.
And laying it in the tube, and they had to come down here and sanitize it. It happened once or twice. That was documented on like that, but like I said, we've got no water, and I understand. Like I say, well, kids, they need water. Well, if there's no water down here, people bring the water bottles like that, and normally it's clean right now. They have, but the volunteers have really stepped up and helped a lot.
And it's a beautiful site.
It's a really pretty site.
Great site.
We've got
beautiful view.
From our point of view, and all, just like with the parking. My girls can't transfer down that, or the steps on that side. So we come in, we park over at the white, we come in on the sidewalk where she can use her walker, or we can walk with her, kind of like what we're doing now, or two across. But there's holes up around where the bicycle rack and all, and they dug up all the plumbing. I mean, they're just big old gaping holes that's just left open like that. And I know that's not part of what you do, but it's part of the maintenance and the safety for the kids and all. Down here next to the light pole going out, there's a big hole there at that green box under. It's a big washed out spot. And you remember about a year ago they had to repair that big old cave in of where all those rocks was at. Well, up under that light, this coming back again there.
Yeah. When you get outside the perimeter, it's always, and you're looking for things. And the good thing is, obviously, that would have been a huge issue had the mayor not gotten this beautiful gate fencing.
Oh yeah. Look,
the river. So that
this park is definitely a blessing.
Well
we're
done.
glad that you done a good job.
Before I left, I had all that cleared out.
Well, look, it was too.
You could sit here on the bench, or sit here on that bench and get a whole.
Well,
LaMarcus,
LaMarcus Snow and the volunteers cleaned off from the St. James Hotel all the way to here. This was all done by volunteers because the girls had videos done back in 2017 and 18 or whatever like that, where they sat and made videos. You couldn't even see the bridge at one time.
Right.
And if you're gonna have a part that's supposed to be for the view of the bridge, and you can't view the bridge, it gets to be,
Well, when you first built it, you're right. It was
clear, yeah. But that stuff grows up. It's fast. A couple of years, it's
2015. I cleared.
It was all clear. Yeah, it was.
All the way down there, we could sit here and look at that water
and on both sides.
You
could see them
all. Over the years.
And see, we're gonna have. They're marking off now for the bridge floating parade, but you can't see the water.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully they'll
You know,
come
and
in
I know that this mayor's going to be working to fix a lot of stuff. You know, we went through 4 years where we didn't get anything done in the city, and it just shut down after Mr. Evans left.
Yeah, I know. He was a man. He was a go-getter. I remember being with him and making a sales call, and we was in the evening, I think, or late, a little bit later, and he was getting phone calls about stuff.
He still gets phone calls regularly.
All hours of the night.
Look, I've never made a call to Mr. Evans that he didn't pick my phone call up and talk to me. And he's got a wealth of knowledge, and you know, up until recently, I didn't realize all the accomplishments your brother had in the sports world. I was just totally, but you know, on that. But I've got best friends that have known Mr. George since forever. Right. You know, there and like I said, he's well thought of here.
Did a very good job.
I talked to him in person, and he's going to meet, but he's going to send somebody down because I told him, I asked him to send Public Works somebody down in case we had to talk about volunteers.
Right.
But he said he's going to send someone down.
Two things, Mayor, on that is two ways to save money. Clearly, volunteers are the best. But if you can't get a group, even a local general contractor that would be willing to cut you. My guys are coming in from Georgia or Florida, and we're going to charge a lot more money than I want to.
Yeah, I understand.
But it's almost like the trip fee has to cost a lot of money. So,
well, you got time, you pay that man to ride.
Yeah. So I'm going to quote for you just the wood carpet, and then if you come back and say, hey, I want to know the install, I will do that. And what we would try to do is if I got my guys close and I know I can get them here sooner rather than later, then we would try to, that would help the price.
Right.
But I would look for a volunteer or a really good general contractor.
Well, we have enough wood saw mills right here now that finding cedar shavings or whatever, oak or whatever has to be, whatever the. I mean, we got a mulch company here, so.
Yeah, this is engineered wood fiber, so this meets all the ADA guidelines.
Oh, okay,
so that's what I would stick with that, given that we want to make sure it compacts easier and it's made for playground use.
Right. No splinters.
So it costs more.
No splinters.
Yeah, that's right. It's not the regular. That regular mulch is a problem.
Yeah.
And you never know what you're going
to
have in
there.
It doesn't compact. The only thing is, how do you want to come in? You want to, they can. I think they dumped it kind of where the mayor's car was
probably
to this side, but that means it's on the hill and it's going to be harder to drag off. If we could get through here and get back and put it even on the sidewalk out there, that's
they bring trucks now. I don't. You can drive a car down there. I don't know if you could drive.
I don't know if you can get that truck down there.
I think
we'll go take a look at that.
But to have a Sarah, we'll be right back. Watch. Yes, you go right here. Oh, hey, Sarah, y'all, okay. Y'all stay back there. They up there playing. Good.
How's this worked out?
Well, it's been open 3 or 4 days since it's been put in. It opened for
as soon as it put in.
Yeah. Well, it's been here for several years, but it didn't have any water to it, but they got the water in. This was originally supposed to be a recirculating pad.
Yeah, I first initiated this at the party park, and we're going to have that. And it's going to be sprinkled, like I said, water coming up and music and all that, lighting.
And it does work, but it was opened up for the 4th of July for that one day because we had the fireworks display.
Right.
2 weeks later, it opened up for a couple of days one week, maybe one day the next week, and then school come in and they shut it down.
They shut it down because of the lack of water.
It was supposed to have been a recirculating pad. That's what was sold to the city, to the council, and where they wouldn't have to worry about the water intake because there was no water at that time here. Well, they changed that. Somebody had it changed after Mr. George and all. I think it already done with all that.
I tried to get Dario to go ahead and continue it.
Yeah.
Actually, he tried to freeze on. He tried to actually stop that from being done. Had to make sure he understood that.
Yeah.
That was paid for already by me for already.
For the playground equipment.
And he had to end up letting it go, but he wasn't going to let that go.
Well, look, to having to have somebody down here to work, turn the water on and off when people were here, meant that it has to be when it's open. They had to have an employee staff that sit in a chair right there while she was there. And if it was recirculating, you turn it on, leave it on.
So now they still have to have somebody here.
Yeah, because the water is fresh water now. It runs in and straight into the river.
So it's good now. You can, but you still have to have somebody.
Have to have somebody turn it on and off, and so nobody.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I know they got piping all right there.
I think if he came through here last time, he
come around,
and he won't be able to. Yeah, we don't want to chew up your ground.
And they do have some. They do have some sprinkler system line that comes right through there, right in line with that faucet.
We could come through here if you guys are comfortable with it. I need to go over there. Look, coming through here in that truck.
I've seen the city trucks pretty big.
53-footer.
Yeah.
I don't think. First of all, he's going to have to jump this.
Yeah.
Come down that hill. I don't know.
That's a lot.
A lot of times it's up to the driver, and these guys are good, but they're 53-foot units.
Yeah.
And that's a hard one.
But you know, if the city's front end has front end loader, somebody with a tractor just pick it up a bucket at a time, dump it. It wouldn't take too long.
Well, he could do two things. He could dump it on the side of the hill.
Let it come down.
Further, and so that would put it the closest, but you'd have to drag it off. Or this is a smaller hill. He could come to that edge and put it there.
Right.
You could bobcat it in, or if y'all are comfortable, we can come around. I need to see. He can come. Does he have to come down that hill, or can he come all the? No, you got that blocked off with the amphitheater. So he'd have to come down this hill in order to get here. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah. It's all a ramp just like that.
He probably
all pretty.
won't do that.
And I don't know. It's the same problem going around the backside with the sidewalks and stuff. And
I mean on the other side of the.
Yeah, but like I said, dumping right here and bobcatting in is probably going to be your best bet.
That might be the easiest one because this one's going to be more severe.
It is. It's going further to drag too. You can go back all the way up to the edge here.
You're right. He can dump it literally right there, and you just got to get on it quick because you got that drain. So the day he delivers is the day they need to do it.
Right.
Because you got rain coming in behind it. So at least you know kind of what the choices are. Right. And I'll be involved with y'all. I'll tell the wood carpet company. I'll say, hey.
And what was
here's who you're going to meet with, and here's kind of what you got, what you're up against.
Right. What was the wood material that you're talking about? What was the name?
It's called engineered wood. Who's the vendor?
No. Just what it's called.
Engineered wood fiber.
Engineered wood fiber.
We call it. The company I use calls it wood carpet, but it's engineered wood fiber, and that's if you look that up, that meets all the ADA guidelines. And it's specifically for playground.
For playground.
The chips are smaller,
right?
And it's also processed with the good wood,
right?
You know, that's not waste wood; it's good wood. So the key.
Yeah, it was good for
compaction. That was what we put in there.
It was good stuff. Like I said, up until about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years, when the mold got into it, and there was an issue, and it was brought out then about the mold. And somewhere between there and then, it just started going away. And like I said, it was growing over so bad for the grass when volunteers, like I said, come in and help get it all cleaned up to start with. And I think a lot of them would just haul out just to get it because it wasn't what it was supposed to be.
Well,
at that time.
One thing to do when we bring this in will be, you can choose to do this, mayor or volunteers, whoever, is maybe to get rid of some of that grass. Now, when we put 10, 12 inches on top of it, it's going to
kill it out.
But what happens is when they mow, if they're spitting grass seed, what you saw was top.
It was
from the top.
So
the guy has to spit it.
He would turn and shoot the other way. Exactly. I had a neighbor that done me that way.
Around the borders, with it going away from the borders, that's really the best way to mow it.
Yeah. And I had a neighbor done me that way for years and blow it all out there.
And so it's growing on top of it.
It's growing on top.
What's happening. It happens all the time. But y'all, I'll be back down once we get the order. But y'all kind of see what the choices are. Whether or not you want him coming all the way around that building, but you kind of see what the choices are. How are you?
Good morning.
Hey, how are you doing?
How y'all doing?
Very well.
How y'all doing?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Doctor, good to see you.
Good to see you.
How you doing, Ted?
Hey, how you doing?
Jeff Wingup,
Hi.
Play World. Nice to see you.
Dr. Hendricks.
Dr. Hendricks, nice to see you.
Hey,
Jeff Wingup.
Charlie McCann.
Hey, Jeff. Jeff Wingup.
Jeff is the one that put this park in for me years ago.
Yeah, I knew it had come in under your administration.
Yeah, he
Absolutely.
put it in, and so now, you know David.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I don't know him. I've just seen him.
We have dealt.
But anyway, he brought to my attention that situation over there probably needs some upgrades as far as meeting the requirements and all like that. And he's the man that's going to recommend some things to us to do that. Plus, the main thing is to put mulch. Some more mulch in there personally. And
I figured it probably at some time, just over time, that
It
probably
is.
But now the
You
other
have to keep replenishing.
Yeah, and the other thing is, one of the things that I had to come, we actually submitted a grant about, that was probably the end of September, to do a park that's specifically for children with special needs, sensory
Right.
deficits.
Oh, yeah.
Grants out
We
there.
we submitted that long before your
Right,
post.
yeah.
So I wish you don't ever ask questions.
Look,
And I really would. I'm asking.
yes.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
If you have a concern, before you post, ask a question, because then when you post, you can also say, "I asked. This was the answer."
And I can
Here's the
I can respect that.
Yeah, just ask.
But the post had been going on since 2017.
Yeah, but I wasn't here.
No, but
And
then
so,
she'll do a good job.
I understand.
I'm asking.
I understand.
Because you do that a lot.
Yes,
And
yes, I
so
do.
You don't know the plan or what already. It's because some things we don't put out, in
I
public.
understand.
We just do it, right?
Look, I understand your view on things.
Sometimes too soon get sabotaged. Somebody will sabotage anything you do if they know too much about it before you do it.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So I think if you work
Right.
with her.
Well, we have been asked many times when we go through the mayor that it always needs to go through the mayor first, and I have stopped several times to the mayor's office and not got through the office to do any of that.
But our numbers are public.
Yeah, she's at the recreation.
I understand. I know where she's at. I know.
She'll work with you. I believe
Just
that.
call
Well,
and
and you
ask.
can do the inclusive one you're talking about.
Well, why-
poured
Exactly.
rubber surfacing, which is what we were talking about before. If you
Exactly.
get that grant, that
That would solve a lot of any wheelchair
And that's
person.
what we want. And so we won't be able to make all the parks that way,
I
at
understand.
one time.
Well, while we're here, though, while you're here,
But we definitely.
we'll talk about some things while we're here, if you got time.
And I don't have a problem with that. That's why we have our parks and grounds supervisor. We've got our assistant director, so that.
And I can show you.
That's my one little set of ears.
Yeah, there you go. I understand. But I'll let these gentlemen, do their things.
Yeah,
so you're going to take us through
everything and
all we really need, and I'm going to get an answer from Mr. Blackman about, he had a question about an approach step on the other side of the transfer station.
Okay.
And I'm going to get an answer for him on that. We've got this lined up that meets all the guidelines, but he asked a good question I'm going to try to get an answer for. Once we put the wood carpet in there, we're going to be good to go.
Okay.
We should be able to have much better access for her and for anyone else.
And anybody else.
Yeah, and really it's all about the level of the wood carpet.
That's what
and
I
it
was
needs
thinking.
to be replenished, and I'm going to put that as notes to when I email it to you guys.
Okay, awesome.
Maybe take a third of it and say, okay, what's the third of this cost? And say in about 12 to 18 months I need to top it back off. Yeah, and just have that money available in the budget. And that's and I know, but everybody is, y'all got so much money, only a certain amount of budget to spend on.
Correct.
And that's, that does get left out by every municipality. I told them, I said,
Oh, yeah,
this is
that's
common.
nothing new.
This is common.
Yeah,
I see
no.
this. I
That's
see
not
this
a
all
Selma
the time.
thing.
This is not unusual.
No.
And when I go by, I remind them.
Yeah.
But I told David, I told Mayor, I said, I probably need, as a rep, with all my equipment, I need to do a better job, maybe sending out some email blasts saying, hey, just as a reminder, because you can't get to everybody.
No, you can't.
And so I'm going to take a look at that. But having said that, this is not uncommon. Nobody should feel, but it does need to be. It needs to be replenished. There's no question about it. So I'm going to get you a price. Do I need to send the quote to you? Okay.
And to keep in mind too, I had mentioned to the mayor about the possibility of public works coming to Justin King, which is good here for you guys. But the idea was, if in fact we get that moat here, we'll have volunteers to go put it in. Volunteers would help to save a lot of money in terms of.
Oh, I don't think that would be an issue.
I didn't think so either.
No.
But those are ways to save, because they'll come dump it and we'll put it in.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be an issue.
Okay, that's good.
And we got enough organizations
I
around
believe-
that
yes,
will
Lord. Yes, Lord. Glad
jump
about
on
it.
and be glad to do it. Yeah, I don't think that'd be a problem.
What I'm going to do is just go back and calculate. I've got the square footage, and I just need to put a calculator on there to determine exactly how much you need.
That works.
We did talk about access. It's kind of a rough way in, so there's a few different delivery points, access points where we could go to for your volunteers. So if everything goes okay, feel good about the price, and we get it ordered, I'll probably come back down and meet with whoever's going to do it and go through that again.
Okay.
Because I want it, because it's last time we dumped it off that hill, and it worked out fine. My guys actually did it, and because they were here doing it, so but they were fine. They raked it down the hill. But as Mayor Evans and I were talking about, that's kind of a difficult deal.
Yeah.
So this might be a better spot right here, just dumping it here. But these trucks are 53 feet.
Yeah,
So
oh,
they're
yeah,
big,
that's
they're
what-
huge.
yeah.
It's going, It's probably gonna have 50 plus cubic yards in it.
You may have to come
At least.
around the back of the building.
Yeah, what I was worried about is that hill. They don't love coming down a hill, and unless
But
I
I mean,
can
if
come
you go
around
the
that
back
way.
of that building.
Okay, I'll go take a look at
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Around
I'll go
behind
take a
the
look.
If you go around behind there,
Yeah.
I think that's a flatter.
We'll mark this area up a little bit, but all we're doing is just you're gonna tell tire tracks were there.
Yeah.
So hopefully we hit it when it's not soft and mushy after
Right,
the rain.
Right.
And if it is, we might want to
Then
consider
you want to, yeah, and
that
we can
option
we
two.
can
Yes,
play
ma'am.
that by ear
Yes, ma'am.
and see what how the weather's treating us.
Absolutely. So good. I've got everything I need. I'm going to get for you, just so you know, answer for you about
Please,
the
thank
second
you.
step on there.
I appreciate it.
But I think
Like I said, this is the side she enters on and have to make her transition all the way around the equipment to get to a step.
Well, and that was the only place to put it. I mean, we could put an ADA ramp on the other end. We could do that as well.
I said once she makes it to the steps, she can make the 7 or 8 inch steps.
Right.
You know, like I said, we walk behind her to keep her from back falling.
But you could
Okay.
to solve that issue. Dr. Hendricks, what we're thinking, you could take another one of those ADAs, order that, and we could replace a 4-footer with an ADA to put on that other end in case children do come down off those steps on the other end. That would give you a second one. If you want me to include that in the price for you to consider, I can do that.
You can, and then one of the
Okay.
other things I think that we will do, because it's not the only playground in town.
No, that's 20. That's
And there are
21.
other playgrounds that don't have this issue. So, and I think one of the things that we probably can do as well, and Mayor Evans, you may agree or disagree, tell me if I'm wrong, but probably we can put out, because we're getting ready to redo the website, and as we're talking about new information for the website, is that we certainly can place those listing of those playgrounds that are already accessible, because this is not the only playground in the city.
You're right. That's excellent. Right. I think you should. I think you
And
should.
so there's some where the steps are extremely low.
Mhm.
This just is one of the newer ones, that's in
You got
town
plenty.
that we were very happy that Mayor Evans put in.
Yeah, you'd be working on 2012 ADA standards, I guess now.
Yeah, because there are
People
some.
live all over
They live all over the city. So this is
what's closer to them, they can go and compete. So
correct.
I think you're correct.
And not
You're good.
all of them are,
I understand.
yeah.
Well,
It's just one of the newer
those meet the standard. They're at the
That's
right
what I
height.
thought.
They're at the right height. It's just a matter of having the right level of wood carving.
Right. That's
yeah,
what
they're
I
at the
thought
right height.
because
So, but
those are some of the
With the mulch in it, it'd be the right height.
yes.
Without it, they're not.
Yep, so that's all we need, just to add that, and you just have to kind of replenish it. Like I said, I'll put notes in there for you on that. So, fantastic.
Yeah, we submitted a couple of grants because I know ADM does some things, with the rubber, and you can get some things from there. And we submitted one international paper where we want to do a totally new sensory park and things like that, because that's something that we don't have. So that was recognized, but had you called me, you didn't know that.
We're gonna have a talk for you later. I'm gonna fill your ear full in just a minute.
You could have said, well, they already know, and here's what the plan is, and then you could have given the right information.
Yeah, I give her a chance. I believe she'll prove to be working strong.
Yeah.
And then I'll talk to communicate with you about that inclusive playground. We've done
I think
several,
that would be great.
and I'd love to work with you and get you a price on when that comes up.
Yeah, I think that would be great.
What you probably seen is I sent her a
I did.
design.
I got it.
It's got the wood carpet in
It
there like
does.
we have here. So if
It
you want to
does,
add back the
she sent
rubber,
it to me, and I reviewed it, and then
Fantastic.
before
Good.
I signed off on
good.
everything.
I'm glad to know you're working on that too. So
Oh
that's
yeah.
awesome.
Oh
So,
no, we're a team. We work together.
Very good, very good. Yeah, they're nice people, Henry, and I mean, I just,
Yeah, Henry's
I
awesome.
think the most of. I know he worked hard on getting this in there too.
Yeah, Henry
Yeah,
is awesome.
he's a good man. So.
Yes, he did. Oh yeah, this was like his baby.
yeah. I remember he asked us about it, and we really don't do splash pads, so he found somebody that can get that done. Well, we'll get this handled, and I'll be back in touch. I'll email you, and then anything else you need me to do, and I will come back down. I'm going to go walk over here just so I can
that
tell.
you can see. Yeah,
I can tell my vendor that you can get
Carol,
around
you
that
wanna walk
building.
with him?
Yeah.
And then
we'll see if we can make it back through there.
Charlie and I
Sounds
will.
good.
Yeah.
How you doing? Good to see you. Thank
Yeah.
y'all.
Okay, thank you.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Absolutely. Good seeing
Nice
you.
to meet you,
I'll be
Mr.
in
Thank you,
touch.
thank
I'll
you
get
very
an
much.
answer on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you
Whether
very
we
much.
can add one, but again, I think we're fine. And an ADA
Right.
on the other side
Right.
might help.
Okay.
The ramp. So
Okay.
that would just be
Okay.
one option.
Thank you.
I'll be in touch.
You ready? Got your notepad?
No, I ears and a heart.
I'll be in
Good to
touch.
meet you.
Yes,
Look,
ma'am.
I got ears, a mind, and a heart.
All
So
right.
I think we'll be all right.
When was the grant applied for on this?
Not this.
No, the mulch, for the other one.
Oh,
You just said it in
September.
September?
End of September.
Of this month, year?
Yeah. Yeah, since I've been here.
Okay, well, like I said,
I came in April.
right. I know that you make tours down here, right? I mean, you have come down here and looked already, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've been down here.
Did you realize that there was no mulch under there?
I did. That's why I started looking for it. So we
I
had to
understand,
figure out
but
and we had to figure out how to purchase it.
okay, and I'm glad you brought that up because this goes back to my beef with the mayor to begin with.
We had to figure out how to purchase it.
Right.
Too.
The mayor's had no problem figuring out how to purchase the grass and all the work around that.
Thing. So when I was we were asked to submit projects for the American Rescue Funds.
Right.
I submitted several things. The biggest thing that I submitted, and that has gone to the council, and it was a part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
But my thing was, I had 3 different projects. One, most of the playgrounds in the city were put in under the first Perkins administration.
Right. And that was prior to 2012. Well, that's when the new standards come out.
Right. And so, but they were put in at that point. So.
And they kind of grandfathered in to a point.
They are,
then.
but the point is, it's not okay.
Yeah, it's not
right?
okay.
It's
I
not
agree
okay.
with that. Yeah.
So
neither City Hall not having a push button door either. But
all of that is not okay.
Or in the working elevator.
All of that is not okay, right?
No, it's not. But we're spending money.
But here's my thing. When I came in April, and then when we got the thing for the American Rescue Funds, I said, look, we got to redo the playgrounds all over the city. I called in, I think we got some quotes from them. I got quotes from 3 different, places to see what's going to work to redo all the equipment everywhere. And then the ones that were newer, like we don't have to redo this whole thing.
No. They're just a couple
But here are the upgrades that need to be done.
Right.
So like this one, there are a few things we need to do on First Avenue Park.
Right.
So
I understand.
So.
And the only reason I chose this one because this is central to where we are. This is what's being pushed in the city for tourism.
Yeah, I got
the whole 9 yards. This was the gym.
Yeah, I got you. So
and not that all the other ones don't need everything in there because I've advocated and they have too for child's changing
What I want
staging.
you to understand is that from my perspective, in terms of the things that I can do, that was my big push.
Right.
In terms of the American Rescue Funds,
right,
was for us to spend about $425,000, upgrade all
the park.
specifically playgrounds.
Right. And I don't know how that worked out through council. Are they still fighting over all that?
I think they are. But the point is, when they decided.
But I will work on that.
But when they
too.
decided to move and do whatever they decided to do, the things that we need that will help children and because that's part of in our area, that kind of went
right. Well, and while you're looking at those things too,
but the proposal was submitted. The mayor signed off on it. It wasn't something that was blocked.
Right.
In any way like that.
Right.
It was, but in the budgeting process, when the council made some decisions,
right,
they kind of threw out those things. See,
and like I said, we're speaking
my
about.
My heart just dropped because I went, okay, now I got to figure out a way.
Right,
how can I get this done?
Look, I do understand, and I know that different departments have different grants of money or different monies that they work out of.
Yeah,
I understand all that.
So that's when we started really submitting the.
And I look at things from, I know that all the leaders like to call themselves leaders when they're actually public servants to work for. And I know that seemed like a small petty thing to think about, but you should always work for others before you work for yourself. The money that was spent around.
If you read Greenleaf's book, there's something called servant leadership. Robert Greenleaf.
I understand that, and I'm not going to get into the debating of all that.
But I'm just saying, I'm agreeing with you.
Right.
And what it is called is servant leadership, because
but,
what you're saying is
a lot of money has been spent around City Hall on stuff that didn't benefit the public as much as it did and I don't want to call it the vanity of the mayor, but the appearance that he likes to put himself in around with that. And like I said, I don't have any problem with Mr. Perkins other than the fact that I think that they should be servants and not and a volunteer. We have situations like this. For instance, this splash pad. How many days has this splash pad been open this year? It opened up the one day on the 4th of July holiday.
It was
Work it up
open-
a couple of days, a week or two after
we
that.
Opened,
How many
it stayed
actual
open
days?
Until October 1st.
How many actual
Every
days?
day. It was open every day until October 1st.
There was okay.
It was only open in the afternoons, and we publicized
Right.
the times.
You know that when this grant was
And
when
we
this thing
did
was done,
it
it
on
was
Saturday
for a recirculating pad that
and
could have been
Sunday.
turned on and left on without having to have somebody turn the water on off that. And see that bothers me a little bit too. That the original amount of money that was budgeted or approved by the council and all for this went up $50,000 or $60,000, $70,000 to get a to turn it into a freshwater pad. They had to bring and it's freshwater. You had to turn on. The other one was supposed to be recirculating. That could have been turned on in the morning, left on without anybody down here supervising. Without those 5 employees down here working on it.
We didn't have 5
Well, whatever it was that was hired,
We had one person.
whatever the recreation, but
Yeah, we only had one. There was only one person.
But I'm just saying, without that one person being there
was
to
only
do
one
that,
person
we still have. There's never been any water here, which is a good thing because there's not no bathroom. You know how many times we have sat there and watched kids pee all over because kids are gonna pee.
Oh, I mean that's the nature of.
I understand, but this is a public park. You know, it's not a place where you wouldn't want the hobos peeing on it.
No, you wouldn't want anybody.
We have
peeing on it,
found
but it doesn't stop it from.
It doesn't stop it from happening. But you know if you
And
have
dogs pee on it too.
oh yeah, there's cat scraping up on the inside. They do. They're right in there now.
Stop that from happening.
No, but you can provide a bathroom for the people. The dogs you may
well,
not.
you know what? Have you talked to planning and development about what the grant that's been submitted for?
Yeah,
this
I know, but those are all future projects. We're
but,
talking
I mean, but you can't do it right now.
But you've been in for 10 months and this mulch ain't been here.
for 10 months.
Okay, this administration's been here for 10, 11
I was
months.
about to say I haven't been here for 10 months.
but
no, that's
okay,
not true.
okay. But the administration knows. He knows because he followed it. He walked down here when.
But we can't build a bathroom overnight.
No, but you could have put the mulch in.
Mr. Blackman.
He put his
have
grass
no
in.
idea.
He put his sprinkler systems in, and I don't know where that money come from.
And you also don't know if I hadn't put the energy and the time and the funding so that we could get the stadium back up and running, so that I had to hire people. There was one person when I started. All of that takes time, and I don't think you're being fair.
I disagree.
No, I'm talking about me.
You go ahead.
I don't think you're being fair to me. In the position that I'm in when I walked in a door and I had one staff member.
Look, I understand.
And me and that one person, there's no way we could do all of this, right? Well, I had to hire people. The grass was crazy high in every part. It was ridiculous. And so I had to figure out a way to get some things under control. I'm just now really fully staffed.
I understand.
Mr. Charlie hadn't been here a month. I mean, you have it's not an overnight process.
Well, look, I
I
understand.
don't want you to think that these things aren't important, because they are.
And we have been actually looking and addressing. I know I don't, but we have been looking and trying to address these same issues since 2017. And we had 4 years. I know you wasn't, but as a citizen, we was dealing with an administration that shut down.
Blackman, I'm a citizen.
I know.
So as a fellow citizen, please be fair to me as a citizen.
I will.
And have conversation like we're having now.
Yeah.
And please try to hear me and listen.
Yeah.
That's two different things.
Yeah, it is both ways.
That's right.
Both ways.
Hear me and listen, because when it's like you got so many fires. I hate to use
I
that
look,
word,
fires at the
right?
feet. I use it all the time.
You
You
know
put
what I
out the
mean?
fire
It's
at your
like
feet. I use it all the time.
That word, and so it's like, okay, I had to get this done, I had to get this done, and unfortunately, in doing all of that. Thank you. You see that?
We got it figured. Yeah,
Okay.
you're right. We can come around.
Yeah.
He knows. We got several good options.
Great. That's good.
I'll get you a quote very soon.
Awesome.
Appreciate
And you know what else? Let me give you the Gmail account, because sometimes, the little firewalls and the email, and I don't want to miss.
Don't want to miss that, yeah.
Yeah.
So you got it at Selma dash AL. I got the same, because I got Henry's and I've got.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. But we have a Selma REC, REC, programs with an S.
Selma
REC,
REC,
programs with an S at gmail.com.
All right, so send it to that.
And I would say send it to both.
Both. You got it.
Because
just
that
to
way,
make sure.
That way, that'll lessen the possibility of it getting caught in a firewall or something.
Good.
Because I don't want to miss it.
I'll send it to both.
Okay.
But we try to take things, and I have stopped in at the mayor's office several times. Not, because when I'm in town to go out. And I understand he's got his schedule already made up. But when a citizen can't address, you walk in there now, all the doors are shut. You have to have an appointment to get to the attorney. Anything you want to talk to. And I understand everybody else has their time schedules too to do. But when we take time to go down there and we can't see and can't get nothing done. But none of these issues that we're brought up now have been brought up. Now, they wasn't in your term, but they have a long history of being addressed through Melton, since 2016 or 17, that has been addressed multiple times on there.
Mayor Melton came in 16, I think?
16,
okay.
Yeah. And so, and it was brought up many times. And me as a handicapped father who, we homeschool, we do like that, so we deal with a lot of things. And there's a lot of issues that I find with Selma that don't stand up to the reputation that it's trying to put out. And that goes from everything from this bridge I'm sorry. I'm making sure mine might not have been off either. I'm gonna turn mine off and make sure mine's off too. But like I said, we bring it up, the issue with the water in the bathrooms. At one time, there was some nasty porta potties put out here, and the girls made videos, and we didn't know what it was like. She opened it up, and it would just look like a bus stop bathroom, which they were porta potties. But and we've got holes that come out when they at the park buried the lines. It was done on this administration for whatever they did through there, and didn't put in compliant electrical things. That got called out too. It got fixed because it was called out.
But did you try to call? I'm just asking. My question is, because and if it was wrong, you're wrong.
And here's what I told. Here's what I told.
Or did you call my office?
Here's what I said to my daughter about this thing here. If we put a video out online, you have 100 voices calling to your office.
That's not the way things work.
But I understand.
I disagree with you 100%.
And you have that right. Well, let me ask you this: you have been here since April and haven't fixed it yet either.
But you're not hearing me.
I heard you.
That's one thing.
That's one thing. That's one thing. Those holes right there that was done there.
Fix something? And when I walked in, he was the only employee.
I understand that. And I heard you one time say you worked administration. You didn't work out in the field.
And that's the truth.
Yeah, I understand. And I heard that.
And that's the truth. I don't.
And I respect. I understand that.
Who knew? I know my skill level.
I understand.
And I understand my skill.
I can't type it all, so I understand.
And what they're not, right?
I understand. But my main thing is that if as a recreation department thing, when you make this
and your degree is in what?
Photography. But I don't have a degree in anything. Homeschool. I'm a homeschooler.
Okay.
But I don't know if that was meant to be a jab.
No, it wasn't. I was trying to ask because I wanted to know what your specialty was.
No. I've been a photographer here and a reporter since 87, whatever. So been lots of documentation. I've been at places. I've photographed with the president over the bridge. I've been involved with Selma forever. Mostly through doing exactly what I'm doing now. Storing of history, and it's just like the recent little thing that come up about the videos and the city wanting control of that. That was an attack by what I seen as. I understand. I understand. But what I'm saying, the mayor used my videos when he was running because he's told me many times and told the county, I know what's going on because I have watched.
And
this man's videos
is as a fellow citizen. I think sometimes that gets lost on.
Right. Look, I understand, but we're gonna walk around and we'll point out some things.
We're all here together.
Yeah.
And
I'm not here to attack anybody. I'm just saying that if you don't raise the awareness of it.
But I'm asking you to raise it first. Not to not do it. That's not what I'm saying.
And I appreciate
That's not what I'm saying. That's
I appreciate that.
But what I am saying is, prior to doing that.
Right.
And you said, you're a photographer and a journalist and a history preserver. So, but as that, I am asking professionally, is that prior to putting out the story, get some more information. Not that you can't still raise the issue, because that's cool.
Right.
That's cool.
I can respect all that.
But what I'm saying is that when you put it out, you can say, hey, I raised this issue with Parks and Recs. And when I talked with whoever, I was told that, yes, this is on our radar. Here are the things that have been, that they've attempted to do, or here's what has already been ordered, or here's what, or whatever.
I understand.
And then here's what they're trying to do, or here's what's been done to try to help this in the future. You know?
Right.
Because the issue has been recognized, and and you can say you appreciate it, you don't appreciate it, but you can say, hey, this is what I found out, and that's no good, or this is what I found out.
And the same way the other way. We can agree that we could argue both points on that either way. But that's not what's important right now.
But at least the message and the way the message comes across, because I finally saw it. Somebody sent it to me, and I finally saw it, and I thought, okay, here we go. This was a part of the American Rescue, because really the way my initial thought
Maybe you should have put it out that we are working on that before it got brought out, though. So we could argue that both ways.
We could, because...
And it doesn't solve either of our problems.
It doesn't.
Main thing we want to do is just get it. We got right next to where the old washed out hole that was repaired a year ago here, the cave in. There's another.
I just remember hearing something about it.
Yeah, it was a cave you could have rode a dump truck in.
Oh wow.
And but right there at that light pole, there's another. It's another washed out going on, and I know the people that's cut the grass have seen it because they've cut over and around it like that, so they know that there's a washed out hole there that's going down that same line of pipe, or the one pipe's right beside it. It's going to be the same issue before. Now, as a citizen, I shouldn't have to come out here and be telling them, because these people, the rec department, and your job. I mean, this is your job to surveil this stuff and look before.
That's why Mr. Charlie hadn't been here a month.
I understand.
He is the Parks and Grounds.
Yes.
I had to get somebody.
Yes.
That this is what they do.
I understand.
Because
I do understand that
so
you have no help.
I finally got somebody.
Look, I can appreciate you not having it, because I watched 68 families dismissed for no reason.
You know what you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, because and somebody with the knowledge base that can see something and say, hey, we're getting ready to have an issue here, just what you're saying.
We're fixing to have a viewing of the bridge. We're marking out now for what I guess for the boats for the
Saturday events for Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, for the events of that time like that. But we got holes up there that if somebody stepped in would fall into, that's not being addressed. It just seemed like to me that things get, and in my mind, just like the splash pad opening like that on 4th of July weekend, as a look, we're going to make this showing right here to make it look good, but we really haven't done all the work that prepared it to get opened up to begin with. There's no water here, there's no bathroom here. When you get 200 or 300 people walking around here with no bathroom, this is not a public urinal down here. That should be day one. There's no bathroom here. That should have been the first project that got addressed before anything got addressed, in my opinion. And it's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Like I said,
I believe that Charlie, along with Doc, and
yes, I agree.
They're identifying things now. And so these people just came on board.
I understand.
There's a lot of things that's been neglected for years. That need to be done. So now they're trying to pinpoint this stuff. And
that's what I did. I just pointed it out.
By the time the spring comes, about that time, all this will be a gone.
Or at least.
Yeah. A work in progress.
Progress.
Like I said, we got the mulch coming in. We got this problem here, I guess, working on right now. Like I said, I guess it's going to have to go to council to get the approval of money.
Depending on the amount.
Right. I don't know what this stuff costs.
It just depends on the amount. Anything, and honestly, if it's more than, we can't spend more than $5,000.
I know.
I don't agree with
I watch that bill. I watch that battle many times too.
I could have something done, but I got to wait
2 weeks.
Go through, and it can be done, and I don't agree with that. I think that is very,
and I don't mean to imply that you're not.
That is very constraining.
But yes, and I understand having your hands tied. From the outside, we see the mayor spending money on his place, and that does irk a lot of people, not just me myself, because look, I set myself up 4 or 5 years ago to be a conduit to those 68 people that was laid off, and before they was laid off, and city workers still today call me and said, look, I can't say nothing because if I do, I'll be gone. And that works. Look at department heads, Miss Renita went away, because she didn't agree. There are other
And I
ones.
don't have anything to do with that.
I think we need to leave that.
I don't.
Yeah,
have
I will.
That's not really why I'm
let's
here.
focus on.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying that.
Yeah, that's not why I'm here.
The reason I post online is because I have employees that contact me and said I can't say nothing. I need a voice out, and that's the reason that the whole posting got started anyway.
And there's no.
Well, I think if you get somebody get that, then go to the head, go to the people that can give you some dialogue before you print it. I mean, before you put it out there. So if they want to tell you all that, sometimes that stuff is good and sometimes it's not so good.
I understand that.
People have agendas. They have different agendas.
And they have agendas.
But you chuck a rock in the water, it all makes ripples, and it will settle.
People only know from their own perspective, right? And so there could be other things going on because I have no idea who it is or what it is, and nor do I want to know. But a person only knows from their perspective. Once you get to people who are supervisors and a department head, they're going to have a different view and may happen to have more information. So all I'm saying is, at least I can only speak for my area. And all I'm saying is majority of the things that, actually all, because even the football piece, when that went out, and I'm saying, where did that come from? Because if you call the office...
Well, it come from a coach under you.
They don't work
I understand.
for the city.
But it was told to me
and it was wrong
by this person. Well, yeah, that was a coach had left the office and said this is what it was going to be. That's where that comes from.
You didn't verify the information that you got, and that's my issue.
Well,
you should have called and said, "Is this true?" Because guess what? Because if it was true, then you cool. But had you called, and I would have said, "Come on down to the office and see all this stuff we got in here."
You have a way of contacting her now.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah.
So let's do
Just
that.
Just call.
And we're not fussing, Mr. Evans. I promise.
But I'm pointing out a better way to communicate.
Right.
And trust me, I want that. And as a former AD, divisions 1, 2, and 3, I had parents, alumni, everybody coming from all over the country and all over the world. So, and everybody's going to have their opinions, and that's cool, and it's good, and a lot of good can come from that. So I don't want to squelch it at all.
Right.
But all I'm asking is that if you would just ask a couple of questions. Hey, this is what I was told. Is that true?
And a better way to communicate your what you already got done is to let people know that is, look, we have a problem down here with this and we were doing this. If it would have been put out on your side before, I wouldn't have had to address it either.
Oh, and I can agree with that. And I think that's one of the things that, like with the Fix It Fridays, Recreation just hadn't had a turn in that platform at this point, so that we can say, like I think the magistrate went, you know what I'm saying?
To be very transparent, you have to be out and open ahead of all of it.
Yeah.
And see, that's where I feel like a lot of it doesn't.
We haven't had that. Our turn hadn't come up yet.
And I've addressed, like I said, the difference in what the splash pad cost and what was sold to the city, how all that whole freshwater versus recirculate. But, when you're talking to people, they put out the fire at their feet. And when they turn around, you're not the fire at their feet no more. Mm-hmm. So going and talking a lot of times gets a lot of us that same thing. I hear you, I hear you, I hear you. And that's the last we hear of it.
Yeah, but
and it's not saying you're not working on it.
I'm not cut from the same cloth. So what I'm saying is don't judge me by whoever was in that seat in the past. You have to give new people
work on and I will. Work on the bathroom, get us some water, because the water's already running there. Just needs a knob on it. And fix the holes that's there, and if you can get a step on this side here, it would keep us from having to transfer around.
Yeah,
he's working.
Jeff's gonna send all that in a right.
And if you could get that, rubberized, that would even be better because we can use the wheelchair.
You didn't even know we had put that grant in, so that we can get that. So, but
I didn't know because you didn't put it out there.
But I shouldn't have to put every little thing out there. You're just trying to get it done.
I believe you're doing a good job. I know you're trying.
I know she's trying. I'm not
tired. It's a lot of things.
And
you got to get permission. You got to get permission to do something. Mm-hmm. Even permission to talk about something.
That's the truth.
So I know I've been there.
And see, that was another thing I talked about at the meeting.
With the pool, I had the money to fix the pool. The council wouldn't even vote on it.
Look, I understand. I was there, and I'm
not. What can I do?
Look, I don't give council a break either. I promise.
What can I do? And that hurt my heart because we could have had it done.
Yeah.
We had the money from the Edmondites, which would have gotten it under the 50,000.
Speaking of which, the Edmondites have approached me. See, I get approached by all of them to look for the video of the how that lodging fee was being, because they thought they were still supposed to be getting that.
No, the previous council discontinued that.
Yeah.
Under Dario, they
Right.
took that out. They took it out of that whole
Well, see, that
money.
yeah.
And they took that out of there and took from the YMCA too.
And took from the YMCA
All
too.
that was a
And that was a council decision.
Yeah, and like I said, I've believe me, I've got.
My point is, we had the funding in the budget to fix the pool.
Right.
The council wouldn't vote on it.
Right. And like I said,
So my hands are tied. So now what I'm doing at this point is crafting a plan to give to the mayor so that we can do a capital campaign for all of the parks so that we can get these things done. And we're going to have to, and there's funding out there, not just grants, but I mean, people will donate and be willing to put their name on some things so that we can get it done. But that's not an overnight process.
Right.
That's a long
but ADA compliant, if there's been a private business violating ADA, you get 90 days. It's going to be 18 months for the elevator gets fixed. As the lesser of people, which is, you always work as a politician for the lesser of those.
I'm not a politician.
Well, I understand.
I am not a politician.
But, you're working to make, fix those that can't help themselves, like
and
that.
That's the whole point.
I just got a text from there. He needs you back at the office.
I'll come back.
Okay, well, there's no problem. But look, I will ring your phone off the hook as I can.
Thanks, sir.
We need you back at the office.
I got it.
Okay.
Like I said, the people just want to know that things are moving, and they don't see things. If you're not putting it out there forward, they looking at things that's being done, and that's what I get the phone calls from.
Yeah,
we'll
and
work
that's
on.
unfortunate.
I thank you for coming.
I appreciate you.
Tell them I appreciate y'all coming, guys.
Now, Mayor, is that
Take it
on
easy.
your shirt?
No, I think it's already been there.
Oh, okay.
So thank you very much for coming, and I think you handled it very well.
Thank you.
Miss George, I apologize. I don't mean to sound. I don't mean to sound. And I know she's doing
Give
what.
her a chance, and if you don't, then you can write about her too.
Yeah.
Once you ask all the questions, she don't keep up word.
The problem that is, though, I do ask the questions of council and others too. Since she's saying to go back to the council because they control the money, well, I ask the council, and I don't get nothing from that either.
Yeah, I know.
So how the circus works.
How it works. I know how it works.
And my main thing is that we just want to make sure this gets going.
Well, it'll get done.
And I know a lot of stuff don't get done if it's not throwed up and embarrassing.
I understand.
You know that too.
Yeah.
So.
Well, look, I'm so good to see you.
Look, man, me too. And I thank you for your help too. And like I said,
we're gonna work
I know it's still got to go through this administration here.
Yeah, I think they'll do us right. This is critical. Right?
Well, as an ADA and being in compliance, and I know those are regulations and not laws, but they are regulations and rules. But once it's broken, and and it should be on a first priority,
That's right.
and not side at the price of that side would fix this. I promise you.
Well, I hope in between now and the new year we have all this.
Yes, sir. I thank you, sir, too, and I appreciate you coming out, Miss George. Thank you very much.
Enjoy it very much.
And I got
So, good evening. Good evening. And to God be the glory. I'm here. Let me give you a little background, just a short background. My name is Mark Neely, and I want to speak to the citizens. I know you're having internet issues, but I want to speak with Ms. Black. I'm so glad that you recorded because it's important that we're transparent. So speaking to the citizens, and I want this to be shared everywhere, to anyone that's able to view it. I'm a contractor with the city of Selma. I was scheduled to be paid May 27th. I've not been paid in a month. Let me give you the dates. May 27th, May 10th, and I'm supposed to be scheduled again to be paid tomorrow. My very first check was held by the mayor. And let me explain when I say held. I only report one place to get my check, and that's to the finance office. When I go to the finance office, I'm told, where I receive communication, that I need to report to the mayor's office. And I must, not I could or I can, I must have a conversation with the mayor and my check is being held at his office. Well, in my opinion, when that check leaves the threshold of the finance office, one, without my authorization, and two, without being signed for, which I do every time I go, that check is stolen. I have not been paid. I do the work, and it's not just the work that I do, but it's the work that we do as a community. If the council could, raise your hand if I have not done a ward meeting in your ward. If I have not done one in your ward, please raise your hand. I like the record to reflect that everyone has had a ward meeting in their ward. Some have had two. And as a matter of fact, I want to pub Councilman Claymichael's Ward 3 on July 19th in Ward 3. Although I have not been paid, it is my duty and obligation, because I'm a citizen here in Selma, Dallas County, to help uplift our community. So on July 19th, there'll be a ward meeting at 5:30 at Arsenal Place. The reason I have come to the council meeting is because I'm being bullied, I'm being attacked, I'm being intimidated. Am I scared? No. I'm not scared. But it needs to be brought to the public's attention what's going on. A lot of people like to hide behind the mayor, and I've never had a negative encounter with him. I don't know what his reasoning is with me, but I can tell you that I've been victimized. And some people may say, hey, well, that sounds like you might need to go to the police department. Or I say this, whether it's on the local level, whether it's on the state level, whether it's on a federal level, reports have been done. There is a shift happening. And I can tell you this, you want to be on this boat before it ships sail. So to his employees, do not be intimidated. Sometimes you'll get battle wounds from doing what's right. But sometimes you have to stand alone to do what's right, because the time is always right to do what is right. Do not be intimidated. You are obligated to report workplace things. If you feel like something is immoral or unethical, report it. I do not speak for any council person. I do not have any ties as far as my contract. Personally, this is business. And it is bad business on behalf of the mayor to do what he's doing. I've not been paid, and there will be something done, directly or indirectly. There were communications that were given to me that I'm not accountable. There's no supervision. That I've never tried to reach out or sit and talk with the mayor and all these things. Well, I can tell you that in the very beginning, here's an article. This is before the contract was even, I'm going to give this to the council, before the contract was even agreed upon. And this is in the minutes. Before the contract was agreed upon, the mayor stood in a public meeting and told the council, I'll destroy the city or the police department if they agree upon this. Go back to the minutes. Selma, Dallas County, I'm letting you know that this is being publicized. To not be afraid. Stand up if you've been victimized. Talk to someone, because it's time out for it. And I just want to leave you with this, that I can forgive, but I'll never forget how I felt from what I forgave.
Time. Thank you so much.
I strongly suggest the council read carefully the memo that I shared with you. I strongly suggest you read it because this decision has some major consequences to it that I don't think you considered when you did this. And those consequences are real. We're feeling them now. And whenever the council acts in isolation of administration, we end up with these kinds of situations. But we are really a critical path now. This decision that you've made could literally destroy the police department. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And, Jamie Thomas.
As a representative for Ward 7, I would like to speak in behalf of this. Mr. Neely has been very strong in my community. My community has had a lot of issues, and the citizen in Ward 7 needed someone to come out and work in our community and talk to the people and help us solve some of the issues that we had. Crime, we had murders, we had citizens that were afraid of what was going to happen, and we took the duty as a representative to serve the citizen, including the citizen themselves. When we got this program together, it was recommended by us through our Alabama League of Municipality with an AG attorney, when we got our American Rescue Funds, that we will have a program set up to serve the citizens in our ward on the violence and the crimes that we had, and which we did do. We did have the contract done, and he has done an excellent job, because anyone in our ward that has a problem in their neighborhood or anywhere, they could call him and he would come out and talk to them. So I think he has served well with the contract, and he will be continuing to do what we need to keep our community together and have our people to speak out and talk about what's going on in our neighborhood. And I appreciate him, and we do appreciate what you have done. And before you became that, you were attending our ward meetings. Before COVID came in, we had regular ward meetings. Mr. Neely was one of them that came to our ward meeting trying to show the citizens, even took them to training to show them how to protect themselves, to use their guns. He took time. This was before we even got Mr. Neely. He helped us in our ward, and I think to this day that our ward has changed a little bit by focusing on where areas that have a whole lot of problems. He has shown leadership there, and he has opened up a lot of senior citizens that they feel from the west side to the north side, all the way, that they can call him. He made it plain and clear, his number, and he has done an excellent job. He has helped us, and we appreciate it, and I want him to continue to work in our community, because that's what we need.
Thank you, Councilwoman James Thomas, for your comments. We'll go to Councilwoman Christy Thomas, and then Councilman Hartley.
Mr. Neely has also done an excellent job in Ward 2. The council has received a letter from a citizen in my ward on Woodrow Avenue. She had so many great things to say about Mr. Neely and the way he conducts himself when he comes out into our communities. So, and then I received a text earlier today from another citizen from another part of the ward. So he has been doing the work, and I just want to say, Mr. Neely, we appreciate everything you're doing, and hopefully this matter will be resolved soon.
Thank you, Councilwoman Christy Thomas, for your comments. Councilman Hartley. Thank you, Councilwoman Christy Thomas, for your comments. Councilman Hartley.
Yes, I too have had nothing but compliments from citizens in Ward 1. That's really all I'm going to say about that. I do want to make a comment about the contract. There are no deliverables in the contract, which the mayor keeps talking about deliverables. There are no deliverables in the contract. That's a good thing, that's a bad thing. We as a council, in my opinion, anytime there is a contract for any kind of service, there has to be some kind of deliverable. So in the future, I would encourage us just to make sure, and I'm not saying it has to be something huge, but there has to be some kind of deliverable. This contract has no deliverables. Why in the world? I don't know what the mayor thinks he's standing on saying that you haven't produced deliverables when there are no deliverables defined in the contract. Thank you.
And let me comment on that contract. This contract, we also had our attorney to look at. And from what I understood, he was okay with it. So at that time, he should have said something about deliverables to us. So I just want to make that comment.
I'd like to offer one comment, if I may.
Go ahead.
I came to a public safety committee meeting, a public safety committee meeting. I came to another public safety committee meeting. I then came to a work session. These are all public meetings. That was 3 opportunities prior to the contract being voted on to work out any kinks that anyone needed. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson.
Mr. President, I also need to be on board in the meeting as well.
Good evening. I came on Thursday to the work session. So I be respectful of the time so the business of the city can be handled. I'm just here to say that on last Friday I was supposed to be paid again. That makes the 3rd check that I did not receive. I did receive communications from the mayor, memo stating that I did not do some things of some sort. I did get him what he needed prior to last Friday. On that Friday again, I did not receive a check. I would like to also state that I believe that individuals, and I'm not telling people what to do, but if you have a council where you have committees and you have a treasurer that's over money, and if there's a money question, the treasurer should be here. People just need to be here to be accountable and be held and be able to answer questions that people have. So when that's not taking place, then things have to be carried over, another 2 weeks into another council session. So I would just urge, you to look into that. Other than that, I spoke my piece on last week at the work session. And again, the employees of the city, I urge you not to be intimidated and to just stand up for what's right. If something's happening that seems unethical and immoral, then to report it. Everybody has a role, and if everybody does their part, things come together. But again, I have not received my check. This is the 3rd one. If you're in a position where you have to make some things happen, then you'll be held accountable. Just like everyone else has to pay bills. I may have to pay bills. I may have to pay people that work with me to do things. So, you won't be held under acting in good faith when you know it's wrong. So that's all I have. Pending any questions.
Seeking to make a point with the mayor. I'm very interested in seeing what the problem is, but that's okay with council. I feel somebody needs to do something. I am gonna step in and make an appointment and see what's going on. I can bring a report back to the council. So I think that Mr. Neelan, Mr. Blackman, we're gonna get paid. Spending $300 an hour to Seaman, that's money we can go down the drain that we don't have. So I'm gonna see what I can do, hoping that we can call a meeting together and see if we can get something taken care of, because this needs to go away.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. Any others? Councilwoman Thomas.
And I like to say this to the citizen. That's not spending money going down the drain. When you have sections that require a treasurer, that you're paying $82,000 a year. And if the treasurer can't be present during our council meeting and cannot follow the orders of this body, of the legislature, there needs to be something addressed it. Or we cannot go on having a treasurer not coming to the meeting. She's being appointed by the body of the legislative branch. She is supposed to, there's a lot in here that is is not upholding, and this legislative body has to do according to what the law requires. This is state law. This is not a law that's there. This is a state law required. Her appointment, just like the clerk, the treasurer, tax collector, police chief, all of these are the legislative appointment. And when you have a duty appointed to you to carry out, you should be, we're not throwing away money. That's how you keep down confusion if you stay within the guidelines of the law, state law.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, let's keep all of those things in mind. We'll move on now to our next item on the agenda, which is the mayor.
Attorney Madison?
There was a contract presented for E3 Solutions. I mentioned it when and did not appear on the consent agenda. I just wanted to bring it back to the attention of the council that it needed some action.
Okay. Is there anybody that would like to make on this?
Well, say that again, I'm moving. Don't say it with me, I can hear you.
E3 Solutions.
E3 Solutions contract.
So what are you trying to do with it? You're trying to vote for to renew it?
Yes.
I believe it's actually a new contract. It's not a renewal contract.
Well, the previous contract expired, if that's what you're referring to. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to move forward, yes.
Okay. All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all right, we've got a motion from Councilman Johnson and a second from Councilman Jemison for the E3 Solutions contract. Can we get a roll call?
President Young, Councilman Harfield,
No.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas.
I'm gonna say no, because, we have some contracts that are out right now that we're not paying, so no.
Council Pro Tim Carmichael.
No, and I think we need some clarity on the last contract and the terms of the payments, and if y'all recall, we voted to stop this.
Councilwoman James, Councilman Randolph, Councilman Jemison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Janie Thomas,
No.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes, looking at this contract, all the documents that you needed to get your check and get paid was there, presented, the deliverance and everything, so yes.
Okay, can you read back the results of that, please?
Yes, sir. 2 affirmative and 4 nay votes.
Okay, thank you.
Matt, since this is old business and since we keep beating this horse, I'm gonna beat it too. I would like to know what deliverables were not delivered in the Neely contract.
And which contract?
In the Neely contract.
Well, I had a conversation with Mayor. I went down, talked with him. And it's just a 2 or 3 minute simple things. He just want to meet with him to be able to go over some stuff to make sure things were been done. Real simple. I mean, it can be solved in at least 5 minutes. I was comfortable with that. So, like I told the mayor, I said, Mayor, I understand where you at. I understand where you at. I'm out of it. So I'm gonna let y'all handle that. And I'm done with it. So it's a quick fix. Just like this here, this contract I just sold with the E3 solution. Real quick.
Okay, I got one more.
Okay, go ahead.
I got one more question. So the E3 contract had expired, and we were making payments
Still paying.
on an expired contract, and we can't pay the cats that have already fulfilled the terms of their contract.
Who broke it?
I mean, you can't make this stuff up.
Councilman,
You can't make it.
may I respond?
Go ahead.
Councilman Pro Tem Carmichael, I think you asked the question the last time, raised the facts that Councilman Harville, I believe, is alluding to right now about payments outside of the contract period. I believe I said I didn't have the information, and that if the mayor was asked to provide that information, that would be my best recommendation. That's a response to your questions about whether that was accurate.
And the information was provided, and it was, and within that information, it proved the reasoning to be correct. Thank you. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's concerning. And can I remind you, remember when we brought this to the council about, from the Attorney General office, Do you remember you got an email on that decision about what we came up with that contract? And it stated that the council can contract that? Go back to your email on that day that it was emailed to you. On that day, you got an email sent with that information from the
Are
attorney.
you talking about 2020?
Huh?
2020?
When we first got our American Rescue Fund, that's how we came to hire him, because it was recommended to us with the crimes and the violence that we were having in our wards and it was recommended to us. And you wanted to see.
You're talking about another contract, not this one.
I'm talking about the same contract you're talking about.
Any of
What I'm just saying.
You want E3 solutions?
Not E3 solutions.
Somebody wants something else.
But if you were saying the email we received from what Mr. Johnson just said, the easy fix, but we already had sent that to you that required that the council can do that contract, and it was specific. The contract was set up according to the council with their wards and what he was required to do for the council and report back at the meetings, which he did follow all of those. His layout was already in that contract.
I was just asking which contract. You're talking about MPG.
Yes, I believe to clarify, I believe she's talking about MPG, and I
Because
believe.
he did receive a letter from the attorney.
He did?
Right.
Yes.
And there is, it's been clearly stated, previously from, the league and other attorneys that we've conversed with, that the council can indeed contract, with our mayor, so I just want to be clear about that.
I just want to make sure which contract we were talking about. That's all.
On the contract.
And you got a copy of it.
Selma
I'm
contract.
pretty sure it's to you.
I just wasn't sure which contract Councilwoman Thomas was referring to, that's all.
Right,
So,
okay.
just clear it up.
MPG, okay. Did you have a comment?
I do want to make and I hate going back and forth on this, but, when the E3 Solutions contract and resolution was brought to us, it was stated that we would not need her after a year. It was. And to be paying $72,000 for a part-time position a year, I think we need to reconsider some of these decisions that we make financially. And I would hope that this council will not go back and renew a contract with somebody that we're paying $72,000 a year to, that we don't ever get a report on. Okay? So that's my saying on that. The second thing is, Attorney Madison, we had asked, or we voted to increase the videography for the city of Selma, but we have yet to see the ordinance for that vote. So can you tell us how long it's gonna take to get that done?
You said increase the videography?
We did that in
So
June.
the ordinance?
Yes, sir. Were you not at the meeting?
I'm not sure if I was or not. I don't remember when it happened. But you're talking about an ordinance, not the contract itself.
Well, there is an ordinance already in place. We just needed the amounts to be changed in the ordinance.
Sure.
For an increase. We need to go ahead and move forward on that because we're missing.
I can
We
have
just
that ready
voted
for you
today
once
to allow someone to come in and video in the city of Selma for $250. If we had already had this in place, we would have been able to capitalize off of that. So how long do you think it's gonna take?
I can have that ready at your next work session.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, okay, I think Attorney Madison, you can recall this, back here in the last administration, AGM that was ready to close our landfill down. Matter of fact, we got fined, close for 25,000, 30,000, but they did give us a little break, which we had ended up paying, I think, with 15, 20, I can't remember exactly.
It was somewhere in the neighborhood of
And we have to have someone at that landfill to get us out of the situation that we in. I thought we was in a wreck out there. We didn't have the proper equipment. We didn't have none of that. But of course, one for this young lady, they came in the building and got us out there messy. And we're not out of it yet. We still got a long ways to go. So in other words, I think it's saving us a lot of money because definitely we're going to end up shutting down the landfill. And I can recall that as clear as day. And what you can do, trying to go back to that, back there in the administration, bring us up to date. If you have opportunity to do that, to let them know how we need this situation. We need the landfill very important out there. ADM don't play. And matter of fact, I think we was on the borderline to shut the landfill down. Thank Ms. Love for doing what she did and got us in the situation we're in now. But you can't go back if you find out the information that at the time during the Miller administration when we were about to shut down out there and the fine that we paid, they gave us a break, a small break. And but from this day forward, that lady kept us out of trouble. We have to get this lady here to take care of the business. And you just bring this council up to date, the reason why she there and what she getting paid for.
Well, we were already told that. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Council Pro Tem.
Go ahead.
Again, we were told that it would only take a year for this to get done. We do not have to pay someone $72,000 to get this work done. There's other ways around it. So if it hadn't been figured out yet, then I don't know what we're going to do. But if the landfill has closed because of, we can't keep prolonging this contract because you're saying this contract is going to end in 2023. That's another year. We should have something in place now, by now, as to fix these issues.
And I just want to make a comment too that I've spoken to some people who do this type of work and contract and they're in environmental and work alongside ADM because I deal with ADM a lot and generally a consultant fee on something like this may cost $20,000 to $30,000 to make sure you get your issues fixed. An ADM fine maybe $15,000 to $25,000. So all these things should come into play when we're making our financial decisions. What are we looking at? Do we have competition? Do we have other people who can help us in this landfill for a cheaper price? Because I agree that $72,000 is a lot to pay when you weigh everything out, and to be doing it for a year and not having gotten a report. I agree with that aspect too. So are y'all ready to move on? Any other unfinished or new business?
Make sure you put that in the minutes, Ms. Clerk.
What's that?
Get all that in the minutes.
Can I say something to Major Madison?
Yes, you may.
Major Madison, go back in your phone and you would check the email. It was sent to you July the 12th of 2021. It's in your phone.
I'm not disputing anything.
But I'm just
you said,
saying,
Councilwoman Thomas.
I know what I'm just saying.
I've got a pretty good memory, but it's not to the year exactly what happened a year ago. I'm not gonna kid you.
And the reason why I'm saying the contract was done up like that is because specifically it's in that, came from the Attorney General back in July 12th of 2021. And it's still in your phone under that, that information was sent
Again,
to you.
I'm not disputing anything you said. My concern or confusion was which contract you talking about. You already answered that.
You know, and the reason why I asked you because of the email, case closed. Come on, I'm through.
Okay, moving on. Is there?
Informs the treasurer of that?
Yes.
What's the procedure for that?
Because she's not here, this is the third, well, I don't know if she's on Zoom or I don't know if she's on there or is she listening or what, because by state law, we've been running, we don't have a treasurer, has not been here, and three of these are our.
Madam Clerk, do you by routine give that to her or?
I can provide her the information.
Okay.
So that she can.
And and another thing I want for the record, put this in the record. We voted, let me say, well, it was voted that a treasurer was elected for this body, this fiscal year, that we didn't have one, and then we got one. And, they voted to give her $82,000 salary. And it seems like since day one, she's been here, we've been having a problem with the balance of, doing, procedures of what the treasurer is supposed to do. And I want citizens to know when we made this decision, when we removed the other treasurer, we got a treasurer now, and it seems like things that, we're having an official meeting, and, she's not on, we don't hear anything, and that is not the way this legislative body requires under the law. If the clerk is here, taking notes, doing her job, we expect everybody appointed under this legislative body to be here to do what is required of us to move this city forward. And I don't feel fair that we're paying a salary, that we are making decisions, that our treasurer is not here, and our clerk has to translate everything that we vote on dealing with our money. And if there's something wrong with that, we're not here to hear from her to say if, as a treasurer duty, where the money is coming from, for what we requested to be done.
If I could just add one thing.
Councilman Johnson, go ahead.
The treasurer is not here to defend herself, chastising and talking about it, and you're not responsible. There's a whole lot of ways to respond to something and get your information across the way you want to, but why do it?
This state law, baby, we're
Well,
legislating
the state law, they get in contact with the state law.
It's not my, I'm going by what the rules and regulations of the state law requires, which I've been in 6 years of training, and I know the duty. I know the duties of all the positions and the qualifications that we require, and I'm not stepping, and I'm not bashing anybody. I'm talking about what this body voted for. A treasurer of a salary of $82,000, and by state law, everybody required to follow on the state law.
Okay, Councilman Harwood, you have a comment about that?
The only thing, other thing that I will mention has a little bit to do with this. I did not see our June financial report. It was July the 14th or 13th or whatever the date is, and we don't have a financial report.
Right.
So I can't.
Yeah, and I believe there was a question posed to our attorney about how we are to deal with that as a council. Being that the treasurer is a council appointment, and the duties described in her position are not being followed. So how does the council move forward with how to correct those actions? And we'll look forward to getting those that information back from Attorney Siegel. Are there any other comments or questions about the Finance Committee?
Can I ask another question to be added to our attorney seating? The question is, when the treasurer, if a check is made out to the body of council requires that a direct person picks up those checks, and that person didn't pick up the check, who signs? Whoever picks those checks up, did they sign their signature?
So I believe that all that information has been given to the attorney, and we're going to get an AG's opinion concerning that. So we'll move forward. What is there any? Next, we have Mr. Mark Neely with a public safety update. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes. I think you've done this before.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start. I want to give you an update on public safety. The first thing I want to let you know, National Night Out. So we're working to do the National Night Out. Reporting actually on behalf of Chief Hooper as well. I spoke with him the other day, and so some of the things involved with the National Night Out, which is basically where a community would come out and engage and speak and just talk and create that concept and sense of community back here in Selma. This is gonna take place August 5th, tentatively between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. at Block Park. Just some of the people. It's August 5th, between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. at the stadium. Some of the, speaking with Chief Fulford, some of the people that he's already spoken with or made contact with, firefighters, they're gonna bring out like the bouncing houses. Chief Edwards, he advised that he's gonna try to get with life flights and get them out with the helicopter. The animal hospital, just like businesses, Pepsi, Walmart, record services, just a display to have businesses come out and kind of just gauge with the law enforcement. And so that's one thing, that's gonna be mostly what I wanted to update on. The other day, on the 19th, we had a ward meeting in Ward 3, and Councilman Clay Carmichael's ward. It was a great turnout. People are getting and more involved. People are speaking up more about some of the things and concerns that are going on in the community. And I just encourage, when you have ward meetings, just to bring somebody with you and come with some questions and come just ready to, have some good dialogue and get everything you want to get out. And so those two things are things that I wanted. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and it appears that I've been way too nice. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you, I'm not here for an amen crowd. I've been way too nice to people that just didn't care about what I have going on. And so I know I got plenty of time to talk, within my 5 minutes right now. Speaking about, right now I went to city council, I went to the city hall today. And I just went down to ask if I'll be paid tomorrow. And the response was that I'll need to go to see the mayor's office, or if the situation gets ratified, that I'll be notified. That wasn't the answer that I really wanted to hear, which I still didn't have anything. Ms. Terry Barnes-Smith, she gave me that, and I left after that moment. And my point to me being way too nice is that at this very moment, I'm owed $12,500. When everyone goes home tonight, when they get ready to get paid, they're gonna get paid. When it's time for them to get paid. When I go home tonight, my money is still gonna be stacking up here at City Hall. And that's at fault of the mayor. Again, I've been way too nice. When I gave this contract to you, Major Madison, there were no objections, there were no edits. That should have been, if anything was wrong, that should have been addressed to the mayor right then. If we're not gonna hold people accountable, Ms. Terry Barnes-Smith, she's not here to answer any questions. And I think she falls under the, the council's, their authority, if I'm not mistaken. And so again, if people need to go, they just need to go. We've been doing business too long and we're too nice not to say something. Maybe the council, or maybe, some people shouldn't say anything, but as a citizen, if these people are not being held accountable, they need to go. And we don't need to wait weeks at a time to let them go. We can put a motion. I know I can't put a motion on the floor, but I know I can speak it. And, if the citizens feel a certain way, because ultimately that's who, once people are put in positions like city council, the mayor, or city council president, all these are elected, positions. And so ultimately, the citizens are who run Selma. And so, again, in these positions, these people need to be held accountable. If there is a motion that needs to go on the floor that Ms. Terry Barnes-Smith or anyone else needs to leave, or needs to be on administrative leave, or needs to have some kind of consequence for not just myself, because it's bigger than me. At the ward meeting, I had to tell Ward 3 that we didn't have any police representation because the mayor advised that the police are not to come to any meetings without his authorization. What is that? What is that? That is you're trying to seize public safety for people that are trying to do things. How long do I have, sir?
I think that's going to pause it too long, so you got 40 seconds.
Okay. What I'm telling you is just like Miss Dante came up, and I know Dante, I knew her when I first started policing. If you're an employee of the city, you better speak up, because it's not if, it's when. Because when you don't do what people want, you're on that chopping block. So I guarantee you better speak up. Not a lot of media want to hear this. I've gone to a lot of people to talk. Nobody wants to touch Selma. Nobody wants to deal with this thing, and it's just going to linger. And when it lingers, nothing is done. So, you know, if you don't speak up and get in people's face, you might as well just not say anything. So I encourage you, if you're scared, come to a meeting and say something.
I have a question. I have a question. So, I have a comment, and then there'll be a question in there as well. So, public safety, if I'm remembering correctly, public safety. I have a question. I have a question. So, I have a comment, and then there'll be a question in there as well. So, public safety, if I'm remembering correctly, public safety decided that it would be, basically brought this contract to us and we voted on it.
Public safety.
That's a committee meeting.
Right.
At a committee meeting.
Right. So now, and just to be clear, the mayor was vehemently, totally opposed to the contract.
Prior to the contract being voted on, he was opposed to it.
Totally. So the leader of the executive branch chooses, since he was not in favor of the contract that the city council approved, he chooses to hold your paycheck back. That's our leader, people. That is our leader. So now the law enforcement can't even come to the public safety board meetings.
That's what was. That's what I was told from the department head.
That's our leader.
Okay. Councilman J. Thomas, any other questions? Go ahead.
I do have a comment. As we all know, that the city council has hired representation to represent us and to lead us in the way that we should be going. Mr. Neely, again, I apologize for what you're going through. And I know words cannot express how we all feel about what's happening within the city. But I ask you, Mr. Neely, Mr. Blackman, those that are not being paid their contracts, what the council has voted on, I ask that you just be a little bit more patient with us and allow us to get the answers from our attorney.
So I want to respond to that. My patience done wore thin. I'm gonna be honest with you. I appreciate the words. I appreciate the words and everything else. And you know, I've been in a lot of conversations with a lot of different people. And I feel right now, if you're not with me on, and not just me, because I don't want this to be just a me thing, because you know, this not even just Mr. Blackman and myself. Who else has this happened to? You know, we don't know. It's like that we may not know. But if you don't see the magnitude of what's going on right now, I mean, look, Nonsense is being targeted. Yeah. You know, it's not just about us. Of course, I want my money, but I'm willing to take those battle wounds to go through this war. If you just fight with me, just fight with me. And you know, again, you know, if you're not with me on getting me paid, and I'm just speaking personally, if you're not with me with getting me paid, you are against me. That's all I can think. You know, and I'm just saying in general.
I'm not saying that we're against
No. I appreciate it. I'm just speaking to anyone, because everyone in the city needs to see what's going on. So that's a blanket statement that I just made. Now I'm gonna let you guys work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
And I like to say this to you. We asked the president last council meeting, had he sent those questions that came from this legislative branch. He's supposed to have sent those questions to the attorney that we voted for. And Bobby Siegel he don't waste time. If President Young has sent these questions, you can guarantee you're gonna hear something from Bobby Siegel very soon.
It's my understanding that the questions have been sent and we're waiting.
You will hear something soon.
And Mr. Neely, I just want to say thank you for your help at the ward meeting the other night. You did a
Oh,
great
that's
job.
awesome. I appreciate
You always do a great job, and I appreciate what you do.
President Pro Tem.
Go ahead.
Two things. I don't want to go into the facts of either matter right now, not the, Mr. Neely. But I did want to say there's one thing he didn't mention that I want to say. That's one thing that he didn't say that I want to respond to. I think he came by my office today, and I was actually at a meeting with all the court personnel. That's why I didn't get to talk with him. I just wanted him to know that. Both the judges, the city prosecutor, the public defender, and the chief magistrate and I were in a meeting today when he came by my office. The other thing I heard though was that I totally disagree with because of my knowledge, to whatever extent that is, my knowledge of what's going on with Nanki. She's not being targeted. I just want to respond to that. That's all I want to say. She's not being targeted.
But that is
All right,
his
thank
opinion.
you for your response.
That's his opinion.
That's right, that's your opinion.
I say based on my limited knowledge.
Yeah, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Two things. I don't want to go into the facts of either matter right now, not the, Mr. Neely. But I did want to say there's one thing he didn't mention that I want to say. That's one thing that he didn't say that I want to respond to. I think he came by my office today, and I was actually at a meeting with all the court personnel. That's why I didn't get to talk with him. I just wanted him to know that. Both the judges, the city prosecutor, the public defender, and the chief magistrate and I were in a meeting today when he came by my office. The other thing I heard though was that I totally disagree with because of my knowledge, to whatever extent that is, my knowledge of what's going on with Nanki. She's not being targeted. I just want to respond to that. That's all I want to say. She's not being targeted.
But that is
All right,
his
thank
opinion.
you for your response.
That's his opinion.
That's right, that's your opinion.
I say based on my limited knowledge.
Yeah, thank you. All right,
This is my item 6, resolution R 101-2324. Council is aware that there were limits on the amount of funding and resources our insurance company would provide for legal counsel for the treasurer and for the mayor in this litigation. And I have noticed just tonight, and I could have lost count, but I think we just gave Attorney Madison 6 or 7 assignments just in this one meeting. And he is not going to be able to do all of this work. I think it is inherently unfair. I think that that the treasurer and the mayor rightfully deserve the best legal counsel possible to defend our position in making decisions as it relates to the city. I'm asking council for favorable consideration of resolution 101-2324 so that the treasurer and the mayor can have proper legal counsel, adequate legal counsel to carry this litigation to completion.
I'd like to make a motion to move forward, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
For discussion purposes.
Mr. Record, it's noted that Councilman Johnson and Councilman Madison.
I will simply remind council that this is current litigation. Thank you.
Go ahead, Council.
I've heard this said multiple times about the workload of our city attorney. And I've followed some of the politics since your first term. And I know that we had one city attorney that handled everything all the time for years up until about 3-4 years ago. And now we have, I think we're contracted with 3 other firms and we have a city attorney. And somehow this workload is so much on our city attorney. I just want to state for the record, I don't understand how the workload can be so much more now than it has been for the past 20 years when we have 4 attorneys working for the city.
Can I answer that? The years that I've been on that attorney, Mr. President, no attorney had counsel that can come at like we coming at you. There's a lot of things, attorney, I want you to do, I don't even come to you. Because this counsel, why did just come to you so much through the 2 different, well, this one attorney I went through. He had to go through what you're going through now. Jimmy Nunn didn't have to do this. This council and the past previous council did not have this caseload like we have now going at attorney. So it's a totally different council than I have. Well, I'm not sure about Sam. I mean, because they didn't handle it back then. But now it's a whole different council that was back in the past.
Anybody else?
Point of information.
Take point of information, Councilman Jennison.
That does not include our insurance attorneys that cover our legal issues and our insurance issues. So I understand we've got a lot of those issues, but we've got a whole other firm for all that too.
That's a total different.
All right, Councilman Jennison.
Okay, are you saying that so we can, that we created these issues so we can hire attorneys to be on the outside, outsourcing our citizens' money that we could be using for other things? If that's the case, then we should just fire everybody and say, hey, we got a city attorney that can take care of everything.
Was that a question for me?
No, that was a direct statement.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilman Randolph.
You know, I look at it like this. The council has an attorney. It's okay for the council to have an attorney, but not the mayor and the treasurer. That's showing mixed signals, you know. I think if the council we have our attorney, y'all have y'all attorney. Why not give them the same opportunity? Because it seemed like, well, I'm gonna leave it alone, because I don't, but it seemed like when it comes to certain people, we do certain things one way, and when it because it don't benefit us. But like I said, the mayor and the treasurer, they need the same treatment as that the council up here has. So why try to not let them have the best attorney that they can have? The council, y'all went to got, what's his name, Goldman? What's his name, Goldman?
Yeah, old words.
You went to got Goldman. Because why did y'all go get Goldman? Because that was the best attorney, right? No? If you would have got Goldman, you could have got Sam Randolph. I'm representing y'all. Free of charge. But like I said, but let's give them a fair opportunity to get legal just like we got.
Thank you, Councilman Randolph. Councilman Harvey?
Have we opened the floor to deliberation on this matter?
Yeah, we do, because Councilman Johnson made the motion.
So he's open.
And so we can discuss, yeah.
The only thing I'm gonna say is, we requested some documentation. I would like to see that documentation.
Okay. And anybody else, has everybody gone that wants to go? Anybody else want to say anything?
Can I say one more thing?
And that'd be your name. Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Well, also what I understood it, if I'm not out of line, stop me going. And I heard this back in the past, that in the chamber, that the mayor deal with the day-to-day operation. We shouldn't have to deal with this. And I think somebody was trying to give it to the clerk. And we said, no, we're not supposed to be dealing with this. That's the mayor thing, that's the day-to-day operation. Okay, now, what I'm hearing back with this situation is something that the mayor is dealing with because it's day-to-day operation. And the mayor asks for certain things. And I feel like, regardless of whether we over there, at least take it, let's see what's going on. What to hide? If it ain't nothing to hide, just keep the mayor when he asks for it. You know, I mean, I just think that it don't make no sense, but you know.
Okay. Anybody else that has not spoken or has spoken? Everybody else has probably spoken at least once or twice. state my position. I will not support this resolution. And the reason I will not support this resolution is that this council on at least one occasion, maybe more, voted to pay MPG Consulting. So this litigation exists only because the mayor and the treasurer failed to execute a vote of the council. That is why this litigation failed. So I'm not going to sit up here tonight and vote on a motion to approve somebody to go against a vote that I took that was passed by a majority of the council. That is my prerogative. Anybody else that want to do their prerogative can. A motion is on the floor. We have had discussion. Everybody has spoken that wants to speak on the council and has the right to speak. So therefore, at this time, if there are no other council members that have not spoken twice or spoken, roll call, Madam Clerk.
I'd like to speak to a couple of responses, to respond to a couple of council statements. In response to what Councilman Johnson said about the volume of work pushed and pressed by this council, I remind the council that the League of Municipalities even pushed back and said they would no longer accept any legal opinion requests from the city of Selma because we just had too many of them coming from and with conflicting information. And so they pushed back. Councilwoman Janie Thomas just said that the reason that you hired Attorney Goldman was for, quote, legal matters. And that's why I am challenging the decision of the council, because in one voice you're telling me that Attorney Madison can handle all the legal matters, and in another voice you're saying you have an exclusive right that the administration does not have any access to at all, an outside attorney that's exclusively provided for council, and only the council president really has authority to speak to him. I take real exception to this. We are here making day-to-day decisions. The law says that the mayor has the responsibility to decide whether a voucher is to be paid, not the council, the mayor. And I made a decision that I wanted to see whether or not the documents show me proof of work. And when that individual said he had no proof of work to show, I said, we're not going to pay you until we get proof of work. That's been said in this council chamber many times before. I take real exception to this. And then I'm going to make a suggestion that President of the Council recuse himself from this vote, because I see and perceive a conflict of interest. That's my position.
I only made one comment.
You go ahead and make your comment.
We discussed this, and I remember having a discussion because I made the point. There were no deliverables in the contract that was signed. That was this council's fault. It was a bad contract. Nonetheless, the contract was awarded. He fulfilled the terms of the contract, and we voted to pay him for the work that he did. The fact that he did not give you any deliverables that you were requesting did not exist in the agreement. Is that your fault? Is that his fault? No, that's the council's fault. It was a bad agreement. Nonetheless, when the council said that the terms of the contract had been fulfilled and you needed to pay, then you needed to pay. I mean, you can't say, I need some deliverables if it was not in the contract.
Okay, thank you. Wait a minute, Councilman, you spoke words twice. But you already spoke.
I'm going to ask you a question.
You already out of order because you asked on one matter, you can only speak twice. So even if you're asking me a question, you're speaking on it. You are speaking on it, so you would be deemed out of order more than twice. Now, Councilwoman Thomas, I don't remember how many times you spoke on this. I don't remember how many you spoke on.
I haven't spoken on this situation about this.
Well, go ahead and speak.
I haven't spoken on it, period. And the reason why I'm speaking on it is because it's not fair to this body of the council where this contract that was done, that was recommended by the Attorney General, that we, to get us someone in our neighborhoods to work with the issues that we were having. Because we wasn't getting anything done. And we did this contract with him, and he served. He did every ward, everybody ward around here. He met with everybody, he worked in the community. He helped us a lot too. After we stopped, we took the contract from him, then we started having more problems because he had built a relationship with people, open up, let them know what was going on to try to stop this crime. Since Mr. Neely has not been in my ward, I have had 5 murders in the year of the time that he has stopped working, because the constituents have frozen up because they felt open. It was having meetings and they were coming and they were addressing their issues. But when we took that from him, that was helping us, we began to have more problems. And that I do not believe in vote for somebody that worked in my ward and helped us a lot. And we contract him and we didn't pay him because we voted to pay this man. And the treasurer and you chose not to pay him.
That's correct. Now, Mayor, you've spoken more than twice. The same rules that apply to us apply to everyone at the council and everyone affiliated. So I'm going to say my last comment, and then we're going to do the roll call. I could say something in response to the statement you made about I needed to recuse myself from this. But you know, the older I get, I realize you don't have to respond to everything in a negative manner, and you don't have to get ugly. But I will say this for the record. I don't have a biological nor a pecuniary interest. That means I'm not getting no money from Mr. Mark Neely, MPG consultant, if he is paid based off of what the council said. Now I can sit here and say I take great offense to that, but I don't have to say that because it's simply not true on the political statement that you just made, to try to paint something in the public as if I were engaged in some type of nefarious activity. I am not. I'm simply saying it is my position, and I maintain my position, that Mr. Mark Neely of MPG Consulting did the work, was being paid, and was stopped payment by you and the treasurer, and was not authorized to do that by a vote of this council. Now, for those matters that you have, we do have an attorney, Mr. Major Madison, and perhaps you can work that out with him. If it's as simple as him providing some documents, that's y'all's case to fight. But we do have a city attorney, and the city attorney is responsible from time to time to represent city employees and officers of the city during litigation. So I am not moved by your statement, and my vote stays the same once we take the vote. With that said, with everyone having spoken, that spoke, roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young,
No.
Councilman Harville,
No.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas, Councilman Carmichael,
No.
Councilwoman James,
I abstained in the beginning, I abstain now.
Councilman Randolph,
Yes.
Councilman Jemison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Janie Thomas,
No.
Councilman Johnson.
This shouldn't even came to this. I asked President Young to go talk and meet with the mayor and see if we get this problem solved. I told Mr. Neely that you should be coming up here. President Young's word to me was, that's not my job. That could have been solved, and for that reason is, yes, for them to get the term.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please read the results of said vote?
Yes, sir, there are 3 affirmative, 4 no votes, and 1 abstention.
That resolution fails, and it's still not my job. Moving on.
That is my report, Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney, I believe we took care of your items. Was there anything else that we need to vote on from the attorney?
Actually, President Young didn't have a report.
You should be. I remember that. Okay. Thank you, sir.
But I do have a report coming to this body.
As you told us. So
Everything I've been doing for the last.
we appreciate that. We appreciate that. Treasurer's report.
This is my item 6, resolution R 101-2324. Council is aware that there were limits on the amount of funding and resources our insurance company would provide for legal counsel for the treasurer and for the mayor in this litigation. And I have noticed just tonight, and I could have lost count, but I think we just gave Attorney Madison 6 or 7 assignments just in this one meeting. And he is not going to be able to do all of this work. I think it is inherently unfair. I think that that the treasurer and the mayor rightfully deserve the best legal counsel possible to defend our position in making decisions as it relates to the city. I'm asking council for favorable consideration of resolution 101-2324 so that the treasurer and the mayor can have proper legal counsel, adequate legal counsel to carry this litigation to completion.
I'd like to make a motion to move forward, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
For discussion purposes.
Mr. Brett, it's noted that Councilman Johnson and Councilman Madison.
I will simply remind council that this is current litigation. Thank you.
Go ahead, Council.
I've heard this said multiple times about the workload of our city attorney. And I've followed some politics since your first term. And I know that we had one city attorney that handled everything. All the time. For years up until about 3-4 years ago. And now we have, I think we're contracted with 3 other firms and we have a city attorney. And somehow this workload is so much on our city attorney. I just want to state for the record, I don't understand how that the workload can be so much more now than has been for the past 20 years when we have 4 attorneys working for the city.
Can I answer that? The years that I've been on that attorney, Mr. President, no attorney had counsel that can come at like we're coming at you. There's a lot of things, attorney, I want you to do. I don't even come to you because this counsel body just come to you so much through the 2 different. Well, this one attorney I went through. He had to go through what you're going through now. Jimmy Nunn didn't have to do this. This council and the past previous council did not have this case roll like we have now going at attorney. So it's a totally different council than I have dealt with. I'm not sure about Sam. Because they didn't handle it back then. But now it's a whole different council that was back in the past.
Anybody else?
Point of information.
Take the point of information, Councilman Johnson.
That does not include our insurance attorneys that cover our legal issues and our insurance issues. So I understand we've got a lot of those issues, but we've got a whole other firm for all that too.
That's a total different.
All right, Councilman Johnson.
Okay, are you saying that so we can, that we created these issues so we can hire attorneys to be on the outside, outsourcing our citizens' money that we could be using for other things? If that's the case, then we should just fire everybody and say, hey, we got a city attorney that can take care of everything.
Was that a question for me?
No, that was a statement.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilman Brett.
You know, I look at it like this. The council has an attorney. It's okay for the council to have an attorney, but not the mayor or the treasurer. that's showing mixed signals, you know? I think if the council we have our attorney, y'all have y'all attorney. Why not give them the same opportunity? Because it seemed like, well, I'm gonna leave it alone, because but it seems like when it comes to certain people, we do certain things one way, and when it because it don't benefit us. But like I said, the mayor and the treasurer, they need the same treatment as that the council up here has. So why try to not let them have the best attorney that they can have? The council, y'all went and got, what's his name, Goldman? What's his name, Goldman?
Yeah, old bird, so.
You went and got Goldman. Because why did y'all go get Goldman? Because that was the best attorney, right? No? If you went and got Goldman, you could have got Sam in. No, I'm representing y'all. Free of charge. But like I said, let's give them a fair opportunity to get legal just like we got.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Harvey?
Have we opened the floor to deliberation on this matter?
Yeah, we do, because Councilman Johnson made a motion.
So he's open.
And so we can discuss, yeah.
The only thing I'm gonna say is, we requested some documentation. I would like to see that documentation.
Okay. And anybody else, has everybody gone that wants to go? Anybody else want to say anything?
Can I say one more thing?
And that'll be your last. Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Well, also, what I understood, if I'm not out of line, stop me going. And I heard this back in the past, that in the chamber, that the mayor deal with the day-to-day operation. We shouldn't have to deal with this. And I think somebody was trying to give it to the clerk. And we said, no, we're not supposed to be dealing with this. That's the mayor thing, that's the day-to-day operation. Okay, now, what I'm hearing back with this situation is something that the mayor is dealing with because it's day-to-day operation. And the mayor asks for certain things. And I feel like, regardless of whether we over there, at least take a let's see what's going on. What to hide? If it ain't nothing to hide, just keep the mayor when he asks for it. You know, I mean, I just think that it don't make no sense, but you know.
Okay. Anybody else that has not spoken or has spoken? Everybody else has probably spoken at least once or twice. I'm going to state my position. I will not support this resolution. And the reason I will not support this resolution is that this council on at least one occasion, maybe more, voted to pay NPG Consulting. So this litigation exists only because the mayor and the treasurer failed to execute a vote of the council. That is why this litigation failed. So I'm not gonna sit up here tonight and vote on a motion to approve somebody to go against a vote that I took that was passed by a majority of the council. That is my prerogative. Anybody else that want to do their prerogative can. A motion is on the floor. We have had discussion. Everybody has spoken that wants to speak on the council and has the right to speak. So therefore, at this time, if there are no other council members that have not spoken twice or spoken, roll call, Madam Clerk.
I'd like to speak to a couple of responses, to respond to a couple of council statements. In response to what Councilman Johnson said about the volume of work pushed and pressed by this council, I remind the council that the League of Municipalities even pushed back and said they would no longer accept any legal opinion requests from the city of Selma because we just had too many of them coming from and with conflicting information. And so they pushed back. Councilwoman Janie Thomas just said that the reason that you hired Attorney Goldman was for, quote, legal matters. And that's why I am challenging the decision of the council, because in one voice you're telling me that Attorney Madison can handle all the legal matters, And in another voice, you are saying you have an exclusive right that the administration does not have any access to at all, an outside attorney that's exclusively provided for counsel. And only the council president really has authority to speak to it. I take real exception to this. We are here making day-to-day decisions. The law says that the mayor has the responsibility to decide whether a voucher is to be paid, not the council, the mayor. And I made a decision that I wanted to see whether or not the documents show me proof of work. And when that individual said he had no proof of work to show, I said, we're not going to pay you until we get proof of work. That's been said in this council chamber many times before. I take real exception to this. And then I'm going to make a suggestion that President of the Council recuse himself from this vote, because I see and perceive a conflict of interest. That's my position.
I only made one comment.
You go ahead and make your comment.
We discussed this, and I remember having a discussion because I made the point. There were no deliverables in the contract that was signed. That was this council's fault. It was a bad contract. Nonetheless, the contract was awarded. He fulfilled the terms of the contract, and we voted to pay him for the work that he did. The fact that he did not give you any deliverables that you were requesting did not exist in the agreement. Is that your fault? Is that his fault? No, that's the council's fault. It was a bad agreement. Nonetheless, when the council said that the terms of the contract had been fulfilled and you needed to pay, then you needed to pay. I mean, you can't say, I need some deliverables if it was not in the contract.
Okay, thank you. Wait a minute, Councilman, you spoke words twice.
I'm gonna ask 100 times.
But you already spoke to
I'm
me.
gonna ask you a question.
You already out of order because you had, on 1 minute, you can only speak twice. So even if you're asking me a question, you're speaking on it. You are speaking on it, so you would be deemed out of order more than twice. Now, I kind of spoke to Thomas. I don't remember how many times you spoke on
I
this.
spoke on anything.
I don't remember how many you spoke on.
I haven't spoke on this situation about this.
Well, go ahead and speak.
I haven't spoke on it, period. And the reason why I'm speaking on it is because it's not fair to this body of the council, where this contract that was done, that was recommended by the Attorney General, that we, to get us someone in our neighborhoods to work with the issues that we were having. Because we wasn't getting anything done. And we did this contract with him, and he served. He did every ward, everybody ward around here. He met with everybody, he worked in the community. He helped us a lot too. After we stopped, we took the contract from, then we started having more problems because he had built a relationship with people, opened up, let them know what was going on to try to stop this crime. Since Mr. Neely has not been in my ward, I have had 5 murders in the year of the time that he has stopped working, because the constituents have frozen up because they felt open. It was having meetings and they were coming and they were addressing their issues. But when we took that from him, that was helping us, we began to have more problems. And that I do not believe in vote for somebody that worked in my ward and helped us a lot. And we contract him and we didn't pay him because we voted to pay this man. And the treasurer and you chose not to pay him.
That's correct. Now, Mayor, you've spoken more than twice. The same rules that apply to us apply to everyone at the council and everyone affiliated. So I'm going to say my last comment, and then we're going to do the roll call. I could say something in response to the statement you made about I needed to recuse myself from this. But you know, the older I get, I realize you don't have to respond to everything in a negative manner, and you don't have to get ugly. But I will say this for the record. I don't have a biological nor a pecuniary interest. That means I'm not getting no money from Mr. Mark Neely, MPG consultant, if he is paid based off of what the council said. Now I can sit here and say I take great offense to that, but I don't have to say that because it's simply not true on the political statement that you just made, to try to paint something in the public as if I were engaged in some type of nefarious activity. I am not. I'm simply saying it is my position, and I maintain my position, that Mr. Martin Neely of MPG Consulting did the work, was being paid, and was stopped payment by you and the treasurer, and was not authorized to do that by a vote of this council. Now, for those matters that you have, we do have an attorney, Mr. Major Madison, and perhaps you can work that out with him. If it's as simple as him providing some documents, that's y'all's case to fight. But we do have a city attorney, and a city attorney is responsible from time to time to represent city employees and officers of the city during litigation. So I am not moved by your statement, and my vote stays the same once we take the vote. With that said, with everyone having spoken, that spoke, roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young,
No.
Councilman Harville,
No.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas, Councilman Carmichael,
No.
Councilwoman James,
I abstained in the beginning, I abstain now.
Councilman Randolph,
Yes.
Councilman Jemison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Janie Thomas,
No.
Councilman Johnson.
This shouldn't even came to this. I asked President Young to go talk and meet with the mayor and see if we get this problem solved. I told Mr. Neely that you should be coming up here. President Young's word to me was, that's not my job. That could have been solved, and for that reason is, yes, for them to get that term.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please read the results of said vote?
Yes, sir, there are 3 affirmative, 4 no votes, and 1 abstention.
That resolution fails, and it's still not my job. Moving on.
That is my report, Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney, I believe we took care of your items. Was there anything else that we need to vote on from the attorney?
Actually, President Young didn't have a report.
You sure did. I remember. Okay. Thank you, sir.
But I do have a report coming to this body.
As you told us. So
Everything I've been doing for the last.
we appreciate that. We appreciate that. Treasurer's report. It is my position, and I maintain my position, that Mr. Martin Neely of MPG Consulting did the work, was being paid, and was stopped payment by you and the treasurer, and was not authorized to do that by a vote of this council. business / new business. We do have one matter that I know that we talked about at the beginning of the meeting. We need to take up involving the payment for the contract for Mr. LaMarcus Snow in the amount of $70,000 for work that was already done in Ward 3 with funds to be taken from the oil and gas lease account. Is there a motion to approve payment for Mr. Snow for the work done in Ward 3 out of oil and gas lease? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded for this motion to pay Mr. Snow for work done as stated by the chair. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young?
Yes.
Councilman Harville?
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael?
Yes.
Councilwoman James? Yes. Councilman Randolph? Councilman Jefferson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
And
Oh, I'm sorry.
it's stated on the record. Yes, ma'am. It's on the record.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm voting because stated for the record that we had already set in place in the contract from 15th of the month to 30th, that the work is finished. But according to in our handbook, mayors and council duties under the contract, it says that once the contractor finished the work, the department, public work department is supposed to go out and see that he has received his contract to what was required.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
All right, can you make the results of the votes, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. 8 affirmative.
All right. So now, Mr. Attorney, we have taken the vote for payment. What else is required so that Mr. Snow can get paid as soon as possible?
A check to be cut.
The check to be cut. All right, so the treasurer is aware of all of this. Go ahead, Madam Treasurer.
For audit purposes, I'm going to need a copy of the minutes as soon as possible.
A copy of the minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
For our audit records, for approval of that payment.
All right.
Since we don't have do we have an invoice in house or something like that?
Well, we just approved, the minutes from when we approved the contract.
Okay, but this is a different approval
Yeah.
for tonight. So I could have both of those, but I do need paperwork. I know some of
To
them.
attach.
To attach, for documentation for that, just in case it gets pulled for a test.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you provide those, at least the draft? And then we'll vote on them at the next meeting.
Yes, sir. I can provide her what she will need to move forward on that.
Excellent. And so we can get Mr. Snow paid. I think that's the right thing
But
to
that's
do.
not, the minute's not gonna be the holdup on the payment though, right?
No, it's not gonna be
I
the,
just wanna clarify that.
Cause you got it.
Cause it's gonna take her a minute to get the minutes.
Right, but in cases such as these, if I give her a letter and state what the vote was, that's sufficient.
Okay.
excellent. Teamwork. Okay. So the attorney, the treasurer, and the clerk, and the council are all in sync on this to get this taken care of. Go ahead, Councilman Carmichael.
I just wanna, I had, Ms. Allison send out the information that I had sent out previously about contracts and all of our policies and procedures surrounding those contracts. So just, it's in everybody's inbox.
Okay, all right. Now, is there any other new unfinished business that we need to vote on?
And can I correct something?
Yes, ma'am.
We need to get this straight. A purchase order request, like Miss Lisa James got, we don't have to, it's not considered as a contract. If it's, what you said, I read. That's why I was saying, certain things, and y'all know I stay my nose in stuff.
You too.
And, it is not a contract, a purchase order, she's procedure to get the work done. It is done in a purchase order procedure, it's not over $5,000.
And there are all kinds of legal arguments on purchase or whatever.
So I just want to get that straight about.
Some people say there are some, that's a legal issue, but thank you, okay. All right, any other new